Chapter 1, Kanao Tsuyuri. When the last ray of sunlight faded and the day departed, night descended at that very moment. It is said that whenever midnight arrives, terrifying demons appear to devour people. Therefore, very few choose to go out late at night. Every household keeps their doors and windows tightly shut, and the bustle of daytime has long since returned to silence. On such a night, however, a slender and petite girl stepped outside instead. She had beautiful pink eyes, though her gaze seemed somewhat vacant. Her light green clothes clung closely to her thin body, making her appear even more frail. When the gentle moonlight fell upon the girl's delicate face, it highlighted the pale complexion of someone clearly malnourished. Under the pitch-black night sky, ordinary people would find it difficult to see the road ahead. In such darkness, it would be almost impossible to walk. Yet the little girl's eyes seemed special, able to keenly capture everything before her. With the dim yet soft moonlight, she could see the path clearly, avoid muddy puddles, and walk along the town streets, her pink eyes searching in all directions. Whenever night fell and her stomach growled with hunger, she would sneak out while her parents weren't paying attention, searching outside for anything edible, perhaps leftovers from a restaurant's scraps, or some abandoned rice balls. What others might consider garbage was, to her, a delicious meal enough to fill her stomach. Girls her age would normally live in warm rooms under their parents' care, enjoying tasty food and gentle love. But none of that existed for her. Her parents did not take care of her, they would beat and scold her and her older sister without reason. No, now they no longer beat her sister without reason, because her sister had already been beaten to death. Now she was the only child left alive in the family. Today, her father had spent the whole day gambling at the casino before returning home, bringing back no food. There was nothing to eat at home. Her stomach was painfully hungry, so she sneaked out while her father slept to search for food. Passing by the entrance of a restaurant, the girl hurried to a nearby trash pile to rummage through it. This was the place most likely to have food. Her luck seemed good today. She quickly found a rice ball wrapped in lotus leaf. It made her very happy, and she clutched it tightly in her small hands. She gently took a bite. Grain after grain of rice filled her mouth. The taste of food brought a trace of bliss to her pale little face. After taking another bite, she noticed a long shadow stretched across the ground. This made her look up. On the eaves of the restaurant roof sat a man dressed in simple robes, quietly gazing at the moon. "Uncle, it's that strange uncle again." Recently, every time she came out at night to look for food, she would see him. He appeared every night, sitting high on the eaves for a long time. Sometimes, even after she had searched the town for quite a while and returned, he would still be there. Though they had seen each other many times, they had never spoken. At first, going out alone at night in such silence had frightened her. Especially the first time she saw him, she had nearly thought he was one of the demons from the legends. But after seeing him several times, she wasn't so afraid anymore. In fact, she even felt a strange sense of safety. "Out looking for food again today?" The man's voice came from the rooftop. "Ah. Why yes." The sudden voice made her stutter in reply. This was the first time the strange uncle had spoken to her after all this time. "My name is Soma. What's your name?" Soma looked at the girl and asked softly. He had noticed that the girl before him looked very much like Kanao Tsuyuri. He was not originally from this world. In another world, he had merely been an ordinary employee at a small company, living an ordinary life. In his spare time, he liked watching anime and films. He had never imagined that he would end up in a world like this, the world of Demon Slayer. When he had first transmigrated to this world, he had been quite excited, imagining how he might make a name for himself here. However, before he could even begin, he encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, the first demon who had lived for over 1,000 years, the absolute ruler of demons. Then he was turned into a demon by Muzan, one of the demons under Muzan's control, a wicked creature that fed on humans. This left him deeply distressed, even despairing. Since becoming a demon and losing the ability to see sunlight, he had stayed here every night. It was during those nights that he often encountered the girl searching for food. At first, he didn't pay much attention to the little girl rummaging for food. It wasn't until he saw her face that he suddenly realized how much she resembled Kanao Tsuyuri. When he first noticed the resemblance, he became very cautious. After all, Kanao Tsuyuri was a swordswoman of the Demon Slayer Corps. If the Corps discovered a demon like him, they would not hesitate to use a Nichiren blade to sever his head. Though he had become a demon, a pitiful being unable to walk in sunlight and forced to feed on what had once been his own kind, he did not want to die. But after observing her carefully, he realized she wasn't what he had imagined. She wasn't a demon slayer at all, just a poor girl who snuck out every night to search trash piles for something to eat. I don't have a name," the girl replied softly. How can a person not have a name? Soma shook his head. The girl pressed her lips together and remained silent. Then what does your family call you? My sister used to call me Kohatsu. So you have a sister? Soma showed a hint of curiosity. He had always seen the girl alone and hadn't expected her to have a sister. It seemed she merely resembled Kaneo Tsuyuri and wasn't actually the same person from the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, he had never heard that Kaneo had an older sister. She's no longer here, the girl said quietly, lips still pressed together. Soma fell silent for a moment, feeling both speechless and awkward. But the little girl didn't seem particularly bothered anymore, or perhaps there was no use in being bothered. She simply continued to nibble at the rice ball she had just found. Feeling awkward about his previous question, Soma changed the subject. I see you come out every night looking for food. Don't your parents cook for you? My father spent the whole day gambling at the casino. He came back without bringing any food. You can't live on just this. It's not nutritious. Having something to eat is already very good, the girl answered softly. How about this, if you come out at night again, I'll bring you some food. You really need some nutrition. You're far too thin right now. The little girl looked up at him, her eyes suddenly bright. Then she lowered her head again, and in a tender, childish voice asked, Uncle, why are you being so kind to me? Creator's thoughts. Jintiel like it? Add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 2-2 Chapter 2 Bottom line 2, Chapter 2, Bottom line 2, Chapter 2, Bottom line. Uncle, why are you being so kind to me? The childish voice coming from the girl made Soma pause slightly. He had only said he would bring her some food. In truth, he simply felt that it was too pitiful for such a skinny little girl, all skin and bones, to have to rummage through trash just to fill her stomach. It was merely compassion in his heart. Could that really be considered being especially kind to her? It's just some food, Soma replied casually. For him, it was something he could obtain with little effort. The girl looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. Food was truly precious. When your stomach was empty, the feeling of hunger was very hard to endure. At that moment, Soma also looked at the little girl. Her clothes were tattered, her cheeks pale from malnutrition, even slightly sunken. Yet even so, there was a certain liveliness about her that could not be concealed. She was looking up at him now, her eyes bright. When their gazes met, it felt as though, in that instant, he could see her past. Vague images seemed to surface in his mind: a poor family. Parents who beat and scolded at the slightest provocation. Never enough to eat, never warm enough to wear. These were the hardships the little girl was currently enduring. To him, it was merely a bit of food. To her, it was something incomparably precious. Wait here for a moment, he said gently to the girl. She tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. Without saying more, Soma lightly pushed off the ground. Like a bird, he leapt onto the roof. In a few swift movements, he vanished from the girl's sight. Not long after, Soma returned. The girl had obediently waited where she was. Here, he said, holding out a chicken drumstick in his hand. The girl froze, especially at the aroma drifting from the drumstick. Her throat moved involuntarily. For me, she asked, as if unable to believe it. Yes. Soma nodded and placed the drumstick into her hands. Feeling the warmth of it in her palm and smelling its rich fragrance, she finally believed that the uncle was truly giving it to her. The warmth spreading from the drumstick made her feel as though she were dreaming. From childhood until now, she had never eaten a drumstick before. Go on, eat, Soma urged softly. The girl picked up the drumstick and stuck out her tongue, gently licking it like a kitten lapping water. Soma reached out and lightly patted her head. Her hair, yellowish from malnutrition and unkempt from lack of care, was messy and dry. From now on, come here every night. I'll bring you something good to eat. The girl looked up at him with her pinkish-purple eyes. To her, the drumstick seemed like something extremely precious. She was reluctant to eat it, only finishing it under Soma's watchful urging. After she was done, Soma told her to head back home. Under the pitch-black night sky, the little girl walked back step by step. Compared to when she had come, she seemed much lighter, as if she had regained some of the vitality a girl her age should have. Standing under the moonlight, Soma watched her figure disappear from sight. Only then did he lift his head to look at the full moon in the sky. His hand unconsciously pressed against his abdomen. At that moment, an intense hunger surged through his body. It felt as though countless acidic currents were churning in his stomach, urging him to quickly find food to fill it. But for him, his food was completely different from the girl's. If her food was rice balls and chicken drumsticks, then his food was the girl herself. Or rather, humans his former kind. For Soma, who had once been human, this was clearly unacceptable. Even if he had become a demon, how could he bring himself to commit the act of feeding on those who were once his own kind? But that was the nature of demons. They possessed an extraordinary craving for human flesh and blood. If they went too long without consuming it to ease that craving, the desire would accumulate over time, and that instinctive urge would grow stronger and stronger. Feeling that today his body's longing for flesh was even deeper than yesterday, Soma's expression turned extremely grim. He didn't even know how much longer he could endure. But no matter what, the bottom line he had as a former human was something he would never cross. Phew, he took a deep breath, suppressing the craving for flesh within him, and shifted his focus to his mind. There, in his consciousness, was something like a character status panel from a video game. As his gaze settled on it, the words became clear in his mind: name, Soma race, demon lifespan, infinite abilities, immortality, pseudo, rapid regeneration, enhanced physique weaknesses, sunlight, wisteria, Nichiren blade status, hungry, cursed, by Musen Kibutsuji, blood demon art, nun physique, 3.1, a normal adult human equals 1, agility, 3.2, a normal adult human equals 1, strength, 3.1, a normal adult human equals 1, mental strength, 1.2, a normal adult human equals 1, the information appearing in his mind was simple and clear, allowing him to understand his condition in detail. As a demon, his physique, agility, and strength were all more than 3 times that of a normal human. Even with rigorous training, an ordinary human might improve their physical abilities, but surpassing 3 times the norm was almost impossible. Generally speaking, exceeding 3 times one's natural limits meant breaking through the constraints of the human body. It could be said that, as a demon, he was already a powerful existence beyond human physical limits aside from mental strength. Ordinary humans had almost no resistance against demons. That was why demons no longer regarded humans as their own kind, but rather as food. Of course, the reason demons devoured humans was not merely due to the disparity in strength. More importantly, it was the instinctive need for human flesh and blood. Moreover, consuming humans could promote a demon's evolution, making them even stronger. Becoming a demon meant not only gaining power, but also achieving near immortality. And immortality was one of the most coveted things in the world. If there was a single flaw, it was the fear of sunlight being forever forced to hide in darkness and the inability to control the instincts of being a demon. For Soma, the hardest part to endure was precisely that uncontrollable instinct, the irrepressible craving to devour flesh. If he continued to refrain from consuming it, the hunger and desire would surge through him like a rising tide. Perhaps, if he lowered his bottom line just a little, he would no longer have to suffer like this. But to Soma, if he abandoned that bottom line, wouldn't he completely lose his own humanity? At that point, would he still be himself? Creator's thoughts. Gentile like it. Add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 3 to 3. Chapter 3 We Are Already Demons 3, Chapter 3, We Are Already Demons 3, Chapter 3, We Are Already Demons. For Soma, he ultimately could not abandon the bottom line he once held as a human. So for him now, every single day meant enduring constant hunger, forcibly suppressing the urge to devour flesh at every moment. Though he had become a demon, that did not mean he had lost his human principles, nor would he ever eat people, nor become a monster who completely lost control and surrendered to bloodlust. Sitting alone beneath the eaves, he looked up at the full moon in the sky. Only when the moon gradually sank did Soma finally stand up. He could no longer remain here. Because the sun was about to rise. As the sun climbed and its rays spread across the land, no matter how powerful a demon might be, it could only hide in darkness like a sewer rat. Even the progenitor of demons, Musen Kibutsuji, could not avoid this, let alone an ordinary demon like him. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the eaves and lightly made his way toward the direction away from the town. Not far from the town lay a forest. Under the hazy night, Soma moved swiftly through the trees. After several minutes, a dark cave appeared ahead. By then, the sun had risen, and the first ray of sunlight pierced through the distant horizon, falling upon the world. Soma looked up at the light that dispelled the darkness, then stepped into the cave without hesitation. Sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, driving away all shadows. But within the depths of the cave, the light could not reach. The cave was damp and pitch black. Soma walked silently into the darkness. But halfway in, he stopped, staring quietly at the ground beneath his feet. The floor was carpeted with thick layers of white bones of the elderly, of children, of men and women. Skulls and skeletal remains lay scattered along both sides of the cave path like discarded packaging tossed aside after a meal. Although he had seen this many times, Soma still found it hard to get used to. Even though he had become a demon, deep down he still saw himself as human. Seeing his own kind slaughtered as food stirred an indescribable anger within him. Phew, he took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotion, and continued forward. The clear sound of chewing reached his ears. Soma looked ahead. A figure with its back to him was crouched down, eating something. Sensing movement, the crouching figure turned its head. Its face was hideous and twisted, with crimson blood staining the corners of its mouth. In its hand, it held a human thigh bone. Dark red blood dripped from it onto the damp ground, dyeing it an even deeper shade. Clearly, it was a demon. Want some? The demon raised the thigh bone in its hand, its scarlet eyes fixed on Soma. Soma's face darkened. Though he had become a demon, he would never become a mindless monster stripped of all humanity. Still enduring it. The demon stood up and approached him, dragging the thigh bone along. We're no longer human. We're different from those weak creatures now. Are you really still going to treat those fragile things as your own kind? Soma merely stared at it coldly, saying nothing. You remind me of how I was at the beginning. Back then, I was disgusted by this kind of food too. But the first time I couldn't hold back and took a bite, I finally understood just how delicious it is. Can you imagine tender, juicy flesh bursting in your mouth? That sweet blood flowing down your throat? It's an experience even more wonderful than ascending to heaven. You just haven't tried it yet. Once you do, you'll know what true delicacy is. I guarantee it, just one bite, and you'll be addicted. The bluish-purple, skinned demon stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with intoxicated delight. Soma walked to the side and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes without speaking. Yet the scent of blood coming from the thigh bone in the demon's hand made every cell in his body tremble, urging him to devour it. If he just swallowed it, he would not only taste unparalleled deliciousness, his body would also grow stronger and more complete. This is just ordinary flesh. If it were rare blood, it would taste even better. The demon spoke in a low voice, longing in his eyes. Up to now, I haven't encountered a single rare blood human. I've heard that eating just one is equivalent to devouring dozens of ordinary people. After saying so much and seeing that Soma remained unmoved, the demon grew irritated. What exactly are you holding on to? Do you still think you're one of those weak humans? Feel your own craving. The more you resist, the stronger the hunger for flesh will become with each passing day. No matter how strong someone's will was as a human, once they become a demon, they can't suppress this desire. Do you know the 12 Kizuki? Do you know Lord Kokushibo? Do you know Lord Akaza? Do you know how strong their willpower was when they were human? And yet what happened in the end? Wasn't the outcome the same? At that moment, Soma, who had kept his eyes closed, opened them. He looked at the hideous demon before him, at that sinister face illuminated in the darkness. After a long pause, he spoke calmly, so your father, your mother, your daughter, are they also the delicacies you're talking about? Over the past few days, Soma had come to understand some of this demon's past. Just like all demons who were once human, this one had once had a happy family, a lovely child, a virtuous wife, kind parents. But when he became a demon, everything had been destroyed by the scent of blood. He had personally torn it all apart. Shut up! The demon roared almost hysterically, hurling the thigh bone to the ground. He glared at Soma viciously. The memories of being human, memories he had gradually tried to forget after becoming a demon, surged back at Soma's words. An indescribable pain spread through his entire being, as if his heart were being stabbed by countless needles. The things he thought he had completely forgotten were still buried deep inside. Once mentioned, they were like wounds torn open again, painful beyond endurance. After a long while, the demon finally calmed down from his rage. With blood-red eyes fixed on Soma, he said, "We're demons now. Even if we were human before, we're demons now. We're no longer those weak creatures we once were. We are noble demons. As demons, we won't die, won't age, won't get sick. From now on, we won't lose anything ever again. We're incredibly powerful. We can do whatever we want. So why do you still cling to your past identity?" Creator's thoughts. Gentile like it. Add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 4-4. Chapter 4 Sunlight 4, Chapter 4, Sunlight 4, Chapter 4, Sunlight. We're already demons. Why are you still so obsessed with your past identity? The words burst from the demon's mouth in an almost furious roar. Soma did not respond. He remained seated cross-legged, eyes slightly closed. It wasn't that he was clinging stubbornly to his former identity, nor was it that he truly couldn't accept becoming a demon. After all, as a demon, one possessed an almost endless lifespan, something countless people could only dream of. Moreover, after becoming a demon, one's strength surpassed the limits of the human body. Even the weakest demon was, to humans, someone who had broken through physical limits. Even the flaw of being unable to walk in sunlight didn't seem like such a great price to pay. What Soma truly could not accept was the uncontrollable instinct to devour flesh. He could feel that the more he resisted, the stronger the craving became. Over time, that desire would intensify further and further. Though he could still endure it with sheer willpower for now, one day his will would inevitably be crushed beneath that ever-growing hunger. Once his will collapsed, he would become a monster who could no longer suppress the urge to consume flesh, a creature stripped of all humanity. That was the real reason he clung to his former identity. Seeing Soma's silence, the demon seemed to see his own past self struggling desperately to hold on after first becoming a demon. But in the end, as the instinctive craving for flesh deepened, that resistance had been like a small dam trying to block a raging flood. Under repeated impacts, it had eventually collapsed completely. In this world, no demon could escape that instinct. Not even the first demon, the progenitor, Muzan Kibutsuji, could free himself from it. There was no demon in this world who did not devour humans. One day, you'll become just like me. Thinking this, and looking at Soma stubbornly enduring before him, the demon let out a mocking laugh. He picked up the thigh bone from the ground and resumed gnawing at it. Tender, juicy flesh burst in his mouth. Once you tasted it even once, you would understand how delicious it was. You would inevitably become addicted. If Lord Muzan hadn't imposed restrictions on each demon, he would hunt countless prey every single day. Aside from Lord Muzan's limitations, there were also those detestable demon slayers. They constantly pursued them. Once targeted, a demon could hardly know peace. Those hunters, though merely weak humans, could temporarily attain physical abilities comparable to demons through breathing techniques. They also wielded Nichiren blades capable of truly killing demons. Of course, what made them especially troublesome was their ruthless methods. They preferred to locate demons during the daytime and then find ways to expose them to sunlight. At the thought of sunlight, the demon instinctively felt a trace of disgust and fear. As he devoured flesh, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Soma. He could sense the unparalleled craving in Soma's body for the flesh he was eating. Though Soma was forcibly suppressing his demonic instinct, that instinct would only grow stronger day by day. You won't last much longer. The demon swallowed a large chunk of flesh and looked at Soma. Let's see, can you hold out one more day? 2 days? Or 3? Ha! Soma suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodshot and cold, they locked onto the demon opposite him. Yet soon enough, his gaze instinctively shifted to the thigh bone in the demon's hand. Gulp! Gulp! His throat moved involuntarily. The scent of food made every cell in his body quiver, urging him to devour the alluring flesh just like the demon before him. Under the pressure of that instinct, his willpower seemed to be gradually yielding, whispering to him, just one bite. Just one bite is enough. Feeling the body's primal craving, feeling his will falter under its assault, Soma's face turned extremely grim. He clenched his fists tightly. If this continued, he would eventually become like the demon before him, a monster who could no longer suppress the urge to consume flesh, stripped of all humanity. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable to him. But what could he change? No matter how firm his resolve, how could human will truly resist the instinct of a demon? For thousands of years, not a single demon had been able to overcome this impulse. If there was one exception, it was Nezuko, who had also become a demon. Even Nezuko's ability to overcome that instinct came not only from her own determination, but also from the help of the water Hashira, Seikanji Urokodake. And it wasn't just Urokadake's help. The anime had subtly hinted at another detail, that Nezuko had once consumed the blue spider lily, a flower capable of remedying a demon's fatal flaw. It was the very thing Muzan Kibutsuji had pursued for 1,000 years without success, something that could make him, who was infinitely close to perfection, truly flawless. It was likely because Nezuko had ingested the blue spider lily that she was different. In 1,000 years, she was the first exception, the first demon who did not devour humans. Soma, however, had never consumed the blue spider lily. No matter how hard he tried to endure, the demonic instinct and craving for flesh pressed harder upon him with each passing day. He could faintly sense that he might not be able to hold out much longer. Watching Soma swallow repeatedly, the demon curled his lips in mockery. See? I told you you won't last. Soma abruptly stood up. A smile spread across the demon's face. See? In the end, we're the same. Stop treating those weak creatures as our own kind. As he spoke, the demon lifted the thigh bone in his hand. But Soma did not look at it. Nor did he take a single step toward the demon. Instead, he turned and walked toward the cave's exit. The demon froze, puzzled and curious. curious about what Soma intended to do. He followed behind him. Soon, the two of them drew closer and closer to the cave entrance. The nearer they got, the more a sense of dread rose within the demon. An indescribable palpitating fear filled his entire being. Almost instinctively, he stopped in his tracks, staring ahead with both disgust and apprehension. At the mouth of the cave, sunlight poured down. Darkness dissolved beneath it, and faint warmth could be felt within those rays. It was the warmth of sunlight they could once bask in as humans. But now to a demon, that warm sunlight was the most terrifying thing in the world. Creator's thoughts. GNTL like it. Add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 5 to 5. Chapter 5 The Blue Spider Lily 5, Chapter 5, The Blue Spider Lily 5, Chapter 5, The Blue Spider Lily. Looking at the warm sunlight pouring in from the cave entrance, the demon seemed to be staring at the most terrifying thing in the world. Almost instinctively, he retreated step by step until he was deeper inside the cave. Only after confirming that not even a trace of that sunlight would touch him did he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. It was only then that he realized Soma had not stopped walking. He was still heading toward the cave entrance, almost close enough to touch the warm sunlight streaming in. If you're touched by sunlight, you'll die. The demon's voice trembled with fear. Soma paused slightly. He could feel the instinctive terror rising from within his body. An inexplicable pounding filled his heart, a sensation like standing face to face with death. For humans, sunlight was the most ordinary thing in the world. But for Soma now, as a demon, it felt like the most horrifying force imaginable. Just as a demon's craving for human flesh was carved deep into its instincts, so too was the fear of sunlight. In fact, as he drew closer to the light, the craving for flesh that had constantly plagued him vanished at that very moment. What remained was only fear of the sunlight before him. His body screamed at him over and over again to retreat, to stay away from that warm glow. Soma stood still, gazing at the sunlight spilling into the cave. What had once been commonplace for him as a human was now something forever out of reach. He could feel boundless fear filling his heart. Yet at this moment, a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. Because the relentless craving for flesh that had haunted him every waking second, was gone. He knew the desire had not truly disappeared. It had merely been suppressed by something stronger, the instinctive terror of sunlight. It was the fear of death itself. To Soma, death was terrifying as well. But at least now, he had gained a moment of respite. The unyielding tension of constantly fighting his craving had loosened slightly, like a violin string stretched to its breaking point finally being allowed to slacken. He could feel every cell in his body trembling in fear of the sunlight. His body screamed at him to retreat into the depths of the cave's darkness. Even so, he slowly stepped closer to where the light poured in, inch by inch. Though his instincts resisted desperately, he still extended his hand slowly, steadily toward the sunlight. "Madman, you're insane," the demon behind him cried out in shock, staring at Soma as if he were the true monster. As his fingers neared the warm light, the fear of death almost completely overwhelmed him. Yet, trembling, he finally stretched his fingers into the sunlight. Under its rays, his fingers began to dissolve like snow beneath a blazing sun, gradually, little by little, vanishing from the world. Soma stood there quietly, watching his fingers disappear bit by bit. Only then did he withdraw his hand and step back into the cave's darkness. Not until he was completely enveloped in shadow again did the instinctive trembling of his body begin to subside. "You've lost your mind. Aren't you afraid of dying?" The demon beside him stared at Soma as if he were looking at a monster. To bathe in sunlight was something no demon would even dare imagine. Not even the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, dared expose himself to the sun. Soma ignored the demon and lowered his head to examine the fingers that had been dissolved by the sunlight. Under normal circumstances, such an injury would have healed almost instantly, new flesh regenerating quickly. But now, although there was still a faint sensation of regeneration, the healing speed was dozens of times slower than before. It seems sunlight doesn't just destroy a demon's body, it also greatly slows the recovery of any area it touches, Soma murmured to himself as he observed his hand. "You really are insane. You put your fingers in sunlight just to test that? You've completely lost it. Even being cut by the demon slayer core's Nichiren blades isn't as terrifying as facing direct sunlight." The demon looked at him as if he were a freak. It had seen many demons before, but never one as reckless as this. Demons could not exist under sunlight, this was common knowledge among them, an instinct etched into their very being. No demon dared attempt such a thing. Even Muzan Kibutsuji himself did not dare stand beneath the sun. In this world, no demon could bathe in sunlight. "We are creatures of darkness. No demon can survive under the sun," the demon said quietly. "No demon can survive under the sun." Soma muttered. That's right. Don't entertain such delusions. This is our flaw as demons. The demon's voice carried a trace of unwillingness. After all, when they were human, basking in sunlight had been the most ordinary thing. Yet after becoming demons, it was forever out of reach. Soma simply stared at his injured fingers in silence. To the demons of this world, they were like rats in a sewer forever hiding in darkness. Even Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, could not overcome this flaw. But if Soma remembered correctly, Nezuko, who later became a demon, eventually overcame this weakness. She became the first demon able to walk in sunlight. And the reason she overcame that flaw was because she had consumed the blue spider lily. The blue spider lily. Soma repeated the name silently in his heart. This was the object Muzan had sought for over 1,000 years without success. Soma felt that he must obtain it. Whether it was the uncontrollable craving for human flesh or the fact that demons could only skulk in darkness like sewer rats, both were things he could not accept. From what he remembered, Muzan had failed to find the blue spider lily for centuries because it only bloomed during the daytime. How could demons unable to walk in sunlight and forced to hide in darkness ever search for a flower that bloomed only under the sun? But for Soma, knowing this information meant it wasn't impossible. If he remembered correctly, the blue spider lily grew near the place where Tanjiro Kamado once lived. Creators' thoughts. Jintiel like it. Add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 6-6. Chapter 6 Kyojuro Rengoku 6, Chapter 6, Kyojuro Rengoku 6, Chapter 6, Kyojuro Rengoku. According to Soma's knowledge of Demon Slayer, if he remembered correctly, near where Tanjiro Kamado lived, the blue spider lily could be found. Because Nezuko had eaten the blue spider lily as a child, she became different from other demons even after turning, eventually becoming the first demon capable of walking in sunlight, something even Muzan Kibutsuji could not achieve. The reason Nezuko could do all this was the blue spider lily. For Soma, now a demon himself, finding and consuming the blue spider lily could compensate for his flaws. If that were achieved, he would no longer have to endure the relentless cravings for human flesh every single day. After all, as a demon, the instinct to crave flesh grew stronger with each passing day. That unending desire repeatedly struck at his limits, a torment far too unbearable to endure. Only by consuming the blue spider lily could he truly free himself from such suffering. Not only that, it would also break Muzan Kibutsuji's control over him, potentially making him the most perfect being in this world. But to find the blue spider lily, he first had to locate Tanjiro's residence. Soma was not familiar with the area. From his memories, Tanjiro's family lived deep in the mountains, a family that had been producing charcoal for generations. Other than that, the only reference point was that they were a certain distance from Sajiri Mountain, where the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, lived in seclusion. As for the exact coordinates, his memory was hazy. Thinking about this, Soma furrowed his brow. The demon beside him had been observing Soma all along. It had no idea that Soma was thinking about how to find the blue spider lily. After all, the blue spider lily was something Muzan had sought for centuries without success. Over the years, Muzan had commanded other demons to search for it, but most believed such a flower did not even exist. Otherwise, after 1,000 years of searching, Muzan would have left some trace of it. Previously, the demon had looked down on Soma. After all, he was just an ordinary demon, average strength and unwilling to consume human flesh. For a demon who refused to consume flesh, power would be difficult to improve. Most demons grew stronger by feeding on humans. The more they consumed, the stronger they became, pushing their limits. An ordinary demon with little chance of growth was almost contemptible to those who revered strength. But today, seeing Soma dare to touch sunlight, a force capable of destroying demons, the sheer madness astonished it. Recalling a recent discovery, it hesitated a moment before speaking. Recently, I found traces of Demon Slayer core activity nearby. Interested in hunting them together. Before, it had considered Soma useless for hunting. After all, a demon who didn't feed on humans was too timid and might even drag it down in battle. But seeing Soma's reckless courage in touching sunlight, it realized that if Soma could channel this madness into fighting the demon slayers, their combined strength would easily overwhelm them. Soma, who had been lost in thoughts of the blue spider lily, snapped back to attention at those words. The Demon Slayer Corps existed to exterminate demons and protect humans, the mortal enemies of all demons. Though physically weak compared to demons, they practiced the breathing techniques, which temporarily granted them strength comparable to demons. Combined with their specialized demon-slaying skills, Nichiren blades capable of killing demons, teamwork, and fearless courage, they had slain many demons. Yet just as demon slayers hunted demons, to demons, the demon slayers were also prey. So, what do you think? Want to team up to hunt? With you working with me, I guarantee we can wipe out this small squad of demon slayers completely. At this, the demon licked its lips with its tongue, eyes full of greed. The flesh of these demon slayer core members is well trained, more nutritious, and even more delicious. I'm not interested, Soma shook his head. He had no desire to deal with these fearless, death-defying humans. Even if you don't attack them, they will attack us. Do you want to be struck down by a Nicaran blade? The demon growled angrily. Remember, your identity is a demon. Soma simply glanced at it and quietly sat cross-legged on the ground. After having touched the sunlight earlier, the demon's instinctive fear of sunlight suppressed his craving for flesh. The hunger he felt now was faint, allowing his tightly wounded mind a brief moment of relief. At this moment, all he wanted was to rest. The demon didn't want to give up and tried to persuade him for a long while, but seeing Soma unmoved, it could only give up reluctantly. When the day comes that a demon slayer chops your head off with a Nicaran blade, don't regret it, the demon said coldly. Seeing Soma not even open his eyes, it turned and left. In a wide open clearing, the breeze blew, making a black haori flutter. A young swordsman wielding a Nicaran blade trained in the clearing. His breathing flowed like fire, and the sharp blade glimmered coldly under the sunlight. After an unknown amount of time, the boy stopped, sheathed his sword, and panted slightly. Not bad. A warm, bright voice, like sunlight itself, came from behind. The boy turned and, seeing the newcomer, looked pleasantly surprised. Embarrassed by the praise, he scratched his head. Compared to Lord Kyojuro, I still have a long way to go. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration for the newcomer. The man had yellow hair, thick black eyebrows, and piercing eyes. He wore the brown demon slayer core uniform, over which was a haori with flame patterns at the edges. This was the flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Rengoku stepped forward and patted the boy's shoulder heavily. Furukawa Hiroshi, you're already very capable. I know that up to now, you've already slain 3 demons. Hearing this, the boy straightened his chest, looking at Rengoku with reverence. I hope that one day I can, like Lord Kyojuro, personally slay one of the 12 Kizuki. You will, Rengoku said, encouraging him as he patted his shoulder. Though the boy was still weak and far from being able to face a 12 Kizuki, Rengoku had high hopes for him. Seeming to think of something, Rengoku smiled and asked, by the way, I heard you'll be undertaking a new mission soon. Yes. We recently discovered traces of demons in a small town. Our squad will investigate, Hiroshi replied. Then I wish you fortune in battle and a victorious return, Rengoku said, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Hiroshi nodded. At that moment, a few demon slayer swordsmen were already waiting nearby, and Hiroshi had to take his leave. Rengoku stood watching Hiroshi's departing figure. Seeing these young sprouts of the core growing strong, as a senior, he felt truly gratified. Suddenly, Hiroshi turned his head. Lord Kyojuro, when we return from slaying the demons, I'll treat you to a meal: salt grilled sea bream and sweet potato rice. After saying this, he followed his companions away. Rengoku paused slightly, surprised that the boy knew his favorite foods, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 7-7 Chapter 7 Meeting Again 7, Chapter 7, Meeting Again 7, Chapter 7, Meeting Again. The sun set, and night fell. As darkness spread, the demons that had been hiding all day began to appear. Soma stepped out of the cave where he had spent the entire day. He looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the pitch-black sky. For demons, daytime was forbidden, while night was a time for indulgence. Many demons hunted during this hour. Soma walked into the town. The daytime hustle and bustle had long since faded. Doors were tightly shut in every home. Only Soma, a lone demon, wandered the streets, which felt empty and desolate. Passing by an inn, he silently slipped inside and stole a roasted chicken the innkeeper had prepared for tomorrow's business. The chicken was still warm, its color appetizing. He tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. For humans, it would be delicious, but to Soma, it felt like chewing wax, barely better than eating dirt. Suppressing the feeling, he swallowed the meat. Even as he did, his stomach seemed to protest, and the scent of true food, a smell that tantalized a demon, wafted through the air. Shaking his head to suppress the craving for human flesh, he soon arrived at a house in the town. With a light step, he was already on the rooftop. Sitting there, holding the roasted chicken, he silently watched the full moon, struggling inwardly to suppress his hunger for flesh. Time passed slowly. At some point, the wind picked up, carrying a cold chill across Soma's body. In the sky, clouds had covered the moon, plunging the dim night into complete darkness. Tick, tick, rain began to fall without him noticing. Droplets hit Soma's head and shoulders, sliding down to his face. The icy water streaked across his cheeks. He wiped the rain from his face and realized that he was soaked from head to toe. Yet, Soma had no intention of leaving. As always, he remained seated on the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the empty street through the downpour. The girl he had met last night, he had promised her that if she came by at night, he would bring food to help her keep her strength. It might have been a momentary act of pity yesterday, but he didn't intend to break his word. However, judging by tonight's situation, the girl likely would not come. Tick, tick, rain hit the ground, splashing muddy water. The skinny girl, carrying her bag, hugged herself and quietly stepped out of her house. The freezing rain soaked her, running down her neck and chilling her to the bone. She could feel her body's warmth slowly draining away. At that moment, she longed to immediately return to her worn, leaky hut. It was broken and inadequate, but at least it provided some shelter from wind and rain. Yet, for some reason, she thought of the strange man from yesterday, remembered what he had said, and her steps quickened. Soon, the skinny girl reached the spot where she had met the man yesterday. The street was empty. Only the rain falling in sheets filled her vision. Her delicate, purple-tinted eyes looked down slightly. At such a late hour, in such cold weather, with such heavy rain, who would come out? Yet, for some reason, a small spark of anticipation swelled within her. She unconsciously lifted her head, and through the rain, she saw the strange man sitting alone on the rooftop. His clothes were soaked, and water dripped from his wet hair. The girl's eyes widened at that moment. She hadn't expected him to actually show up, even in such heavy rain, waiting here for her. It was the first time anyone had ever waited for her. The first time anyone had truly cared about her. Even though her clothes were soaked and her body chilled, her heart felt warm. In the darkness and cold of her life, when the world seemed dead and silent, she suddenly felt a long-lost warmth and a sense of life. You came. Soma jumped down from the rooftop and stood tall before the girl. She looked up, staring blankly at the man in front of her. Her lips were slightly pressed together, her fingers unconsciously clenched. I didn't expect you to come. Soma smiled at her. With this heavy rain and so late at night, he hadn't expected her to come just because of a small promise he had made, and his promise had been to bring only a little food. The girl pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She simply stood there, like a small, timid, frail cat. Rain soaked her hair and clothes, chilling her to the bone, and she shivered involuntarily. Let's go under the eaves. You shouldn't stay in the rain any longer. Soma stepped forward and took her hand. It was very cold, like holding a block of ice. Under the eaves, the rain no longer fell on them. His tall body shielded her from the wind. The girl stayed quietly, feeling the world suddenly become warm and safe. I told you last time, if you came at night, I'd bring you something to eat. Under the eaves, Soma reached into his clothes and took out the roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, still slightly steaming. The girl looked at the chicken, then at the man drenched from head to toe. He was completely soaked, in such heavy rain, on such a cold night, but the chicken had been carefully protected. And that carefully protected chicken was for her. A feeling she couldn't quite describe spread through her chest, warm, like hot water pouring over a cold ice layer. She realized, for the first time in a long while, that the world wasn't entirely cold, there was another kind of warmth, opposite to the chill. Eat. Soma patted her head gently, a hint of compassion in his voice. Such a small girl back in his world, she should have lived carefree under her parents' protection, but her situation clearly wasn't good. The chicken was delicious and hot. At his encouragement, the girl took small bites, savoring each one. At that moment, Soma realized he was hungry too. Uncle, you eat too. The girl offered him what she thought was the best chicken leg. I'm not hungry. He shook his head. The girl looked puzzled. He seemed hungry. She knew that feeling of hunger well, but why would he say he wasn't? Is it because you don't like to eat these? Then what do you like to eat? The girl lifted her eyes to look at him. Soma hesitated. When he had been human, there were many foods he had enjoyed, but now, those foods were like chewing wax to him. As a demon, there was only one thing truly delicious, but that was a line he could not cross. Shaking his head, he patted her on the head again without answering what he liked to eat. Instead, he asked, do you know where Mount Sajari is? Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 8-8 Chapter 8 Inquiry 8, Chapter 8, Inquiry 8, Chapter 8, Inquiry. Do you know where Mount Sajari is? Soma asked the girl. The girl furrowed her small brows, thinking for a moment, then shook her head. Then do you know if there's a family living deep in the mountains nearby, who have sold charcoal for generations and have the surname Kamadu? The girl furrowed her brows again, thinking carefully for quite a while, but ultimately still shook her head. After all, she was just a little girl and clearly didn't know much about the outside world. Although Soma had somewhat expected this result, he still felt a little disappointed. Are these things very important to you, uncle? The girl looked up at him. Yes. Soma nodded. He needed to go to Komatsu Tanjiro's residence and find the legendary blue spider lily. Only by consuming that blue spider lily could he overcome the flaws of being a demon. For now, his willpower could still suppress the craving for human flesh. But as the demon instinct to consume human flesh grew stronger, how much longer could his will last? After all, to this day, no demon had ever overcome the craving for human flesh. Even Tamayo, who had broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, still needed to periodically drink human blood. When I go back, I'll make sure to find out about these places for you. If I learn anything, I'll tell you right away. The girl clenched her tiny fists, her face serious. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news. Soma smiled, not paying it much mind. He didn't plan to rely on the little girl for information, he would get it from other sources. Once the girl finished the chicken leg and the rain stopped, Soma carried her and, guided by her, took her back home. At night, try to go out as little as possible. Standing in front of the somewhat dilapidated house, Soma spoke gently to the girl. Demons always appeared at night, and with darkness covering everything, the risk of danger was high. But I still want to see you at night. The girl's small hand tightly clutched the edge of his coat, her eyes misty. From now on, if we meet at night, it will just be in front of your house. Soma smiled, patting her head, and softly said, go home now. The girl was reluctant. Compared to her so-called home, she wanted to stay near this man. But she was well behaved, though unwilling, she turned and walked home, glancing back every few steps. He watched the girl close the door and noticed the small gap left unlatched. Through it, her pretty purple eyes were peeking out at him. He waved to her, then retreated, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Leaving the little girl behind, Soma moved swiftly through the town. The town at night was empty, all houses had their doors and windows tightly shut, but he could clearly sense movements behind some of them. As a demon, his senses exceeded those of ordinary humans, his hearing and vision were far sharper than when he was human. He lightly scaled a wall and appeared in front of a man drinking in a courtyard. Who are you? The man's face was full of fear. He instinctively stood up, clutching the bench he had just been sitting on, his eyes wary. Any person would feel uneasy if someone suddenly appeared in their home late at night. I just want to ask you a few questions. Soma looked at the man with a friendly smile. I don't want to hear anything from you. Leave my house immediately, or I'll call for help. The authorities will be here soon. The man raised the bench, his face full of anger. What a nuisance. Looks like being polite won't work. Soma shook his head at the man's reaction. In a flash, before the man could react, Soma had already appeared in front of him. The man instinctively raised the bench, but before he could strike, he realized the bench hand had already been grabbed. His face instantly filled with panic. Soma punched him, knocking the man to the ground. The man curled up in pain, and when he looked at Soma, his eyes were filled with sheer fear. Now, I think we can speak properly. Soma smiled at the terrified man. The man could already feel the strength of Soma. At this moment, fear consumed him completely. After all, it was late at night, no one else was around, and if Soma had murderous intent, he would likely die. Why you, what do you want to ask? The man trembled as he spoke. Do you know if there's a place nearby called Mount Sajiri? No, I don't. The man shook his head, puzzled. Why would someone break into his house in the middle of the night just to ask about a location? Then do you know if anyone nearby sells charcoal? The Okada family in town sells charcoal. And besides them? Do you know of any family living deep in the mountains with the surname Komatsu? And no. I haven't heard of such a family. The man thought for a moment and shook his head again. Soma felt a little disappointed. It seemed the Komatsu family wasn't nearby. From what he knew, the Komatsu family's charcoal, especially Komatsu Tanjiro's, was of good quality. In the anime, Tanjiro would bring charcoal to town to sell, and many people bought it, making the family somewhat well known. The man knew several charcoal-selling families but had never heard of the Komatsu family, which clearly meant they weren't nearby. Without getting the answers he sought, Soma lightly vaulted back over the wall and vanished. The man sat there, stunned, watching him go. Soma hadn't stolen anything or harmed him, he had merely asked questions. It all felt inexplicably strange. Breaking into someone's house in the dead of night just for that? Soma didn't care about the man's thoughts. Even though he hadn't learned the locations of Mount Sajari or the Kamatu family, he planned to move on to the next place to inquire further. He didn't know this area well, but he had learned there was a somewhat larger town nearby. Merchants and travelers passed through frequently, and anyone familiar with the surroundings should be able to provide the information he needed. Traveling at night was undoubtedly difficult for ordinary people, but for a demon at night, it was perfectly normal. Moreover, as a demon, his strength far exceeded that of humans, and he barely felt fatigue. What might take an ordinary person 2 days to travel, Soma could cover in almost half a night. Soon, he arrived at a nearby town. Unlike the small villages where every door was barred and the night was silent, the town was much more vibrant. Some shops remained open throughout the night, and certain districts were even livelier after dark than they were during the day. Soma reached the town gates after traveling most of the night. As he approached the gates, his steps faltered slightly. He sensed sounds of a fight ahead. He moved forward quietly and soon saw the combatants clearly. One was wearing the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform, with a prominent, destroy, character on the back, clearly a Demon Slayer swordsman. The other was a man dressed in samurai attire. At first, Soma assumed the Demon Slayer was hunting a demon, but he quickly realized the samurai-dressed man wasn't a demon. This surprised him. After all Demon Slayer swordsmen train in the breathing techniques. With these techniques, they can temporarily possess physical abilities comparable to demons. For an ordinary person, even a trained samurai, it would be nearly impossible to stand against a Demon Slayer swordsman. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 9-9 Chapter 9 Huden Mitsurugi Ryu 9, Chapter 9, Huden Mitsurugi Ryu 9, Chapter 9, Huden Mitsurugi Ryu. The Demon Slayer Corps, tasked with protecting humanity and exterminating demons, naturally has swordsmen whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Soma initially thought that ordinary people, even well-trained martial artists, could hardly contend with swordsmen skilled in the breathing techniques. Yet, he didn't expect there to be someone capable of trading blows with a Demon Slayer swordsman, even repeatedly putting them in extremely dangerous situations. The duel between the Demon Slayer and the samurai ended quickly. Huden Mitsurugi Ryu, truly impressive. The swordsman, wearing the standard Demon Slayer uniform, sheathed his sword, looking at the samurai with admiration. The samurai, panting heavily, spoke with a hint of emotion, "I never expected to have a chance to spar with a member of the legendary Demon Slayer Corps." He looked at the swordsman with curiosity. Do demons really exist in this world? Though tales of demons had circulated, he had never actually encountered one. Officially, the existence of demons had never been confirmed, so he had always been skeptical. If he hadn't seen the Demon Slayer Corps firsthand, he might have dismissed everything as legend. The legend went that whenever the sun set, demons would appear. At that time, the Demon Slayer Corps would appear to slay the demons and protect humanity. One day, all demons in this world will be exterminated. The Demon Slayer swordsman replied solemnly. So it's true, demons really exist, and the legends are real. The samurai murmured, impressed, his gaze full of admiration for the swordsman. Hidden in the shadows, Soma was slightly surprised when he heard the term Huden Mitsurugi Ryu. If he remembered correctly, that style originated from Rurouni Kenshin. Its most representative figure was Himura Kenshin. Since being transformed into a demon by Kibutsuji Musen, Soma had always felt as though he existed within the world of Demon Slayer and believed that only the Demon Slayer Corps could confront demons head-on. Yet upon reflection, in the anime, the Demon Slayer Corps is essentially an officially acknowledged organization, not formally sanctioned. He recalled in the Demon Slayer, Mugen train arc that Tanjiro was restricted from bringing a Nichiren sword onto the train due to the edict against swords. Similarly, in Rurouni Kenshin, there was also a concept of the edict against swords. So it wasn't too surprising that Huden Mitsurugi Ryu appeared here. By this point, the two had finished speaking. The Demon Slayer swordsman turned and left, and the samurai practicing Huden Mitsurugi Ryu headed toward the town gate. Suppressing his curiosity, Soma quietly followed. The samurai didn't notice Soma trailing him and soon reached a building entrance, entering without hesitation. Soma didn't follow inside. He stopped and looked at the inscription above the doorway, Hiko Dojo. From the lettering, it was clearly a martial arts training dojo. In his memories, Akaza of the 12 Kizuki had also studied at a dojo, the Soryu Dojo, before becoming a demon. Standing outside, Soma could already hear shouts and the clash of swords coming from within. Clearly, even late at night, people were still practicing swordsmanship and martial arts. Soma didn't enter the Hiko Dojo directly. Instead, he turned toward a more populated area of the town. Though he was now a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's, so blending in with the crowd would not immediately reveal him as a demon. In fact, many demons hide in bustling cities, and some have even become famous courtesans. Compared to a small village where doors are tightly shut at night and streets are quiet with few shops open, this town remained brightly lit even at night. Soma didn't have to break into homes just to ask questions, unlike in the small village. After casually asking two passers-by, Soma learned the details about the so-called Hiko Dojo. As he had expected, the Hiko Dojo was indeed a place for martial arts training. The dojo master was extremely powerful, and the style taught there was Huden Mitsuragiryu. Huden Mitsuragiryu, Soma muttered to himself. In his memory, it was a very powerful sword style. If he could learn it, it would be beneficial for himself. He confirmed that the Hiko Dojo taught swordsmanship to outsiders, but anyone who wanted to learn had to undergo an assessment. Clearly, it wasn't simply a matter of showing up to study. With this in mind, Soma returned to the entrance of the Hiko Dojo. After a brief hesitation, he walked inside. Just as he stepped through the doorway, a student who had finished training came out and, upon seeing Soma, looked at him with slight confusion. "Who are you?" The newcomer's eyes reflected curiosity. Most people practicing in the dojo were already familiar with each other, and Soma was clearly unknown to them. Moreover, arriving at night was unusual. "I want to learn Huden Mitsuragiryu." Soma stopped and spoke. The student was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised. Typically, people came to study swordsmanship during the day, when the master and senior students were available to teach and guide them. Nighttime was usually reserved for self-practice. Although it seemed strange, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll take you to see my senior. He's in charge of instruction. But not everyone is allowed into the Hiko Dojo." "Thank you." Soma smiled. "No problem." The student led the way. However, just after exchanging a glance with Soma, he felt a pang of unease at the hint of crimson in Soma's eyes. Soon, Soma was brought to a room. The student knocked, and the door opened. A tall, burly man stepped out. "Senior, someone has come wishing to learn our swordsmanship," the student asked the man. The man looked puzzled. Why come at night instead of during the day? It was unusual. Soma stared at the man and paused. This was the same samurai he had seen earlier sparring with the demon slayer swordsman without losing ground. The man saw Soma as well. "You're the one who wants to train in our dojo." "Yes. I've heard the Hiko Dojo's swordsmanship is formidable, and I want to learn." "What's your name? Where are you from?" the man asked. "I am Soma, from..." Soma hesitated slightly about how to answer regarding his hometown. The man noticed Soma's hesitation. Coming at night was already suspicious, but now his unclear background raised even more caution. Despite this, confident in his own strength, the man didn't worry too much. Yet he had no intention of accepting someone with such an unknown origin. Simply rejecting him outright would be rude. Instead, he planned to give Soma an assessment and then use some excuse to deem him unqualified. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 10 to 10. Chapter 10 Transparent World 10, Chapter 10, Transparent World 10, Chapter 10, Transparent World. The man didn't continue questioning him. After all, he had already intended to refuse entry. Asking more questions would be pointless. He led Soma directly to an open area in the dojo, where some stone weights, swords, and other weapons were scattered haphazardly. "For anyone who wants to enter our dojo, they must pass an assessment first," the man said as he walked ahead, then pointed to a stone weight on the ground. "If you can lift this 50-kilogram stone weight with one hand, you pass the assessment. Remember, it's lifting with one hand, not just raising it." After saying this, the man turned to look at Soma, already expecting him to realize it was impossible and walk away. After all, the average adult man could only lift about 15 kilograms with one hand. A 50-kilogram weight was more than 3 times what an ordinary adult could manage with one hand. Even for a trained warrior, lifting it single-handedly would be extremely difficult. This was essentially a veiled way of refusing him. Soma looked at the stone weight. Lifting 50 kilograms with one hand would be nearly impossible for a normal person. Clearly, this was meant to be a test. He wasn't surprised. It was normal for someone to be wary of an unknown visitor arriving in the middle of the night. However, what is impossible for a human is easy for a demon. So Soma didn't say anything and simply stepped forward. Seeing him approach, the man shook his head, thinking Soma still hadn't given up and wanted to try anyway. He thought it would be impossible to lift 50 kilograms with one hand, and when Soma inevitably failed, he would leave gracefully. Soma reached the stone weight, extended his hand, and slowly lifted it. For a normal person, even a well-trained martial artist, lifting a 50-kilogram stone weight with one hand would likely cause their face to turn red from the effort. But for Soma, now a demon, it felt surprisingly light, almost effortless. Yet to avoid appearing too unusual, he pretended to struggle slightly. The man, who had already planned to leave assuming Soma would fail, froze when he saw Soma actually lift the 50-kilogram weight with one hand. So, does this count as completing it? Soma asked, holding the weight high above his head. You trained before. The man took a moment to regain his composure. Normally, without special training, no one could achieve this. I just have a bit more strength, Soma replied, shaking his head, then slowly lowered the stone weight. The man checked the weight carefully, still in disbelief that it truly weighed 50 kilograms. He looked back at Soma. Soma didn't have a particularly muscular build, so it was hard to believe he could lift the 50-kilogram weight with one hand. Yet he had done it, leaving the man momentarily unsure how to react. After all, he hadn't intended to let Soma enter the Hiko dojo. Soma's background was unclear, and he had arrived at night. Who knew what his true intentions were? That was why he had deliberately set a difficult test. He expected Soma to fail and give up, but Soma had actually passed, leaving him in an awkward position. He had already said that anyone who could accomplish the task would pass the assessment. Have I passed the assessment? Soma asked. Soma looked up at the man. The man was momentarily speechless, then finally nodded. Come tomorrow, and you can start learning at Hiko dojo. However, bring the tuition fee with you. Only official dojo disciples study for free, in fact, the dojo even gives them a small stipend each month. But anyone else coming to learn swordsmanship must pay. Is night time okay? I have too many things to handle during the day, Soma asked, adding, I'll also bring the payment tomorrow night. At night. The man looked at Soma in disbelief. In all his years, this was the first time he had met such a strange person. There aren't many teaching sessions at night. The man shook his head. Only he and a few senior students give lessons at Hiko dojo. The master appears very rarely, and everyone else uses the night to rest. I can pay extra. Seeing the man hesitate, Soma offered this suggestion. That works. Hearing that Soma was willing to pay more, the man immediately agreed. After all, running Hiko dojo requires a large sum annually, much of which comes from tuition fees paid by students. Can I start learning now? Soma couldn't help asking. He was very curious about the so-called Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu. The man hesitated, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded. All right. Tonight, I'll teach you some basics of swordsmanship. He led Soma inside. You can call me Arakawa Akihiro. Before teaching you, let me explain about Hiko dojo. The core of our dojo is the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu. This style is a sword drawing technique so fast that your actions are almost invisible. Its essence is speed, ruthlessness, and precision. Once executed, it reaches the practitioner's limit, ensuring an absolutely accurate strike. The enemy cannot block or dodge. To learn the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu, the most important thing is to improve three types of speed: the speed of your sword, the speed of your movement, and the speed at which you predict your opponent's actions. When these three reach their peak, you can defeat your enemy in a single, minimal movement. Listening to Arakawa Akihiro's explanation, Soma couldn't help but think of the Demon Slayer core and their breathing techniques, which, when mastered to a certain level, allow a user to reach the transparent world. Even among the Hashira, who could rival the 12 Kizuki, only a few could reach this level. The transparent world, also called the perceptive world, is a realm unlocked at the pinnacle of breathing technique mastery. In this world, everything appears slower. One can observe an opponent's body in extreme detail, even bones, muscles, and the flow of blood, to accurately predict movements and locate weaknesses. In such a state, one's predictive ability and dodging speed are greatly enhanced, allowing the user to identify weaknesses and strike lethally in an instant. Clearly, the transparent world of the Demon Slayer core shares many similarities with the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu. In fact, it could be said that when the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu reaches its highest level, it is comparable in power to the transparent world of the breathing techniques. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 11-11. Chapter 11 Nichiren Sword 11, Chapter 11, Nichiren Sword 11, Chapter 11, Nichiren Sword. Arakawa Akihiro had roughly explained what the Hiko dojo taught, giving Soma a deeper understanding of the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu. There was no doubt, this Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu was exactly the same style from Rurouni Kenshin, and it was by no means weaker than the Demon Slayer core's breathing techniques. The difference, however, was that the Demon Slayer core's breathing techniques were designed to fight demons, whereas the Hidden Mitsuragi Ryu was aimed at combat against humans. Since Soma had come late at night, Arakawa Akihiro stopped teaching after about half an hour. Soma knew the man needed rest, so he took his leave. Before leaving, though, he asked Arakawa Akihiro to demonstrate the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu for him. Arakawa Akihiro hesitated for a moment but agreed. Back in the open training field, Arakawa Akihiro faced Soma and a straw training dummy placed on the ground. At that moment, Arakawa Akihiro pressed his hand to the hilt of his sword, slightly bent his body forward, and his expression became extremely serious, his eyes narrowed slightly. Though Soma wasn't directly in front of him, he could vaguely sense a sharpness almost as if it were aimed straight at him. In an instant, Arakawa Akihiro took a step forward. He drew his sword. The move was the standard opening of the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu, also the essence of the style, the quick draw slash. In the dim night, the blade's gleam flashed in an instant, cutting through the air so quickly that it was almost impossible to see, and the strike was completed in a single motion. When Arakawa Akihiro sheathed his sword, Soma realized the straw dummy had been cleanly split in two. Having offered this brief glimpse of the style's power, Arakawa turned and walked back toward his quarters without a word. The night was far spent, and he needed his sleep. Once Arakawa was gone, Soma walked over to the severed dummy. The cut was smooth and perfectly level. He replayed that single strike in his mind over and over. As a demon, his physical capabilities, strength, vision, and reflexes were vastly superior to any human's. He was an existence that had already shattered the limits of the human body. Yet, he had barely been able to track Arakawa's strike. He could sense that Arakawa Akihiro's physical strength exceeded that of an ordinary human, but not to the point of breaking human limits. Yet in that instant, the speed of the strike was too fast for him to follow. With his own far superior demonic body, Soma believed he could replicate that speed, but that would rely on his demonic strength. Arakawa Akihiro, however, had achieved it with only a frail human body. One relies on physical power, the other surpasses it, the two were incomparable. If a human body alone could wield the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu with such power, Soma wondered what kind of force it would achieve in the hands of a demon like him, with his immense strength. Thinking of this, he felt a thrill rising in his chest. After leaving Hiko Dojo, Soma approached several traveling merchants in the town. These itinerant traders were well informed and knew a lot of regional details. Although Mount Sajiri wasn't particularly famous, he finally obtained its exact location from one merchant. Not only that, he also learned the locations of Mount Fujikazan and Mount Nadagumo. Mount Fujikazan was the final selection ground where the Demon Slayer Corps tested prospective swordsmen. Only those who survived its trials could become official slayers. As for Mount Nadagumo, it was the territory of Rui, the lower rank 5 of the 12 Kizuki. According to the merchants, Mount Nadagumo was very dangerous at night, and several travelers had gone missing while passing through. This so-called missing was clearly the result of encountering demons. Apparently, Rui, the lower rank 5, had not yet been eliminated. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many travelers going missing in Mount Nadagumo. This gave Soma a clearer understanding of the current stage of the story he was in. The only regret was that he hadn't learned anything about Kamado Tanjiro from the merchants. After all, who would pay attention to a family selling charcoal deep in the mountains? Although it was slightly disappointing not to have Tanjiro's address, knowing the location of Mount Sajiri meant that finding Tanjiro's residence wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to search around Mount Sajiri. It shouldn't take too much time. However, during the search, he needed to be extremely cautious. After all, Seikanji Urokadake, the water hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, was also secluded on Mount Sajiri. If Urokadake discovered that Soma was a demon, he would likely end up with his neck severed. After gathering information from the merchants, Soma looked up at the sky. It was already late, and his body instinctively sent warnings, a natural fear of sunlight. Clearly, his demonic instincts were reminding him that he needed to find shelter away from the sun before sunrise. So, Soma quickly returned. As a demon, his body was strong and tireless, traveling long distances was no problem. As the sun slowly rose, piercing the darkness and illuminating the land, all creatures that thrived in darkness went into hiding. Soma returned to his cave as the sunlight appeared. The cave was damp and dark. Soma moved forward silently, passing over the white bones scattered like a carpet on the ground, remaining quiet. As a former human, seeing his own kind treated this way was unsettling, but now, as a demon, these bones were just food, much like the chicken or duck he once ate as a human. For a demon, consuming this flesh was necessary and even enhanced their own body. Yet despite knowing this, he still couldn't fully accept it. It still felt uncomfortable. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to continue forward, his steps halted. Among the bones lying like a carpet, there was now one that still had traces of fresh blood. But it wasn't the blood that caught his attention, it was the torn clothing nearby, and a sword. Though the clothes were torn, he could still make out that it was the standard uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. And that sword was a Demon Slayer's specialized weapon, known as the color-changing sword, also called the Nichiren sword. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 12 to 12. Chapter 12 Pray 12. Chapter 12 Pray 12. Chapter 12 Pray. The Nichiren sword is the specialized weapon of the Demon Slayer Corps' swordsman, also called the color-changing sword. Forged from sunlight-absorbing scarlet iron sand and scarlet ore, it possesses a unique ability to suppress a demon's regenerative powers, making it the only weapon capable of harming demons. It is a sword meant solely for slaying demons. Looking at the sword, Soma's body instinctively felt a wave of repulsion. Yet he stepped forward and gently took it in his hand. The blade was engraved with 4 kanji, destroyer of demons. Its coloration was vivid, featuring a flame-like pattern along the length of the steel, while the hilt guard was forged in the shape of a flickering blaze. From Soma's understanding of Nichiren swords, the blade's color varies depending on the wielder's technique. For instance, a sword with flame patterns and a flame-shaped guard usually belongs to a demon slayer who has mastered the flame-breathing style. Gripping the hilt tightly, he could feel the heat radiating into his palm, accompanied by his body's natural aversion to the sword. Clearly, it contained power meant to exterminate demons. Although he felt repulsion, Soma held the sword firmly. In doing so, the sword's effect slightly suppressed his demon instincts, the desire for human flesh that constantly gnawed at him. In truth, because he had never consumed human flesh, his craving grew stronger with each passing day. For weeks, he had forcibly suppressed the urge with sheer willpower, but the bloodlust within him grew day by day, causing immense mental strain. He had to remain constantly vigilant, and during the daytime, he even allowed parts of his body to be exposed to sunlight, injuring himself in a nearly self-destructive way to suppress the craving. Feeling the hunger subside slightly while holding this weapon his body naturally hated, he let out a small sigh of relief. These days, he had feared that, before finding the blue spider lily, his will would be overpowered by the bloodlust, forcing him to cross a line he could never forgive himself for. Soma stood in place, holding the Nichiren sword, staring at the torn Demon Slayer Corps uniform and a set of fresh bones still containing blood. Clearly, this had been a demon slayer. Yet the very swordsman meant to hunt demons had become the prey, ultimately reduced to bare bones. He lingered, staring at the skeleton for a long moment, before gripping the sword and venturing deeper into the cave. Soon, he arrived at a small stone chamber inside the cave. The cramped room reeked of blood. A demon sat there, its terrifying face showing signs of fatigue, yet its crimson eyes shone with excitement. Across its chest was a massive wound, exposing a beating heart. Its arms and thighs also bore several deep wounds down to the bone. Apparently, the demon had recently been in an intense battle. Even with a blade piercing its chest, the demon paid no mind to the injuries. What would have been fatal to a human was inconsequential to the demon. At this moment, he could see the flesh around the wounds writhing, almost visibly regenerating before his eyes. Such regenerative ability, such immortality, demonstrated the sheer power and terror of demons. Even if an arm were severed, or the heart ruptured, a little time would be enough for rapid recovery. Except for a decapitation by a Nichiren sword, they were nearly unkillable. You really should have agreed to hunt with me yesterday. If you had, you could have tasted that delicious flesh too. The blood and flesh of a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman is nothing like that of ordinary humans. Now, I can feel my blood boiling, I can feel myself growing stronger. Seeing Soma enter, the demon lifted its crimson eyes, filled with excitement and agitation, tinged with a mocking curiosity, as if it wanted to see Soma regret coming. However, the demon saw nothing in Soma that satisfied its expectation. This left it deeply annoyed, and fragments of memories from when it had once been human abruptly surfaced in its mind, causing a sudden, inexplicable discomfort and sorrow. Though it possessed a powerful body, and had become more perfect than ever, an unfillable emptiness remained inside, an indescribable sadness that made the demon painfully claw at its hair. Soma, watching the demon in this state, was already accustomed to it. Demons, even in their perfected forms, have incredible regenerative abilities, immense strength, and nearly immortal bodies. They seem to be moving toward perfection, yet flaws always remain. Beyond fearing sunlight and being unable to resist the urge to consume flesh, they suffer various psychological issues. This is true not only for ordinary demons but even for the 12 Kizuki. Most of these mental issues are tied to memories from when they were human. Ha, ha ha, no longer the weak creature I once was. Yet, those pitiful memories still occasionally surface, the demon said, wiping away tears that appeared without reason. Suddenly, it laughed loudly, rising to its full height. After consuming that Demon Slayer Corps swordsman's flesh, I feel stronger. Perhaps in the next blood battle for rank, I could even become a new member of the 12 Kizuki. If I can just receive more blood from that man, I will become truly perfect. As it spoke, the demon's face showed longing, as if imagining that moment had already arrived. It seemed intoxicated by the thought. After a long while, the demon snapped out of this state, fixing its gaze on Soma again. The last time I invited you to hunt with me, you refused. This time, I'll give you another chance. Cooperate with me, and I'll share some of the Demon Slayer core swordsman's flesh with you. Trust me, the effects of their flesh are incredible. Your strength will increase, and once you experience it, I'm not interested. Soma shook his head, looking at the demon, whose expression darkened slightly. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke firmly, you'd better restrain yourself. Once the Demon Slayer core targets you, given their swordsman's fearless style, it won't take long before your neck is severed by a Nichiren sword. Hearing Soma's words, the demon recalled the swordsman it had killed yesterday. Even after being impaled through the abdomen by its claw, writhing in pain, the swordsman had still launched a frenzied attack, ramming its head and biting wildly. Thinking of that unrelenting frenzy, the demon felt a chill of respect. But soon, it sneered at Soma, if we don't deal with them, do you think they'll spare us? Soma fell silent for a moment. Abandon the remnants of your human identity, the demon continued coldly. Forget everything from the past. Remember, you are already a demon. Even if you never crave humans, they won't listen to your explanation. If you don't become stronger, if you don't join the 12 Kizuki, the Demon Slayer Corps will hunt us down. If your strength remains stagnant, no matter how you run, you'll remain prey. And compared to me, you might be the first to have your neck severed by their swords. Laughing loudly, the demon added, once I consume enough flesh, and my strength reaches the level of the 12 Kizuki, even the Demon Slayer Corps' pillars will become nothing more than my prey. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 13-13 Chapter 13 Memories from When One Was Human 13, Chapter 13, Memories from When One Was Human 13, Chapter 13, Memories from When One Was Human. Only by consuming flesh can we continue to grow stronger. The way you are now reminds me of myself when I first became a demon. Back then, I had the same persistence you do. But I eventually realized how laughable that so-called persistence is in the face of true hunger. Once you devour flesh, once you feel the pleasure of your cells rejoicing, feel yourself growing stronger, feel yourself steadily moving toward perfection, you'll finally understand. The demon stared at Soma, its eyes glowing crimson. Come hunt with me. Let's grow stronger together, maybe even become new members of the 12 Kizuki. Soma did not respond directly. Instead, he asked quietly, do you still remember your memories from when you were human? The demon froze. Unconsciously, fragments of its former human life flickered through its mind. But when it tried to grasp them again, those memories seemed to grow increasingly blurred. Without realizing it, the memories of being human had gradually faded from its mind, leaving only faint traces of certain happy moments from its past life. Even those, however, were slipping away. When it looked back now, a vague fear rose within it. It seemed unable to face the weak human it once was. Do you still remember who you used to be? Soma looked at the demon before him. Or are you even still yourself now? The demon clutched its head in pain, as if trying to recall something, trying to grasp something, but it could grasp nothing. It didn't even want to remember anymore. It didn't want to face its former human self. All it wanted was to keep feeding, to keep growing stronger. Yet even as it walked the path of increasing power, there were fleeting moments when it felt an emptiness inside, like something precious had been lost. But no matter how carefully it examined itself, it couldn't find what was missing. Still, that hollow feeling lingered in its heart. What good does remembering do? Can we change anything? After a long silence, the demon recovered from its dazed state. Do you really think your current persistence will matter? Ha! The demon suddenly laughed. No demon is special. Not even the powerful 12 Kizuki can change that. As we grow stronger, we inevitably lose something. Haven't you felt the beauty of becoming stronger? A powerful body, unparalleled regenerative ability, nearly endless life. Soma remained silent. For hundreds of years, aside from Nezuko, who became a special case after turning into a demon, no other demon had ever been special. If nothing changed, under the demon instinct of constant hunger, he would become like the others. But he still had a way. Even as a demon, I will live according to my own will, Soma said calmly. The demon stared at him with its crimson eyes. This time, it said nothing more and quietly returned to sit on the ground. Soma also said nothing further. Instead, he began searching the cave for money. The white bones scattered throughout the cave belonged to people who had once been attacked and killed by demons. Demons were interested only in flesh, not in money, so quite a bit had been left behind. It took him only a short while to gather a considerable amount. This money would be enough to pay the tuition at the Hiko dojo. As the sun gradually set, households shut their doors and windows tightly. In the small town recently rumored to be haunted, almost no one would choose to step outside on such a pitch-black night. Yet at this moment, a thin, frail girl carefully pushed open the door. Outside, it was completely dark. The surroundings were empty and silent, with only the wind passing through, carrying a faint howling sound like the cry of ghosts. Such an environment was undoubtedly eerie. Even adults would feel their hair stand on end, let alone a little girl. But the girl seemed not to mind. In her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes, there was even a trace of anticipation. She quietly crouched in the corner by the doorway, hugging her knees. Until a man's figure leapt down from beneath the eaves. The girl, who had been waiting silently, immediately stood up and hurried toward him. At that moment, her pinkish-purple eyes seemed to sparkle. When she reached him, she said nothing, only gazed at him quietly. Soma reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Then he crouched slightly, picked her up, and with a light tap of his foot against the ground, his body soared upward, landing on the rooftop. Another step, and his figure rose and fell lightly beneath the eaves as he moved. The girl stayed quietly in his arms, her pinkish-purple eyes flickering slightly. It seemed to be the first time she had ever been carried like this, moving so quickly across rooftops, and she found it fascinating. Soon, Soma brought her to a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. It appeared that no one had lived there for a long time. Leading her into one of the worn-down rooms, a bonfire was burning inside. The crackling sound of wood snapping in the flames could be clearly heard. Over the fire hung a small pot, steam rising steadily as the flames burned beneath it. The fragrance of rice mixed with the aroma of chicken filled the air. Soma brought the girl to sit beside the fire to warm herself. Then he picked up a small bowl and a ladle, scooping a serving from the pot. The scent of rice and chicken drifted up with the rising steam, brushing against the girl's long eyelashes and flowing into her nose. "Eat," Soma said. The girl lifted her eyes. The steam made her long lashes glisten with moisture as she looked at him. Then she lowered her head and softly murmured, before holding the bowl and eating in small bites. The warm chicken porridge entered her mouth, spreading across her taste buds like spring rain nourishing a long parched field. It was delicious. And warm. Before she realized it, she had finished the small bowl. Even after it was empty, she stuck out her tongue and gently licked the bottom of the bowl. "There's still plenty," the man's gentle voice came from beside her. Soon, the empty bowl was filled to the brim once more. Although she wanted very much to begin eating right away, the girl did not. Instead, she looked at Soma and held out the bowl with both hands. "Uncle, you eat too." Looking at the bowl filled with chicken porridge she was offering him, Soma shook his head. "I don't eat. But uncle is clearly very hungry." The girl continued holding the bowl with both hands. "If you're hungry for too long, you'll die." Big sister and big brother were hungry for too long, and then they died. A girl accustomed to enduring hunger could recognize that feeling of deep starvation. She didn't want uncle to end up like her sister and brother starving to death. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 14-14 Chapter 14 Mount Sajari 14, Chapter 14, Mount Sajari 14, Chapter 14, Mount Sajari. The girl held the bowl out to the man with both hands, her pinkish-purple eyes full of expectation. She knew what hunger felt like. It was painful, unbearable. She could tell that uncle was truly very hungry right now. Only by eating, by filling the stomach with food, could that painful feeling go away. "I'm not hungry." Soma shook his head and refused. The girl couldn't understand. He clearly felt hungry, yet he wouldn't eat. There was clearly such good food, yet he wouldn't eat it. This food was really delicious, truly delicious. After eating, the whole body would feel warm. But if one went without food for too long, the body would grow weak, lifeless, and then eat quickly. Soma added another piece of dry wood to the bonfire, watching the flames leap higher as it caught fire. The girl didn't understand why uncle insisted on enduring hunger, but she was obedient. She lifted the small bowl and continued eating in small bites. When she had nearly finished, Soma stood up. "It's time to take you back." Although she wanted to stay by the side of this gentle uncle a little longer, she was sensible and did not cling to him. He picked her up and quickly left the dilapidated courtyard, carrying her back home. Only after watching her enter through the door did Soma turn around, his figure silently disappearing into the darkness. Hiko Dojo. Soma met Arakawa Akihiro again. After paying the tuition, Arakawa became much warmer in attitude and began formally teaching the swordsmanship of the dojo. Of course, before sword training could begin, the foundation had to be built maintaining a healthy body, strengthening the grip, stabilizing one's stance, and so on. Originally, Arakawa hadn't paid Soma much attention. He simply regarded him as another ordinary admirer of the Huden Mitsuragi Ryu, planning to teach him a few basic fundamentals enough to keep him occupied for a long time. There were many such students every year. So at first, Arakawa only intended to teach Soma a few very simple sword forms and then send him off to practice on his own. But before long, Soma returned, claiming he had already mastered them. This surprised Arakawa. He even suspected Soma was lying. Yet when he examined Soma's execution of the forms, Arakawa fell silent. Soma had truly grasped them completely. When he first began teaching Soma, it had been obvious that he was a complete beginner. He didn't even know how to hold a sword properly or maintain the correct stance. Yet in such a short time, he had mastered the simplest forms. Arakawa briefly wondered whether Soma had some prior training, but recalling how utterly clueless he had seemed at first, he knew that was impossible. After decades immersed in swordsmanship, Arakawa could easily tell whether someone had trained before. Which meant Soma had genuinely mastered those basic forms in a very short time. Arakawa remembered that when he first learned them, it had taken him a full 3 days just to grasp the basics, and that had been considered quite good talent. From this, one could imagine just how extraordinary Soma's talent must be. In truth, Soma might have some aptitude for swordsmanship, but he was not quite the monstrous genius Arakawa imagined him to be. The reason Soma was able to master the forms so quickly was mainly due to a demon's powerful physical abilities. Sword movements that appeared fast enough to ordinary people seemed as slow as a snail to him. So when Arakawa Akihiro demonstrated during instruction, his movements appeared in Soma's eyes almost like slow motion, frame by frame. This made learning exceptionally easy for him. Sensing Soma's talent, Arakawa grew serious. He no longer intended to simply teach a few ordinary techniques and send him away. In fact, at first he hadn't planned to teach the dojo's core art, the Huden Mitsuragi Ryu, since it was the most important sword style of the Hiko dojo and was only passed down to true disciples. But now, after witnessing Soma's talent, Arakawa changed his mind. With Arakawa teaching earnestly, Soma naturally studied with equal seriousness. He had never truly undergone formal swordsmanship training before, he had only been an ignorant beginner. Now, he worked hard to absorb all the knowledge he could. Although he possessed a demon's nearly immortal body, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities so that even ordinary swords could not kill him, he did not look down on swordsmanship because of it. True swordsmanship could even break through the ceiling of this world. Yoriichi Tsuchikuni had once been able to unleash 1,500 effective slashes within a single second in existence, before whom even the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, had fled in terror. After about an hour of training under Arakawa, Soma took his leave. Humans, unlike demons who thrived at night, regarded nighttime primarily as a time for rest. After leaving the Hiko dojo, Soma did not remain in town. Determining his direction, he exited through the town gates. Once he was some distance away and certain no one was around, he immediately sprinted at full speed toward his destination. With every step, explosive force shook the ground. His figure vanished from where he stood and, in a flash, reappeared more than 10 meters away. Running swiftly through the night without fatigue, a distance that would take ordinary humans a day or two to cover took Soma only about 1 or 2 hours. Based on the information he had gathered from merchants the previous day, after maintaining his tireless pace for nearly 2 hours, he finally saw a tall mountain range in the distance. The mountains were thick with lush trees, and in some places a hazy mist drifted between them. The entire range lay in darkness, except for 2 faint lights glowing midway up the mountain. This should be Mount Sagiri. Still far from the mountain, Soma stopped and murmured softly as he looked ahead. This was the secluded dwelling of the demon slayer Core's water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, who also served as a cultivator, training new members for the Core. As a Hashira, his strength was tremendous. If discovered, Soma would likely lose his head without any ability to resist. Moreover, Urokadake possessed an extremely keen sense of smell. If Soma carelessly left even the slightest trace of his scent, he would easily be detected. Therefore, Soma merely observed the mountain range from afar and had no intention of approaching. Next, I'll use Mount Sagiri as the center point and search the surrounding area. Hopefully, I can soon find the residence of Tanjiro Kamado. Soma spoke softly, a trace of anticipation hidden in his eyes. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 15-15. Chapter 15 Demon Slayer Squad 15, Chapter 15, Demon Slayer Squad 15, Chapter 15, Demon Slayer Squad. A full moon hung high in the sky as Soma walked through the pitch-black night. Before long, he arrived at a small town near Mount Sajari. At night, the town was nearly deserted. Every household had its doors tightly shut. Trying to find someone to ask for information was extremely difficult. As a demon who moved through the darkness, he could only knock on doors late at night, but for the families inside, that was undoubtedly terrifying. The male head of the household stood protectively in front of his wife and child, gripping a hoe tightly in both hands, staring warily at Soma, who had entered the room. "What exactly do you want? I just need to ask for some information. Tell me, and I'll leave." "You break into someone's home in the middle of the night just to ask a few questions? Who are you trying to fool? Get out right now, or else." The man tightened his grip on the hoe, glaring at Soma. "I only need some information. Once you answer, I'll go." Seeing the man's vigilance and the terrified expressions of his wife and child behind him, Soma sighed softly. He understood anyone would be wary, even attack immediately, if a stranger slipped into their home in the dead of night. In fact, the man had attacked the moment he discovered him. Unfortunately, Soma had knocked him down with a single punch, and only then did the man realize the vast difference in their strength and dare not strike again. Soma paid no attention to whether the man believed him. Instead, he asked calmly, "Are there any families nearby who sell charcoal?" The man continued gripping the hoe tightly, staring at Soma without speaking. Clearly, he did not believe that someone who broke in at night was merely asking about charcoal sellers. He suspected Soma was trying to lower his guard before doing something worse. However, the little daughter behind him was still young. She naively believed that the stranger was truly just asking for information and answered softly, "The Machida family at the very east end of town sells charcoal, and Uncle Kimura's family does too." "Oh? Think carefully. Are there any charcoal sellers nearby with the surname Kamadu?" Soma's voice grew gentler. The man still held his hoe tightly but did not stop his daughter from answering. Though he did not trust Soma, there was always the slight chance. "No." The little girl thought for a moment and shook her head. "Think again." Soma frowned slightly, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. "And no." The girl shook her head again and looked toward her father. Perhaps he would know. The man clearly did not trust Soma. If he truly wanted such simple information, why not ask during the day? Breaking in at night meant ill intent. "There's no one around here who sells charcoal with the surname Kamadu," the man said firmly, gripping his hoe. "If you try to harm my family, I'll fight you to the death. Even if I die, I'll none." Soma sighed softly. Looking at the man clearly afraid yet still summoning courage to protect his wife and child, he showed a hint of apology. "Sorry for disturbing you so late." With that, he turned and left. He left. After Soma's figure completely disappeared, the man still found it hard to believe. Had the intruder truly come only to ask for information? And incidents like this began occurring repeatedly, spreading outward from Mount Sajari as the center. Most towns in the area had small populations. Such strange occurrences quickly became a topic of discussion. People were baffled. Why was this peculiar man breaking into homes in the middle of the night to search for someone? He could clearly ask during the day. Why insist on entering houses at night? What kind of bizarre habit was that? After running through 5 consecutive towns, Soma finally stopped and looked up at the sky. The high-hanging full moon was gradually sinking, and a sense of unease began rising within him. "The sun is about to rise," he murmured softly. A demon's instincts were extremely sensitive to such things. At this point, he was already far from his original dwelling. It was too late to return. He needed to find a place nearby to hide from the coming sunlight. For a demon, this was a matter of life and death. After searching for a while, he found a basement in an abandoned courtyard in one of the towns. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. Before long, dawn broke. Morning light filtered through the mist and spread across the earth. The blackness of night faded away as sunlight filled every corner. Soma concealed himself deep within the basement's darkness, silently watching the world outside bathed in light. In front of a household marked with wisteria crests, a young man with a Nicaran sword hanging at his waist appeared at the entrance. His youthful face carried a cold, unapproachable expression. In his sharp eyes, beneath the fatigue, lingered a deep sorrow. He wore a tight black uniform, and on the back of it was the character, Destroyer. "Come in and rest. Your companions are inside." An elderly woman stepped out and ushered the young man inside. The young man's name was Furukawa Hiroshi, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who practiced flame breathing. Not long ago, after accepting a demon-slaying mission, he had bid farewell to the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. His squad had since begun searching the surrounding area, hoping to find traces of a demon. For Demon Slayer Corps, the ideal time to kill demons was during the day. If a demon could be exposed to sunlight, even the powerful 12 Kizuki would be reduced to ashes. However, after centuries of conflict, demons had learned to hide themselves thoroughly during daylight hours. Now, finding a concealed demon during the day was nearly impossible. Even if discovered, they would be hidden deep within mountain caves or underground tunnels, places sunlight could never reach. At this point, demon slaying essentially only happened at night. Furukawa Hiroshi entered the room. Several other men dressed in the same tight black uniforms stood up, their faces faintly shadowed with grief. Still no sign of Murayama. Furukawa looked at his companions, a trace of hope hidden in his eyes. Murayama had been part of their squad. A few days ago, while searching for signs of a demon nearby, he had disappeared. There had been no news since. The others all shook their heads. Seeing this, Furukawa unconsciously clenched his fists. Everyone knew what it meant to go missing while tracking a demon. Though they had understood from the moment they became demon slayers that they might one day die on this path, when it actually happened, the sorrow was still overwhelming. Where was Murayama last investigating? Suppressing his grief, Furukawa questioned his companions. The likely loss of a comrade had not crushed him, it only strengthened his resolve to slay demons. Taro Town, one companion replied through gritted teeth. Head to Taro Town immediately and search. The demon must be hiding nearby. Furukawa pressed a hand against the hilt of his sword. His eyes were fierce, boundless anger gathering within him, and the only way to extinguish that anger was to sever the demon's neck with his Nikarin sword. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 16-16 Chapter 16 The Girl Who Was Sold 16, Chapter 16, The Girl Who Was Sold 16, Chapter 16, The Girl Who Was Sold Taro Town. A girl with beautiful pink eyes struggled to carry a full bucket of water with both hands toward her home. Her frail, skinny body swayed unsteadily as she shuffled forward step by step, soon arriving at the entrance of a dilapidated house. A man in tattered clothes, reeking of alcohol, stood at the doorway. He was speaking eagerly to a well-dressed man beside him. When he saw the girl carrying the water, he quickly turned to the richly dressed man and said ingratiatingly, "Lord Ichiro, this is my daughter. What do you think? How much can she fetch?" "Too thin." Akiyama Ichiro shook his head as he looked at the girl. "Lord Ichiro, don't be fooled by how skinny she is. She's easy to keep alive, doesn't eat much. I can feed her once every few days and she's still fine. And look, she's obedient and well-behaved. No matter how you treat her, even if you beat her, she won't dare resist." Akiyama Ichiro said nothing at first, merely examining the girl closely. Her eyes appeared somewhat hollow and stiff, yet those pinkish-purple pupils shone like stars. Though her cheeks were pale from malnutrition, her features were well-shaped. With proper care, she would undoubtedly grow into an exceptionally beautiful woman. Akiyama Ichiro was very confident in his judgment. Goods of such quality, whether kept for himself or sold later, would bring enormous profit. He had heard that the man once had 11 children, 10 of whom had been beaten or starved to death, leaving only this girl alive. If the other children had been of similar quality, who knew how much he could have earned by buying them all? Thinking this, Akiyama Ichiro couldn't help but sigh at the man's stupidity and cruelty. After all, they were his own children. What kind of parents could be so heartless? Then again, if the man hadn't been so utterly devoid of conscience, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to purchase such fine merchandise. "I'll raise the price a little." The frail girl carried the bucket inside with difficulty. She had heard the conversation between her father and the other man. She knew her father was going to sell her. Yet there was no emotion on her face, her gaze remained empty and numb. If another child overheard being sold by their parents, they would likely cry and wail in grief. But she felt no sadness at all. For her, emotions like sadness had drifted far, far away. Since birth, she had never received any kindness. How she had survived until now, she herself didn't quite know. At first, she used to cry and fuss, but every time she cried, she was met with her father's fists and kicks. Crying only brought beatings. Gradually, she stopped crying. Sometimes, when she experienced small moments of happiness like finally getting to eat a rice ball and smiling, she would be beaten by her parents if they were in a bad mood. So gradually, she stopped smiling too. Joy, sorrow, bitterness, and sweetness were buried deep inside her heart with every blow she endured. As the older siblings who once cared for her were beaten to death one by one, she felt less and less of anything at all. She slowly forgot how to express her emotions. Bit by bit, she stopped expecting anything from tomorrow. After the price was settled and Akiyama Ichiro paid the money, he said to the alcohol-reeking man, "I have matters to attend to today. I'll come back in a couple of days to take her. Keep her here and feed her in the meantime." "Yes, Lord Ichiro." The alcohol-reeking man happily accepted the money from selling his daughter. At that moment, the girl who had been struggling to carry the bucket and had felt no sadness even upon hearing she was being sold rarely lifted her head. Her pinkish-purple eyes flickered violently for a brief instant. But the moment she saw her drunken father, she shrank back in fear and lowered her head again. It wasn't because being sold by her father stirred any particular emotion. It was simply because, upon realizing she would have to leave this home, something suddenly rose within her heart. Not because there was anything in this house worth caring about. But because once she left, she would never again see that gentle uncle who visited at night. She didn't want to leave home. She still wanted to see that uncle every night. It was the first time she had ever encountered true warmth. The first time she had ever been treated with genuine gentleness. But all of that was gradually slipping away. Her small fists unconsciously clenched, yet there was nothing she could do. No matter how warm something felt, it would eventually be lost, leaving only endless cold to greet her. The light in her pinkish-purple eyes gradually faded. Those once faintly bright eyes turned numb and stiff, like a puppet without emotions. Neither the parents who sold their child nor Akiyama Ichiro, who purchased a slave, cared about the girl's feelings. After carrying the bucket inside, she did not continue working as she normally would. In the past, whenever her father was home, she had to work without pause. Otherwise, she would inevitably be met with fists and kicks. But this time, she merely walked blankly to the doorway and curled up in a corner near the entrance. The alcohol-soaked man instinctively raised his fist when he saw his daughter slacking off. But just as he was about to strike, he remembered he had already sold her. If she were injured, it would be difficult to explain to the buyer. In the end, he lowered his fist and snorted coldly. "Don't run around. If I find out you wandered off, I'll beat you to death." The girl remained curled up in the corner, as if she hadn't heard him at all. The drunken man didn't care. Having just made a decent sum from selling his daughter, he planned to head to the gambling house for a round. He felt his luck was surely good today. He was certain he would win big. The girl quietly stayed in the corner, lifting her head to look at the sky. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes were completely devoid of color, her whole being like a soulless marionette. But as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, a faint glimmer slowly returned to her lifeless eyes. Clear, firm footsteps approached from the distance. "Little girl, have you recently seen anyone dressed like us?" A passing man in tight black clothing stopped and crouched down in front of her, asking gently. The girl's eyes remained blank, without any trace of expression. Seeing how thin and pitiful she looked as though she hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time, Furukawa Hiroshi sighed softly and took some loose change from his pocket, placing it in her hand. When the girl showed no reaction, Furukawa Hiroshi still reminded her kindly, "When the sun sets, remember to go inside. After dark, it can be dangerous outside." With that, he shook his head and left. The girl remained quietly curled in the corner. As the sky grew darker and darker, a faint light gradually rose in her hollow eyes. For her, nighttime did not feel dangerous at all. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creator's thoughts. GNTL 100p.s equals 1 extra chapter add to library. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 17 to 17. Chapter 17 Unable to feel sadness. 17, Chapter 17, Unable to feel sadness. 17, Chapter 17, Unable to feel sadness. The sun set in the west twilight, the hour of demons. Every household had its doors tightly shut. In such dark nights, almost no one dared to go out, especially with the recent rumors of man-eating demons spreading through the area. The night breeze was slightly cool. The girl, dressed in thin clothing and curled up by the doorway, unconsciously lifted her head. At some unknown moment, a waning moon had risen, casting a soft glow over the dark night. A faint glimmer lit up the girl's hollow pinkish-purple eyes. Deep within her pupils, there seemed to be a trace of anticipation. Taro Town at night was eerily quiet. There was almost no one on the streets. The little girl stood up and rose on her tiptoes, gazing into the distance. Time passed second by second. The road remained empty, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Until at the end of the street, beneath the faint moonlight, a dark figure slowly emerged. At that moment, color burst back into the girl's vacant eyes. She nearly broke into a run as she hurried toward the silhouette. Soon, a travel-worn figure came into view. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Seeing the expectation filling the girl's eyes, Soma smiled. He crouched down and gently picked her up. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared from where they stood. In a remote and desolate courtyard, Soma carried the girl into the house. "Wait here for a moment." He set her down gently and spoke in a warm tone. Then he retrieved the grain, cooking utensils, and bowls he had hidden earlier. Taking out a flint stone, he lit a fire. Soon the campfire was burning steadily. He added rice and water to a small pot and placed it over the flames to cook. I'll cook some rice first, then stir-fry a dish for you. He turned back to the girl, who stood quietly to one side, and spoke before continuing to busy himself. Over the past few days, he had come to understand her temperament. She was a somewhat slow, very quiet and obedient child. The girl stood quietly, her pinkish-purple eyes sparkling as she watched the man moving about. Soma picked up a knife and swiftly chopped the ingredients. He took another small pot, poured in oil, and set it over the fire to heat. When the oil reached about 70% heat, he added the prepared ingredients. Sizzle oil crackled and splattered as the aroma instantly spread through the air. The girl remained still, watching the man holding a small pot in one hand and a ladle in the other. The campfire burned, flames swaying gently. Beneath the warm red glow was the man's busy figure. Aside from that, the entire quiet and desolate courtyard was peaceful. The only sounds were the clinking of pot and ladle, and the crackling pop-pop of burning firewood. It felt like sitting by a small river on a summer night, everything calm and still, with fireflies flickering softly and gentle moonlight washing over one's body. The faint sound of flowing water brushing against pebbles seemed to echo in the ears. The thin, almost skeletal girl quietly watched the scene. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes shimmered as they followed the busy man. "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." His voice drifted over like a soft breeze, brushing against her cheeks and touching her long eyelashes. Unknowingly, they seemed to gather a mist, as if dampened by the night air. Soon, the dish was finished. "Once the rice is done steaming, we can eat." As Soma placed the stir-fried dish onto a small plate, he turned back and said to the girl with a cheerful smile, "Almost ready." The girl looked up at him, her lips parting slightly. She wanted to say something, but though her mouth opened, no words came out. Over the years, she seemed to have gradually lost the ability to express her emotions. Whether it was words of thanks or praise, she no longer knew how to convey them. Soma was already used to her dazed expression and didn't mind. Instead, he turned back to check on the pot of rice cooking over the fire. Truthfully, he somewhat regretted saying back then that he would come every night to bring her food. At the time, he had spoken out of pity. Besides, he had nothing much to do at night, and bringing some food for the little girl had been merely a small, convenient gesture. But now, his nights were busy. To prepare food for her, he had to travel back and forth between several places. Even though, with a demon's body, he didn't feel fatigue, it still consumed a great deal of time. Yet whenever he considered stopping, he would think of the girl's frail frame, her bright eyes, and the faint sense of reliance she showed toward him. In the end, he would hurry back to town to prepare something for her to eat. Forget it. I'll just treat it as running a few extra errands and spending a bit more time. He thought to himself. At that moment, the rice was nearly done. He lifted the lid, picked up a small bowl, and scooped out a heaping portion. "Go ahead and eat." He led the girl to a broken little table inside the house, placed the bowl of rice in front of her, and then brought over the cooked dish. The girl was very obedient, taking small bites of rice. "Don't just eat rice. Have more of the vegetables too." Soma picked up some food with his chopsticks and placed it into her bowl. The girl lowered her head, her small face almost buried in the bowl as she ate bite by bite. The steam from the rice brushed against her long eyelashes, forming a hazy mist. After so long, the emotions hidden deep in her heart, feelings she had long been unable to sense, seemed to crack open slightly. A feeling called sadness quietly lingered in her chest. In 2 days, she would be sold. She would never see the gentle man in front of her again. The days of seeing uncle every night, of staying by his side, those days would never come again. "What's wrong?" Noticing that the girl had her head lowered and seemed emotionally off, Soma asked curiously. "Tomorrow. Uncle doesn't need to bring food for me anymore." The girl sniffed softly, her head lowered, and spoke in a small voice. Hearing this, Soma couldn't help but feel a trace of joy. His heart relaxed considerably. Bringing her food every night really did take up a lot of his time. "Is it because you'll have food from now on?" He couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression. The girl shook her head. "Then why?" Soma asked casually. "Tomorrow my father is going to sell me to someone else. I'll probably be taken somewhere far away. I might never see uncle again." The girl continued eating her rice in small bites, her voice light and soft. Soma froze slightly and looked at her. The girl still kept her head down, eating bite after bite. Being sold by her parents, such a cruel thing, such a sorrowful thing, yet she spoke of it so calmly, as though even being sold would not make her feel sadness. Content source: webnovel.com Chapter 18 to 18 Chapter 18 Will I also have a name 18, Chapter 18, Will I also have a name? 18, Chapter 18, Will I also have a name? Being sold by her parents, such a cruel act would be unbearable for any child, wouldn't it? Yet the girl spoke of this reality in a calm voice, seemingly feeling no sadness at all about being sold by her parents. Soma could not understand. He couldn't grasp the reason and his gaze naturally fell on the girl. Perhaps, he thought, she was merely pretending to be indifferent, putting on a calm front, deliberately acting as though she wasn't upset. But the truth seemed to be that the girl really had no emotional reaction to the cruelty of being sold by her parents. It was hard to imagine what could have happened, what experiences could have shaped her into this way. Soma didn't know how to comfort the girl before him. He simply reached out and gently stroked her head. At that moment, the girl slightly squinted her eyes, a rare expression of enjoyment appearing on her face, like a small dog hoping for comfort from its owner. Can you tell me about your past? Soma hesitated before speaking. He didn't know much about her history, only that she was a hungry, pitiable girl, sometimes forced to scavenge at night to find something to eat. Although uncovering her past might reopen old wounds, he truly wanted to understand what had caused her to become the way she was. The girl, obedient as ever, began recounting her past. Her story came out haltingly, mentioning which days she was beaten and what she endured. By the time she finished, Soma had a rough understanding of her past. She was born into a very poor family, the 8th of 11 siblings, often abused by her parents. If she cried, or if her parents were in a bad mood, her father would kick her, and when her mother was around, she would drag the girl by her ears and press her head into a water tub. Several of her siblings had died directly under her father's violence, and she had survived only by living in constant fear and clinging to life. Every day had been filled with hunger, sorrow, emptiness, and pain. But one day, after hearing the sound of a rope snapping in her mind, those feelings, sorrow, pain, emptiness, began gradually fading, little by little. After listening, Soma fell silent. He couldn't believe there could be such cold-blooded, cruel parents in the world. At the same time, her past made him look at her with some doubt. He had long felt a strange familiarity with the girl's pretty pink-purple eyes. She reminded him strongly of a female swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps. At the time, he had suspected that she might be Kaneo Tsuyuri. He had even asked her name back then, only to learn that she didn't have one. Being the 8th child in her family, she had been called Kohatsu. Plus, her frail appearance was very different from the grown-up beauty Kaneo Tsuyuri would later become, so he had only thought she was a girl with pink-purple eyes like Kaneo, not Kaneo herself. But now, hearing the girl recount her past, Soma carefully recalled what he knew from the background information in Demon Slayer. Before Kaneo Tsuyuri was taken in by Kani Koko as a Tsugyuko, she had a very tragic past. Her painful childhood had shaped her into a silent, reserved girl, unable to express her feelings. Even later, when facing the death of her adoptive sister Kani Koko, she felt deep sadness but could not cry. Her early experiences also left her without a strong sense of self or independent judgment. She was not good at thinking for herself, and even when faced with decisions, she only remembered Kani Koko's method of flipping a coin to decide. Eventually, she met Tanjiro Kamado. Under Tanjiro's guidance, she gradually began to listen to her own inner voice and started acting according to her own will. Unconsciously, Soma's gaze returned to the girl. The frail girl, thin as skin and bone, had, after a few days of nightly feeding, gained a bit of color in her face. "Look up. Let me see your face," Soma said softly, looking at her. Though she didn't understand why he wanted to look at her, she obediently did so, her pretty pink-purple eyes meeting his gaze. Her small face, usually grey and dull from neglect, now carried a hint of healthy color thanks to the recent nourishment. Her features were still very delicate, hinting at a refined appearance in the future. If only her cheeks had a bit more flesh, he imagined for a moment and could already picture her delicate beauty. Clearly, she was a natural beauty, destined to become truly beautiful as she grew. With her current facial contours and those same pink-purple eyes, Soma's vision of her future gradually merged with that of Kaneo Tsuyuri. If nothing unexpected happened, this girl before him would one day become Kaneo Tsuyuri, a future Demon Slayer Corps warrior. "Keep eating." Seeing her still trying to keep her head up obediently, Soma lightly tapped her head. The girl obediently lowered her head and ate the rice in small bites. Soma sat nearby by the fire, watching the flickering flames, lost in thought. If he did not intervene, this girl would indeed become Kaneo Tsuyuri, walking the path of a demon slayer. And he, this demon before her, might one day become her target. This was meant to be the girl's future. He turned to look at her, and at that moment, she raised her head. Her pink-purple eyes shone with a crystalline light. The only time those once vacant, emotionless eyes ever glimmered was when they looked at him. If I were a demon, would you be afraid of me? Suddenly, he asked. If she knew his true identity, would she still rely on him like this? What's a demon? The girl looked confused, puzzled. Why would I be afraid of uncle? Soma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, the girl understood nothing. He smiled, rose from the fire, and walked over to her. He reached out, gently placing his hand on her head, stroking it softly. Shall I give you a name? The girl closed her eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of his rough hand on her head, and hearing his voice, she instinctively opened her eyes. Will I also have a name? Yes. Soma gently continued to stroke her head. From now on, you'll be called Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kaneo Tsuyuri, the girl murmured softly, as if committing this name to her heart forever. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/read Creators Thoughts Jin TL 100p.s equals 1 extra chapter add to library. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 19 to 19 Chapter 19 Saying Goodbye to the Past 19, Chapter 19, Saying Goodbye to the Past 19, Chapter 19, Saying Goodbye to the Past Kaneo Tsuyuri. The girl repeated the name softly. In her long silent, parched heart, a rare flicker of joy stirred. This sudden, unfamiliar emotion left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Soma had been watching her closely. Seeing her react so strongly to just a simple name brought a twinge of sadness to his heart. At the same time, he could not understand how anyone could be so cruel to their own child. The urge to kill a complete stranger for no reason. It was said demons were terrifying, but some human hearts were even more merciless than demons. Kaneo, eat properly. He spoke gently to the girl, whose long-suppressed joy had just begun to rise. Her pretty pink-purple eyes blinked, and only after a moment did she realize that this Kaneo referred to her. Obediently, she lowered her head again and ate her food. Yet in her numb heart, it was as if a long dry pool had suddenly sprouted a spring. The cool water from that spring slowly seeped into her parched inner self. She ate in small bites, occasionally stealing glances at the man. Soma had returned to sit by the fire. The gentle moonlight streamed through the window, falling across his figure. The flames of the fire flickered, casting light on half of his visible face. The girl held her small bowl with both hands, a deep sense of satisfaction swelling within her. How wonderful it would be if she could stay by his side like this every day. But the thought that in a few days her father would sell her, that she would no longer see her uncle at night, that she would no longer be able to stay by his side, filled her heart with sudden panic. She felt as if the very air had been taken from her lungs. She had once known fear and anxiety, and before she had endured them silently. Gradually, she had stopped feeling them at all. But now, as the emotions resurfaced, she felt almost unable to bear them. Without a word, she stepped forward and came to the man by the fire, reaching out her small hand and gripping his sleeve tightly. Soma looked down at the girl clutching his sleeve and gently tapped her head. If I asked you to stay by my side from now on, would you want to? Kaneo Tsuyuri froze. Her eyes suddenly reddened, her frail little body trembling, her small hands gripping tightly. Just staying with me might be very dangerous. And well, the truth is, I'm not exactly what you think I am. When you grow up and understand what I really am, you might feel fear, you might be scared. After all, he was a demon. The girl still had no concept of what a demon was or how terrifying it could be to stay near one. Demons were all man-eaters. Many, after turning into demons, had loved ones who had not given up on them, but in the end, those loved ones became their food. He paused, thinking of the future Kaneo Tsuyuri. If you don't stay by my side, perhaps in the future you'll meet a kind older sister who will take good care of you. You'll also meet someone you like. In the right circumstances, your heart will bloom. Though she now seemed like a wilted flower, as Connie Coco had once said, Kaneo would eventually blossom when the right moment came. Someday, meeting someone she liked would change her. But Kaneo Tsuyuri didn't seem to hear or care about all that. Her small hands just clutched his sleeve tightly, and her pink-purple eyes stared unblinkingly at him. For the current Kaneo Tsuyuri, Soma seemed even more important than she had imagined. Since you've chosen this, I'll help you say goodbye to your past. Soma spoke, watching the girl's reaction. Kaneo didn't fully understand what he meant, and Soma didn't explain. He simply stood, gently picking her up in his arms. The girl was thin and light, and to Soma, a demon, holding her felt as effortless as cradling a wisp of cotton. He carried Kaneo back to her home. Bang! A loud crash echoed from inside. Where's that little brat running off to? If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. A man's angry voice roared from within the house. At that moment, Kaneo shivered in Soma's arms, her eyes betraying obvious fear. For most children, home is a warm harbor, but for Kaneo Tsuyuri, home was something terrifying. Feeling her fear, Soma reached out and gently stroked her head, speaking softly, "It's all right." Though she instinctively still felt afraid, the warmth of his large hand on her head made her fear recede. Even if her father whipped her later, she felt she could endure it. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, they saw a man in tattered clothes, his hair disheveled. At the sight of him, Kaneo's body visibly trembled. This was likely her father. "Who are you? What are you doing holding my daughter? Put her down now." The man turned toward the door, seeing Soma holding his daughter, his face flushed with anger. Soma ignored him, instead gently stroking Kaneo's head, lowering his voice, "What if I were to kill your father, what would you think of that?" Though the words were cruel, for Kaneo Tsuyuri, they didn't seem as terrifying as one might imagine. Even though it was her own father, she didn't resist much. "What did you say? What was that about?" The man didn't catch Soma's first words clearly. The demon's voice was soft, and seeing that Soma refused to put the girl down, he stepped forward, ready to snatch his daughter back. After all, she had already been sold, and if she disappeared, how could he explain it to the buyer? He paid no mind to the man who had returned with his daughter in his arms. "You," the man suddenly froze, a sharp pain in his abdomen forcing him to look down. A blade, glowing like fire, had pierced his belly. Crimson blood dripped down along the edge of the knife, pooling on the floor. His eyes widened as he looked up at Soma, holding his daughter just inches away, unable to comprehend why. "I said, I'm going to kill you, so what do you think of that?" Soma smiled gently at the man. But in the man's eyes, that gentle smile was the face of the world's most terrifying demon. Creators Thoughts Jin TLPS, read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 20 to 20 Chapter 20 Things One Cannot Ask for 20, Chapter 20, Things One Cannot Ask for 20, Chapter 20, Things One Cannot Ask for. Soma withdrew his Nichiren sword from the man's body and sheathed it. Blood spurted as if without cost, and the man clutched his wound with both hands, trying in vain to stop the flow. Feeling his life slipping away, his desperate will to survive made him look at Soma once more, but all he saw was cold indifference. So, he turned his desperate hope toward his daughter. Save me," the man begged his daughter. Kaneo Tsuyuri had already been set down by Soma. She stood quietly, watching the man kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest, and said nothing. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes betrayed no emotion as she observed the man, called father, slowly losing his life. Just as she had shown no sadness when learning she had been sold by her parents, the death of her parents stirred no ripple in her heart. During the girl's harsh past, any affection she might have had for her father had long since been extinguished through countless beatings and pains. Crying meant being kicked and stomped by her father, ears pulled under water by her mother, and failing to anticipate her father's fists often led to hitting vital spots. Many siblings had died directly from such abuse. She didn't know how she had survived. She only knew that when her father's fists swung toward her, she tried to see the trajectory and absorb the blows with the parts of her body that could bear it. Avoiding was impossible, dodging only invited heavier strikes. Holding back tears and enduring the pain, she had barely scraped by until now. Enduring hunger, pain, emptiness, and loneliness until one day, the sound of a rope snapping in her mind came, and gradually, the feelings of pain, sadness, joy, and happiness began to fade away. The girl tilted her head, watching the man she called father collapse to the ground, face full of despair. Seeing him look at her with those pleading eyes, she felt a strange familiarity. Her sister, when beaten to death by the father, had looked at him in the same way, and in the cold, dark night, her gaze slowly dimmed, and her body lost warmth. Kaneo watched quietly as her father's life slipped away, then tilted her head to look at Soma. Compared to the emptiness in her eyes when looking at her father, there was a faint spark in her gaze toward Soma. Soma reached out and gently placed his hand on her head. Unconsciously, the girl lifted her small head to nuzzle the large hand that stroked her. "I killed your father," Soma said calmly to Kaneo Tsuyuri. For any child, this would be an unbearably cruel statement. Any child hearing it would surely be horrified. But Kaneo merely tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes still sparkling. Soma quietly held her gaze. In her eyes, he saw no sadness, no trace of hatred. Even with her father dead, She felt no sorrow and bore no grudge against the one who killed him. Looking at this girl who seemed to understand nothing, who quietly tilted her head to look at him, a wave of pity involuntarily rose in Soma's heart. He smiled softly. This is for the best. Speaking, he turned and closed the front door, then lifted the man's corpse and threw it into the woodshed. Kaneo Tsuyuri quietly followed behind Soma, watching as her uncle tossed her father's body like a dead dog into the woodshed. After throwing the body in and locking the door, Soma turned to look at the girl trailing behind him. Seeing her grayish, dirty little face and filthy clothes, he reached out and took Kaneo's small hand, leading her into the house. He searched through the cabinets, hoping to find some clothes for her to change into, but there was nothing. You wait here a moment. I'll be back shortly, he said to the girl. Kaneo blinked and reluctantly released her tight grip on his large hand. Soma smiled, patted her head, and stepped out the door, quickly disappearing into the night. Kaneo quietly curled up in a corner of the room, hugging her knees, staring silently outside. Before long, Soma returned, carrying several sets of girls' clothing he had stolen from various houses in the town. Upon entering, Soma kept looking back over his shoulder. Sneaking into homes at night to steal a child's clothes felt awkward. Even though it was impossible for him to be caught, he still felt a sense of guilt. The moment Kaneo saw Soma, she scrambled out of her corner and ran to him, wrapping her arms around him. I'll heat some water for you, then you can change into these clothes. Looking down at the girl clinging to him, so dependent, he gently rubbed her head. Kaneo was an obedient girl, not mischievous or troublesome like some spoiled children. He went to the kitchen and lit the firewood. Once the water in a large pot was hot, Soma scooped it into a wooden basin and added some cold water. Testing with his hand, he found the temperature just right and carried the basin back into the room. Kaneo obediently followed behind him. After your bath, you can change into these clothes. He pointed to the clean clothes by the bedside and said to Kaneo. The girl tilted her head, blinking blankly as if she didn't quite understand. Seeing her reaction, Soma paused. You've never taken a bath before, he said softly. Kaneo quietly looked at him, still not seeming to understand. Soma felt a little incredulous, but then he thought of Kaneo's cold-blooded parents, and it no longer seemed so surprising. He remembered scenes from the anime, when the Koko sisters rescued Kaneo from the human traffickers. Shinobu Koko helped her bathe. When water poured over Kaneo's head, she remained frozen, not even closing her eyes as the water hit them. Clearly, Kaneo had no concept of something as simple as bathing. It was strange, even a little amusing, but for Kaneo, it was perfectly normal. Not everyone grows up with attentive, caring parents. Some children learn basic things like bathing from an early age, while for others, such things are luxuries they can never hope to have. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 21-21. Chapter 21 Washing Away the Dust. 21, Chapter 21, Washing Away the Dust. 21, Chapter 21, Washing Away the Dust. Although he had become a demon, the memories of his human life had not disappeared. If time passed without any other changes, Soma would eventually, like other demons, gradually forget his human memories until he existed entirely as a demon. This was the fate of nearly all those turned into demons by Muzan Kibutsuji. No matter how attached they were to their human past, eventually it would fade. But at least for the current Soma, he still retained his self-awareness and continued to regard himself as human internally. The education he had received also carried distinctions between men and women, leaving him somewhat considerate. Now, however, the situation was different. Kaneo Tsuyuri could not bathe alone, and he could not summon a woman to help. Moreover, Kaneo was still just a child, so there was no need to overthink it. I'll help you. Looking at Kaneo still standing there blankly, Soma spoke helplessly. Kaneo just tilted her head and looked up at him. Kaneo's clothes were already tattered and filthy, with stains that had almost hardened into mud. Yet even as Soma removed them to throw them away, she clung to them with reluctance. Soma could understand this. After all, it was Kaneo's only piece of clothing. Though thin, worn, and stained, it at least offered some warmth on cold nights even if it was minimal. Once the filthy clothes were removed, her tiny, frail body was revealed. Her skin was wrapped in grime, and her body was covered in scars, some fresh and still bleeding, some old. Her body was nearly a tapestry of wounds. It was almost unimaginable. At this moment, Soma even felt some regret for having killed her father so easily. He thought perhaps the man should have endured more suffering before meeting his end. You've truly suffered so much, he sighed softly, looking at her. Kaneo raised her head, her beautiful pink-purple eyes showing some confusion. She did not fully understand what suffered meant, her life had always been like this, and she assumed the world was naturally so. Soma said nothing further. He picked up a towel and began washing Kaneo's body, applying gentle pressure over her scars. The old, healed scars didn't hurt when touched, but the fresh, bloody ones still sent tiny stabs of pain even under the lightest touch. Kaneo instinctively shrank slightly at these spots. Does it hurt? Soma asked with concern. She immediately shook her head. There was no real pain. Although touching the fresh wounds caused a pinprick sensation, she had long been accustomed to it. Instead, the towel's gentle touch, the softness. She realized that she had never been treated so tenderly. It was like being used to shivering in harsh winter snow, and suddenly feeling the warmth of the sun for the first time. At first, she didn't immediately recognize the warmth. She felt slightly unaccustomed, but instinctively she craved it. The towel, damp with hot water, gradually washed away the dirt from Kaneo's body. Close your eyes. Warm water poured over her head, soaking her tangled, slightly matted hair. Kaneo obediently closed her eyes, letting the water run from the crown of her head, down her forehead, and onto her long lashes. Soma had never helped anyone bathe before and was rather clumsy, but even so, for Kaneo Tsuyuri, this was a level of gentleness she had never experienced. After the bath, the basin of water had turned pitch black, showing just how much dirt had been on her body. Once cleaned and dressed in fresh clothes, her dusty little face was revealed, almost like two completely different people. The girl now resembled a precious gem freed from layers of grime, radiating the natural glow of her own beauty. Kaneo stood somewhat awkwardly, suddenly stripped clean, no longer covered in filth, wearing clothes she had never before had the chance to wear, warm and clean. Her tangled hair no longer fell over her eyes. All of this felt unfamiliar to her. Yet, she inexplicably felt a sense of liking, a spark of joy. Liking, joy, these unfamiliar emotions, suddenly surging in her heart, left Kaneo standing there somewhat bewildered, like a stunned, gawking goose. Soma watched the girl, now seemingly transformed. Her delicate body was still petite, and the scars and frail frame that had previously been visible were now hidden beneath the clean clothing. Her slender figure, soft waist, and straight legs now washed clean hinted simply at the potential of a beautiful young woman. For a brief moment, Soma felt as if Kaneo Tsuyuri had stepped out from the anime screen into the real world. But quickly, he reminded himself, this was the current Kaneo, not the fully grown, graceful, and quietly confident girl she would become in the future. Right now, she still radiated youthfulness and a naive, stunned innocence. You really are quite pretty, Soma couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Kaneo tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing her so blankly attentive, Soma laughed softly. He reached out his hand, and the little girl ran to his arms as naturally as a fledgling returning to its nest. Gently stroking Kaneo's head, he said warmly, "Let's leave this place." Kaneo seemed to have no particular thoughts of her own, simply tilting her head to look at him. He smiled and playfully brushed her nose. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes blinked. Soma took her hand and walked out of the room, the gentle moonlight falling over them. Passing the woodshed, he paused briefly. Kaneo tilted her head to look at him, curious why he had stopped. Soma glanced toward the woodshed, where her father's corpse had been discarded, the life he had personally ended, the only remaining blood relative of Kaneo. For any child, losing a father in such a way would be cruel. Kaneo did not yet understand the significance, though perhaps she would in the future. Still, Soma could not help but smile. Such a father, he thought, held no reason for any child to linger on, and certainly nothing for Kaneo to care about. Kaneo, once we leave, we will never come back. Soma looked down at the girl, who tilted her head toward him. Kaneo obediently nodded. Soma took her hand and led her away. All the while, Kaneo never once glanced at the woodshed holding the corpse of her dead father. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 22-22. Chapter 22 Encounter with the Demon Slayer Core 22. Chapter 22 Encounter with the Demon Slayer Core 22. Chapter 22 Encounter with the Demon Slayer Core. Having only taken a few steps while holding Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand, Soma stopped. The pace was simply too slow. Even though Kaneo was trying her best to keep up, a human body could never match a demon's. Moreover, Kaneo was still a frail little girl. And the distance to the town was still far. Covering such a distance would be extremely difficult for a young child. I'll carry you. Soma patted Kaneo's head and bent down. Get on. Kaneo hesitated slightly but climbed onto Soma's back. Wrap your hands around my neck. Soma's low voice guided her. Kaneo obediently stretched out her hands, wrapping them around his neck. She felt the warmth and broadness of his back. Under the moonlight, Kaneo's eyes sparkled. In the sealed-off world of her heart, she had once envied children with fathers who cared for them, fathers who would carry their children like this. Her closed-off heart had once longed for that feeling, a longing she had envied in others. But now, what she had once longed for, what she had once envied, she no longer needed to envy. The girl gently pressed her head against Soma's neck, closing her eyes and quietly savoring the moment, feeling this sensation. Soma paid little attention to Kaneo, running swiftly. He needed to reach the town quickly after all, he still had to go to the Hakudo dojo to learn the Huden Mitsuragiryu and, afterward, continue searching for the Kamatu family's residence. However, just as they left Taro town, Soma stopped. Ahead came the sounds of violent fighting and furious roars. Among them, one voice was extremely familiar. It belonged to the demon that had been hiding with him in the underground cave to avoid sunlight a few days ago. And anyone capable of battling a demon must be a demon slayer of the Demon Slayer Corps, tasked with exterminating demons and protecting humans. Soma wasn't surprised that the demon he knew had been found by the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, it had just hunted a demon slayer. For the Corps, already harboring hatred for demons and feeling the loss of a comrade, this was enough to drive the slayers into a frenzy. Moreover, the demon was careless, unable to suppress its instinctive thirst for blood and flesh, and often went hunting, making it easy for the Demon Slayer Corps to track it down. From the sounds of the battle, the familiar demon's voice was filled with fear and panic. It was clearly at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Soma turned and ran, carrying Kaneo on his back. He had no intention of intervening. The torch hissed as it burned, flickering and reflecting cold light off the Nichiren sword. Hiroshi Furukawa wielded the blade, coordinating attacks with his comrades against the demon. In the firelight, two lifeless bodies lay on the ground, blood dripping from them, staining the earth red. Hunting demons was like this. Some swordsmen would inevitably die along the way. Death could inspire fear, but for Hiroshi Furukawa, who had long accepted the risk of dying on the path of hunting demons, it was no longer terrifying. Seeing comrades fall before him brought sorrow, but more than that, it fueled his rage and murderous intent toward the demon before him. These cruel demons, these monsters who recklessly destroy the happiness of others, these demons who feed on humans, these grotesque abominations, they all deserve to die. They should be exposed to sunlight and burned alive. Demons, you all deserve to die. Hiroshi Furukawa gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. In an instant, Hiroshi Furukawa leapt forward. His Nichiren sword radiated scorching heat, moving explosively and closing in on the demon in the blink of an eye. Roar, the demon bellowed, instinctively resisting. But Hiroshi's comrades attacked in perfect coordination, instantly restricting the demon's movements. Whoosh! The Nichiren sword slashed toward the demon's neck. The demon only managed to jerk its head down slightly at the last second. The blade, radiating searing flames, cut across the demon's left ear, then sliced past the right ear. Red and white fluids dripped along the back of the blade as the upper half of the demon's skull above both ears was almost cleanly severed. But even with half its head sliced off, the demon didn't die. It even caught the severed half of its skull with its hands and retreated at astonishing speed. The white brain matter scattered as it ran, creating a grisly and terrifying scene. For Hiroshi Furukawa and the other demon slayer swordsmen, this scene did not instill fear. They understood that unless the Nichiren sword severed the demon's neck completely, it could not be killed. Without pause, they pressed the attack again, increasing their intensity. One slayer swung his blade, severing the demon's right arm before he could reattach his skull. Another nearly hacked through the demon's right leg bone. Hiroshi didn't hesitate either, flashing forward with his blade raised high. Faced with the fearless, relentless assault of the demon slayers, their flawless coordination, and their merciless lethality, the wounded demon finally felt the cold hand of death upon him. If this continues, I'm going to die. The threat of death nearly drove the demon to despair. Just as it resigned itself to dying under the Nichiren sword of these demon slayers, it suddenly sensed the familiar scent of a fellow demon approaching. It was that demon Soma, the one who was still resisting the urge to devour humans. Instantly, the hopeless despair in its heart turned to hope. Its overwhelming desire to survive caused it to explode with energy, forcing the demon slayers back despite its injuries. At that moment, the demon felt exhilaration. If this familiar ally joined it, it was confident it could annihilate the small squad of demon slayers before it. It knew that in one-on-one combat, none of the demon slayers could match it. Coupled with its strong body, extreme regenerative ability, and near immortality, it could easily crush these hunters. If not for their fearless determination and coordinated teamwork, it wouldn't be in such a dire situation. But if someone helped share the burden, the outcome could be different. However, the demon's joy was short-lived. The familiar presence it had sensed was rapidly moving away. Damn it! The words, almost a growl, came from its mouth. Facing Hiroshi Furukawa and the other demon slayers pressing their relentless assault, the demon cursed inwardly but had no choice but to turn and flee. Creator's Thoughts Jin TL add to library. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 23 to 23 Chapter 23 The mission is not over 23, Chapter 23 The mission is not over 23, Chapter 23 The mission is not over Branches from the forest whipped across the demon's face, stinging sharply. The demon, its face twisted into a greenish-purple snarl, ran desperately. Blood seeped continuously from its injuries as it exerted itself. Huff, 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 gasping for breath, the demon felt its exhaustion growing heavier with each step. Normally, demons do not feel fatigue, but that is only when uninjured. When the body is wounded, energy is prioritized for healing the injuries. For a demon, wounds aren't usually a problem. Even if its arm is cut off or its heart pierced, it can heal quickly. But if the blade causing the injury is a Nichiren sword forged from sunlight-absorbing materials like scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson ore, the situation changes. A Nichiren sword has the special ability to limit a demon's regeneration, making wounds heal extremely slowly. For a demon unaccustomed to fatigue, the sudden sensation of exhaustion is terrifying, triggering panic. This is the feeling of approaching death. Run! I have to run! The thought surged through its mind, but deeper inside was a sense of frustration. It had sensed Soma nearby. If they had fought together, perhaps things wouldn't be so dire. They could even have counterattacked these demon slayers. Yet Soma, sensing the situation, had left without hesitation, treating it neither as a comrade nor as a fellow being. How foolish! Do you really think these slayers will spare you just because they killed me? How pathetic! Whoosh! A blade appeared from behind. The fleeing demon screamed, rolling to the ground. A demon slayer had thrown their Nichiren sword without hesitation, striking the demon's running thigh. The demon lost balance and fell instantly. Hiroshi Furukawa didn't waste the advantage his teammate created. With swift, decisive movements, his blade flickered like flowing water. Now! Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Hiroshi Furukawa gripped his Nichiren sword with both hands, sprinted forward, and leapt, unleashing a powerful slash. The speed of his strike surged explosively, and the blazing blade cut toward the demon's neck. The demon sensed the danger and tried to evade, but it was too late. The sharp blade was already at its neck. The demon only felt its neck lighten suddenly, as if it had been lifted into the air, but immediately, it saw its own familiar body, the neck without a head spraying blood like a fountain. Ah, it's my head that was cut off. The head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Hiroshi Furukawa landed from his leap at the same time, one hand on his blade, half kneeling, gasping heavily. His comrades arrived as well, witnessing the demon's execution and unconsciously smiling. One demon slayer looked at the severed head that Hiroshi Furukawa had cut off. Seeing the grotesque face and remembering their fallen comrades, the swordsman stepped forward and angrily stomped on the head repeatedly, teeth gritted. Demons, these cursed creatures have no place in this world. Hiroshi Furukawa and the others were all panting heavily and made no attempt to stop this venting of rage. Although the head was severed, the demon's strong vitality meant it didn't die immediately. Its eyes could still move, ears still hear, and nose still breathe. But the demon slayers present paid little attention. No matter how strong a demon's life force, once its neck is severed by a Nichiren sword, death is inevitable. They watched the demon's head slowly dissipate under their feet. As the demon's body vanished, a foul stench began to linger in the air. These damn demons, even in death, they stink like this. The swordsman, with the demon's severed head under his foot, kicked it away in disgust. The head rolled among the grass as it gradually dissipated, exuding a foul stench. The demon's life force was fading away bit by bit. As its life slipped away, the memories of being human once slowly lost began to return. Before becoming a demon, it had a beautiful family, a gentle wife, an obedient child. But when it turned into a demon, all that happiness was destroyed under the taste of blood. Its loving wife had held him tightly, watching as him devoured her flesh, crying and pleading for it to spare their child. Just take her, she begged. These memories, once fading under the curse of becoming a demon, now resurfaced in the mind. Agony. Infinite agony. Sorrow. Bottomless grief. All of it arose with death in the demon's heart. Tears mixed with blood silently fell from its eyes. Those moments of happiness, those joys once belonging to it, were all destroyed by the transformation into a demon. The sorrow spread outward with the demon's death, but the demon slayers present could not sense it. They only smelled the foul stench left behind. If Tanjiro Kamado were here, perhaps he could perceive the grief lingering in the air, feel the sadness. But ordinary people could not, they could only detect the unpleasant stench of a dying demon. The mission is finally over. One swordsman, panting heavily, began tending to his wounds. His face carried both sorrow for the comrades who had died and relief that he had survived. "Captain, I heard after the mission ends, you're taking Lord Kyojuro for a meal." A swordsman with a limp approached Hiroshi Furukawa, eyes shining with anticipation. That was the Flame Hashira, a figure admired by all the demon slayers. Hiroshi Furukawa nodded, the tension in his face easing slightly into a faint smile. "Can we come along too?" The limping swordsman pleaded earnestly. The others looked over with eager faces as well. After all, it was Kyojuro Rengoku the Hashira who had slain the flute demon of the 12 Kizuki. "No problem." Hiroshi Furukawa replied without hesitation. "But, will Lord Kyojuro mind? He only agreed to go with you alone." The limping swordsman looked a little concerned. "Don't worry. He'll be happy that I'm taking you all along." Hiroshi Furukawa shook his head. In his heart, Kyojuro Rengoku was like a caring older brother, always smiling, passionate, guiding and supporting his juniors. There was no need to worry. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. Only Hiroshi Furukawa remained pensive, his gaze lowered as he observed his surroundings carefully. "Captain, what are you looking at?" the limping swordsman asked with a smile. "When we get back, we should go to the pleasure district for drinks. I heard a new courtesan just arrived, and she's supposed to be beautiful." Hiroshi Furukawa suddenly crouched down, touching the ground with his hand and inspecting a footprint. He then lifted his head slightly, eyes narrowed. "Captain, what is it?" The limping swordsman frowned at Hiroshi Furukawa's serious expression. "I'm afraid, this mission isn't over just yet." Hiroshi Furukawa's hand rested on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing the night. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 24-24. Chapter 24 Footprints 24, Chapter 24, Footprints 24, Chapter 24, Footprints. "I'm afraid, this mission isn't over just yet." Hiroshi Furukawa crouched down, carefully examining the traces left on the ground. Even during the hunt, he had sensed something unusual. Even after slaying the demon, he remained cautious, paying close attention to his surroundings, and now, he had finally found a clue. Several swordsmen approached as well, focusing on the ground. In particular, the footprints left behind caught their attention, their expressions tightening. Could it be? Footprints themselves weren't unusual, but these were different. Ordinary humans leave faint marks on the ground, almost negligible. Demons, however, are not the same. With physical abilities far beyond humans, a demon's footprints appear normal when walking casually. But once they start running, especially at high speed, the marks they leave on the ground become pronounced. This is because demons are incredibly strong. When they step, the force they exert on the ground is far greater than a human's. With each step, especially when lifting a foot, they subconsciously press down harder, leaving deep, distinctive prints unlike anything a human would make. For the Demon Slayer Corps, trained to protect humanity and eradicate demons, every swordsman is taught by the cultivator about demon habits, weaknesses, and how to track them. Part of this training includes identifying demon footprints. And now, right in front of them, fresh, unmistakable demon footprints appeared. No wonder that demon ran in this direction, it must have been seeking help from another of its kind. One swordsman spoke coldly. But, how could there be another demon? The swordsman with a limp from his injuries looked incredulous. According to the reconnaissance from the Kakushi, this mission area should only have contained a single demon. Moreover, most demons are solitary. Except in very rare cases, they rarely gather in groups. Demons are extremely territorial and seldom allow another demon into their hunting grounds. On top of that, with the existence of blood battles for rank, any demon aspiring to become part of the 12 Kizuki instinctively views other demons as rivals, increasing mutual hostility. Even when demons do form groups, it's usually because a powerful demon dominates weaker ones. Thus, under normal circumstances, a territory would only host a single demon. At least, over all these years, except when Hashira lead campaigns against the 12 Kizuki where multiple demons might be confronted simultaneously, ordinary demons rarely gather. Maybe it wandered here from somewhere else, one swordsman guessed. Humph. Who cares why there's another one? Since it showed its face, we'll just kill it too. Another swordsman gripped his Nichiren sword, eyes burning with murderous intent. The others nodded, turning their gaze to Hiroshi Furukawa. "Captain, What do you say? Should we pursue it and cut off its head? The limping swordsman tightened his grip on his sword, eyes fierce as he looked to Hiroshi Furukawa. All of them hated demons. To become a demon slayer, most had personal vendettas, some had their happiness destroyed directly or indirectly by demons. Naturally, hearing there's another demon meant they wouldn't let it escape. Hiroshi Furukawa also wanted to slay the demon. Yet, when he glanced at the tired faces of his comrades, he shook his head. No. We rest and reorganize first. Captain, one swordsman couldn't hide his frustration. His hatred for demons ran deep, and hearing there was still another demon, he couldn't bear to let it go. All he wanted was to chase it down and cut its neck with his Nichiren sword. Hiroshi Furukawa walked over and patted him on the shoulder. I know how much you hate demons. I feel the same. I also want to pursue this demon immediately. But we must remain rational. That's the only way we hunt demons, instead of becoming prey ourselves. We've just slain one demon. Our bodies are nearly exhausted. At this pace, if we fight again in our current state, how long can we last? A demon is different. Their stamina is infinite. If the fight drags on even slightly, we having lost our strength will be the ones in danger. Hearing Hiroshi Furukawa, the swordsmen felt some reluctance, but they knew he was right. They had not yet mastered the total concentration, constant technique and could not maintain their breathing state indefinitely. Most of them could only hold their breathing technique for anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour before they could no longer sustain it. Once that happened, their physical strength would be no different from an ordinary person's. And an ordinary person could not defeat a demon. Furthermore, being forced out of the breathing state temporarily leaves them extremely weak, worse than normal humans. First, we rest. Once we've recovered, we'll track this demon again. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at everyone, clenching his fist. This demon won't escape. Once we've rested, we'll deliver the killing blow. Right. We follow the captain's lead. Let this bastard live a few more days. The swordsman nodded and echoed his words with resolve. Seeing this, Hiroshi Furukawa nodded as well. He allowed the team to rest while summoning the Kakushi responsible for this area. The Kakushi are the logistical backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, handling non-combat support tasks. They are responsible for battlefield assistance, intelligence transmission, equipment maintenance, covert surveillance, and post-battle cleanup. Sirs. Two Kakushi approached Hiroshi Furukawa, bowing slightly. Nearby lodgings have been prepared, with food and clean water. Medics from the Butterfly Mansion are here to treat everyone. Sir, do you have any other instructions? When the sun rises and the world is bathed in light, send your people to track the source of these footprints. Be extremely cautious. If you find its hiding place during the day, notify us immediately. Understood. The Kakushi nodded immediately and stepped back. Once they withdrew, Hiroshi Furukawa gazed at the footprints on the ground. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his Nichiren sword as he murmured, "Run while you can, demon. Scurry away in fear. I will find you, and then, with my own hands, I will sever your head. It won't be long now." He lifted his head, staring at the full moon in the dark night. After all, I still have to treat Lord Kyojuro to a meal. I can't afford to waste too much time. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he imagined Lord Kyojuro, gentle like an elder brother, giving him a thumbs up and loudly praising him. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 25-25. Chapter 25 The Butterfly Hairpin 25, Chapter 25, The Butterfly Hairpin 25, Chapter 25, The Butterfly Hairpin running at full speed. His feet struck the ground and pushed off forcefully. With each heavy thud against the earth, his figure shot farther ahead. In the silent night, only the sound of footsteps echoed, along with the trees rapidly retreating on either side. As he ran, Soma kept glancing back. Though he hadn't sensed anyone pursuing him, he didn't dare slow down for even a moment. He had never expected to run into the Demon Slayer Corps. He had been completely unprepared. He knew very well if he were discovered by them, what awaited him would be Nichiren's sword raised without hesitation and the end of his life. Even though he had become a demon, Soma had no intention of dying. As for explaining to the demon slayers that he was different from other demons, that he had never eaten a human and asking them to spare him? Such a naive thought had never crossed his mind. To demon slayers who bore deep hatred toward demons, explanations meant nothing. They would simply raise their Nichiren swords and cut off his head without hesitation. Even if he met a demon slayer willing to listen, they would never believe him. No one would believe that a demon didn't eat humans. Moreover, he would never entrust his life to someone else's mercy. That would be utterly foolish. The only one he could rely on was himself. Only by holding his own life in his hands could he feel at ease. He didn't know how long he had run. Ahead, the darkness began to thin. In the distance, he could see continuous lights stretching outward. Unknowingly, he had reached the city. Unlike the silent wilderness and small towns, the city at night was still lively and bustling. Soma stopped and looked back cautiously. There were no signs of demon slayers tracking him. Did they not notice me? He murmured. It was very possible. The moment he heard the demon who had once hidden with him in the cave engage in battle, he had turned and fled without hesitation. He had never encountered the demon slayers face to face. The chances they had noticed him were slim. No, I can't think like that. The thought had barely surfaced before he forcefully suppressed it. His life was at stake, there was no room for carelessness. He could not afford to rely on luck. If they did notice me, they'll eventually track me down. Where should I hide? He pondered, then turned his gaze toward the brightly lit city ahead. In a bustling city where people hurried back and forth, a demon slipping into the crowd would create barely a ripple. Hiding in a large city was, in fact, an excellent choice. He knew that many demons concealed themselves within prosperous cities. The livelier the place, the easier it was to remain unnoticed. If he remembered correctly, Jayataro and Daki of the upper ranks had hidden in a city's entertainment district, a place that never slept. Moreover, the Hiko Dojo was located in this very city. It would also be convenient for him to learn the Hutan Mitsuragi Ryu. While thinking, he continued scanning his surroundings. Only after confirming no demon slayers were approaching did he finally relax slightly. At that moment, he remembered he was still carrying someone on his back and hurriedly turned around. Kaneo Tsuyuri's small face had turned pale. Clearly, her frail body was not accustomed to the speed of his sprint. After all, when a demon ran at full speed, it was as fast as a galloping horse. The journey must have been extremely bumpy for her. He quickly set her down and gently patted her back. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Kaneo shook her head, her face still pale. Even so, he stayed where he was for a while until some color returned to her face. Then he straightened their clothes and said softly, "Let's go." After a moment, the girl nodded. Soma took Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand and walked toward the city, deliberately slowing his pace to accommodate her. They soon entered the city. Even at night, the city was bustling. Shops along the roadside hung lanterns that illuminated the surroundings brightly. At the entrance to the entertainment district, elegantly dressed geisha held white fans that covered half their faces, revealing the other half with shy expressions. When customers entered, laughter rang out as they wrapped their arms around the geisha's slender waists and stepped inside together. On both sides of the road, vendors had set up stalls, loudly calling out to passing customers. For Kaneo, who only ever went out at night to scavenge for scraps and otherwise stayed home, this was her first time entering a city. It was her first glimpse of true prosperity. In her small village, the streets at night were desolate and nearly devoid of people. Here, it was livelier than her village, even during the day, livelier by countless times. She saw all kinds of strange things she had never seen before. So many unfamiliar foods. The girl's eyes widened, as if trying to imprint everything firmly into her memory. As Soma walked, he kept observing the surroundings cautiously, ensuring no one was following them. Only after confirming they were safe did he turn his attention to Kaneo. Seeing her wide-eyed expression, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Passing a street stall, Soma stopped and softly said to her, "Wait here for a moment." Left alone amid the lively surroundings, Kaneo suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. A wave of unease and panic spread inside her. But she didn't have to wait long. Before long, Soma returned. "I bought you a hairpin." It was a blue hairpin with a butterfly pattern. Smiling, Soma gently clipped the butterfly hairpin into Kaneo's hair. "You're becoming more beautiful by the minute. You look more like yourself now." With the butterfly hairpin in place, she looked as though she had stepped straight out of an anime. Kaneo blankly raised her hand and touched her head, feeling the butterfly hairpin. Her beautiful pink-purple eyes blinked softly. It was her first time wearing something like this. Though the hairpin felt cool to the touch, it seemed to carry a warmth. Soma looked her up and down briefly, then took her hand and continued walking forward. He noticed that her grip on his hand had tightened slightly. He lowered his head to look at her. At that exact moment, she lifted her head as well. Her lovely pink-purple eyes shone brightly as she gazed at him, almost sparkling. He paused for a moment, then shook his head and continued walking. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Hiko Dojo. Soma led Kaneo inside. As they passed the dojo's spacious training ground, a man holding a sword stood there quietly. He wore a red kimono. His brownish-red hair was tied into a ponytail. He was somewhat short, with a gentle, almost delicate appearance. Combined with his slightly cute face, he looked more like a girl. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, there was an extremely dangerous aura about him that made the hairs on Soma's body stand on end. Soma couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look toward him. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 26-26. Chapter 26 Himura Kenshin 26, Chapter 26, Himura Kenshin 26, Chapter 26, Himura Kenshin. The training grounds. Soma stopped and looked up at the man standing quietly with a sword in hand. The man had brownish-red hair and stood there with his eyes closed. As if sensing something, the brown-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp, chilling aura radiated outward, causing Soma to unconsciously take a slight step back. Even with just one glance, the pressure in those eyes made it hard for Soma to breathe. The brown-haired man looked at Soma, gave a faint nod, then closed his eyes again. Holding his sword, he resumed standing silently, as if immersed in his own world, no longer paying attention to anything around him. Soma glanced at him once more before leading Kaneo Tsuyuri toward a nearby room beside the training grounds. At the door, he knocked. Soon, footsteps sounded from inside. The door opened, and Akihiro Arakawa came out, yawning. Seeing Soma, he said helplessly, "It's so late, I thought you weren't coming tonight." "Sorry for the disturbance," Soma replied. "It's nothing. After all, you did pay quite a bit extra." Akihiro Arakawa waved it off, but his gaze fell on the little girl beside Soma. He looked puzzled. "And this is? She's a friend's child. I'm looking after her for a few days. I can't really leave her alone, so I brought her with me," Soma explained. Akihiro Arakawa didn't think much of it. "By the way, when I came in just now, I saw a man. He looked very strong. Who is he?" Hearing this, Akihiro Arakawa immediately knew who he meant. A respectful expression appeared on his face. "That's our senior brother, Himura Kenshin. He's Master's most outstanding disciple and the most likely in the Hiko dojo to defeat Master and inherit the title of Beidosai. Aside from Master himself, he's the strongest person here." Himura Kenshin, Soma couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he had felt such danger from him. This was a character from Rurouni Kenshin, a protagonist like Tanjiro in Demon Slayer. "Alright, I'll continue explaining the techniques of Huten Mitsurugi Ryu," Akihiro Arakawa said. "Okay." Soma straightened his posture and nodded seriously. Time passed quickly. Soma studied Huten Mitsurugi Ryu diligently under Akihiro Arakawa's instruction. With the threat of the Demon Slayer core looming over him, he was eager to master this sword style designed specifically for killing to strengthen himself. After about an hour, Akihiro Arakawa stopped teaching. "It's too late. Let's end here for today." "Alright." Soma nodded and beckoned to Kaneo. The well-behaved girl, who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the room, immediately trotted over to his side. "We'll be going now," he said in farewell to Akihiro Arakawa. Akihiro Arakawa nodded, hesitated for a moment, then added, "How about coming during the day next time? There'd be more time, and you'd have more energy." "Sorry. I have too many things to handle during the day. Only at night can I spare some time," Soma replied apologetically. "I see. Alright then." Akihiro Arakawa nodded helplessly. He had no intention of prying into others' private matters. Though he felt a bit dissatisfied, considering the generous payment, he reluctantly accepted it. Of course, aside from the generous payment, there was another important reason Soma learned extremely quickly. He wasn't the dull, wooden-headed type that would give a teacher a headache. Holding Kaneo Tsuyuri's hand, Soma left Akihiro Arakawa's quarters. As they passed the wide training grounds, he slowed slightly. The man named Himura Kenshin still stood there with his eyes closed, quietly and motionless. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the faint sound of his breathing. Soma gave him a slight nod before leading Kaneo out of the Hiko dojo. In the city, at an inn. Red lanterns hanging at the entrance dispelled the darkness of the night, casting a warm crimson glow across the ground. Beneath that soft red light, a woman in a kimono was dozing behind the front counter. Soma entered the inn, holding Kaneo's hand. At this hour, no guests were checking in, so aside from the resting proprietress, the lobby was empty. Soma approached the counter and lightly tapped his fingers on it. Startled awake, the innkeeper blinked groggily at the two figures before her, clearly surprised that anyone had arrived so late. "Looking for a room?" "Yes." Soma nodded. "One room. I'll be staying here long term, and I'd like something of better quality." "No problem." The innkeeper glanced at Soma and Kaneo, an adult and a child. They didn't look like dangerous people. Though still sleepy, She forced herself up and led them to view the room. Since Soma had mentioned long-term lodging and requested a better room, she naturally chose the inn's finest, a small detached house located near the courtyard. Soma examined it. The room was clean, with bedding and washing supplies neatly arranged. There was also a large storage wardrobe. "This one will do," he spoke, taking out a substantial amount of money. "I'm somewhat particular about cleanliness and don't like being disturbed. So there's no need for anyone to enter my room. Without my permission, no one is allowed inside. As for meals, during the daytime I'll have Kaneo come out to collect them. When you see her, just hand the food to her." Though the innkeeper found his requests a little strange, she didn't think too much about it. Guests from all over passed through every year, each with their own quirks. Besides, he was paying well. "All right." She nodded and handed him the room key. Soma accepted it, led Kaneo inside, closed the door, and slid the bolt into place. Once inside, he moved the bed aside, took out his Nichiren sword, and began digging silently. Digging was laborious work for most, but for a tireless demon with immense strength, it was simple. As for the excavated soil, he stored it inside the large wardrobe. Fortunately, it was spacious enough to hold a considerable amount, saving him the trouble of disposing of it elsewhere. In half an hour, a simple but deep pit had been dug. He found a cover to place over it, pushed the bed back on top, cleaned the remaining dirt from the floor, and only after confirming everything looked normal did he lift his head to glance outside. Unknowingly, the sun was about to rise again. For demons, whenever the sun emerges, they must hide like rats in the sewers, retreating into the dark corners of the world. Creators' thoughts. Jin TLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 27 to 27. Chapter 27. What is Uncle's food? 27. Chapter 27. What is Uncle's food? 27. Chapter 27. What is Uncle's food? A ray of morning light pierced through the clouds and slipped through the window into the room. Before the sunlight could fully fill the space, Soma had already crawled beneath the bed and hidden inside the pit he had dug. Following her uncle's earlier instructions, Kaneo Tsuyuri climbed onto the bed. The bedding was clean and white, soft to the touch, faintly carrying the fresh scent of soapberry. For Kaneo, who at home could only sleep on prickly straw, lying on such a soft bed felt unreal. She found it hard to suddenly adapt to everything, and a strange sense of unease welled up inside her. But when she thought of her uncle still being nearby, she felt inexplicably reassured. Drowsiness soon overcame her. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before she knew it, she had drifted into sleep. Not far outside the city, several members of the Kakushi had begun tracking the demon's trail before sunrise. Now, following those traces, they had arrived here. At this point, the demon's footprints completely disappeared. "They're gone." After searching carefully for quite some time and confirming that the tracks ended here, it was clear that the demon had likely stopped running at full speed upon reaching this spot. Without the heavy force of rapid footsteps, the marks left behind would be no different from those of an ordinary person, making further tracking impossible. Unable to continue, the Kakushi immediately sent word back. Soon, Hiroshi Furukawa arrived. Standing at the spot where the footprints vanished, he listened to the Kakushi's report and lifted his gaze toward the city ahead. It was a bustling large town. Though dawn had just broken, many people were already gathered at the gates, travelers coming and going. So it hid in the city. This will be troublesome. Hiroshi Furukawa frowned. The town was too lively. If a demon disguised itself as a human and slipped inside, it would be like a drop of water falling into a river, drawing no attention at all. "Can we find out who entered the city last night?" he asked the Kakushi beside him. "That would be extremely difficult. Too many people enter the city every day. There's no way to check them all," the Kakushi replied, shaking his head. Although the Demon Slayer Corps had its own intelligence network, such investigations would require official authority and vast manpower, something even the government would struggle with, let alone the Corps, which wasn't officially recognized. "Captain, what should we do then?" one of the swordsmen accompanying Hiroshi Furukawa asked irritably. Furukawa's brow remained furrowed, but he said firmly, "Those cruel demons can't completely conceal their traces. They're not human, and they cannot stand the light. We'll find a way to uncover them." "Damn filthy demons," the swordsman cursed. "Why can't they just obediently let us cut off their heads with our Nichiren swords?" Hiroshi Furukawa looked toward the bustling city and continued instructing the Kakushi, "You'll have to trouble yourselves further. Send more people to investigate throughout the city, especially the sewers, basements, and any places that sunlight cannot reach during the day." "No problem. The Kakushi nodded. And starting today, closely monitor any reports of missing persons. If anyone goes missing, thoroughly search all dark areas in the vicinity that sunlight cannot reach. Hiroshi Furukawa rested his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. These man-eating demons cannot resist their craving for flesh and blood. Sooner or later, they'll reveal themselves. Understood. The Kakushi quickly withdrew. Hiroshi Furukawa turned to his companions. From here on, we'll remain in this city until we slay this demon. No problem, Captain. One of the swordsmen answered immediately, and the others nodded as well. Everyone continue resting. Conserve your strength in case we discover the demon tonight. When the sun hung high in the center of the sky and the daylight was at its strongest, Kaneo Tsuyuri, who had slept for half the day, slowly woke up. What greeted her eyes was a clean room. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, filling the space with a gentle glow. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand. She could feel the warmth within it. In the past, she would have loved this warm sunlight. But now, she felt a faint sense of dislike toward it. Sunlight was something her uncle disliked so much so that he had to hide underground because of it. Kaneo leaned over the edge of the bed and peered underneath. Beneath the wooden cover, her uncle lay in the darkness against the cold ground. She felt a strong urge to go down there and stay by his side. It might be cold and damp down there, far from the soft blankets and warmth of the bed, but that was where her uncle was. "Are you awake?" a gentle voice drifted from beneath the boards. Kaneo nodded, immediately jumping off the bed. She crawled under it and lay beside the wooden board that covered the pit. "Are you hungry? If you are, go outside and get some food from the innkeeper." "I'm not hungry," Kaneo replied softly. Grumble. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach let out a small growl. "You say you aren't hungry, yet your stomach says otherwise." Lying on the cold floor of the pit, Soma couldn't help but laugh. "Go out and get something to eat. Remember to lock the door behind you." "Okay." Kaneo was obedient. Though she still wanted to stay and keep him company, she crawled out from under the bed and headed outside. Following her uncle's instructions, she closed the door behind her and went to the inn's front counter. Having been informed in advance, the landlady knew she had come to collect food and smiled kindly. "Hold on a moment, little girl. I'll bring it out from the kitchen for you." When she returned, she handed Kaneo a tray filled with food and asked curiously, "Why doesn't your guardian come to fetch it himself?" Kaneo lifted her eyes slightly but said nothing. She simply turned and carried the tray back to the room, closing the door behind her. The landlady rubbed her nose awkwardly, then returned to the counter. After shutting the door, Kaneo immediately carried the tray under the bed. The aroma of the food made her throat involuntarily swallow, but she didn't start eating. "Go ahead and eat," Soma said gently from beneath the wooden board, sensing her hesitation. "Uncle should eat too, okay?" Though she very much wanted to eat, Kaneo didn't touch the food. "I won't eat," Soma replied. "But uncle hasn't eaten at all. Won't you feel uncomfortable?" Kaneo bit her lip lightly. "My food isn't this. Eating that would be useless for me." In the pitch-black pit, Soma shook his head again. "Then, what is uncle's food?" This wasn't the first time Kaneo had asked this question. But inside the dark pit, Soma remained silent. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 28-28. Chapter 28. Listening to the voice of one's heart. 28. Chapter 28. Listening to the voice of one's heart. 28. Chapter 28. Listening to the voice of one's heart. What was his food? As a demon, how could he not know? Especially now, when his body's instinctive craving for flesh constantly conveyed its needs to him clearly and unmistakably telling him what his food was. But as someone who had once been human, even though he had now become a demon, he still couldn't accept it. So, he had no way to answer Kaneo Tsuyuri's question. Thus, lying in the pitch-black pit beneath the wooden cover, he could only remain silent. "Eat," he finally said after a long while. Kaneo was very sensitive to the atmosphere around her. She sensed that her question had made her uncle unhappy, so she didn't dare to ask further. Obediently, she began eating in small bites. The food on the tray was plentiful. For Kaneo, who once could only dream of having her fill, it was a supreme delicacy. Yet now, it didn't taste quite as good. Her body clearly still liked the food, but in her heart, she suddenly didn't. The strange feeling puzzled her. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. She only thought that since uncle never ate, he must be very hungry. She finished all the food in small bites, even licking the tray clean. Then she set the empty tray aside and curled up in the corner beneath the bed. The room fell silent once more. While the room was quiet, outside was lively. Curled beneath the bed, Kaneo lifted her head slightly. She could hear children laughing, accompanied by chaotic footsteps, children nearby playing happily. Her violet eyes blinked unconsciously, but she quickly lowered her head again, sitting quietly. Soma lay silently in the dark pit as well, his fists slightly clenched. The demon's instinctive craving for flesh assaulted his heart once more. Especially with the faint scent of food occasionally drifting from nearby, the desire grew even stronger. He silently gritted his teeth. Silently endured. Silently held fast to his own bottom line. Time passed unnoticed. Before long, the sun set and darkness descended upon the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Soma felt his body become active and invigorated. This was the instinctive joy of a demon when sunlight vanished and night arrived. He pushed aside the wooden board covering the pit and poked his head out. He saw Kaneo sitting there, hugging her knees and curled up. At the sound of movement, she lifted her pretty pink-purple eyes to look at him. They sparkled brightly. "You haven't been sitting under the bed this whole time, have you?" Soma muttered softly. Seeing her about to move closer, he gestured forward with his chin. "Crawl out first." Her big eyes widened as she watched her uncle crawl out. Excited, she quickly followed, as if they were playing a game to see who could get out faster. In a flash, she scrambled out from under the bed, then bent down outside, poking her head back under it. Her large eyes seemed to say, "I'm faster than you." She's just like any other kid, Soma thought to himself. But then he paused slightly, suddenly realizing that Kaneo wasn't very old at all. She really was just a child. Perhaps because of her childhood experiences, the girl had always seemed a little dull and rarely spoke. In Soma's impression, Kaneo Tsuyuri had always been somewhat wooden, lacking the lively energy typical of children her age. So when she suddenly displayed such childlike behavior, it felt rather abrupt, almost out of character for her. But in truth, this was how Kaneo was meant to be. "You crawled out pretty fast." Soma climbed out from under the bed and praised her with a smile. Kaneo looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. But having just crawled out from beneath the bed, her hair was messy and speckled with dust. Soma reached out gently to brush the dust off her. Then he found a towel in the room, dipped it in water from a wooden basin, and returned to her side, carefully wiping her small face. The warm towel glided across her cheeks. Watching her uncle's gentle expression, the girl's eyes widened. "Close your eyes." Soma lightly tapped Kaneo's head. The towel was about to wipe across her eyes, yet she still didn't know to close them. The girl obediently shut her eyes. She could clearly feel the towel passing over the corners, damp and warm. After washing her face, Soma put the towel back into the basin. When he turned around, he noticed that Kaneo was still keeping her eyes closed. "Kaneo, come here." He beckoned to her. Following the sound of his voice, Kaneo trotted toward him only to bump straight into his chest. Caught off guard, Soma was momentarily surprised. Seeing that her eyes were still closed, he understood. "You can open your eyes now." The girl immediately opened them. Soma reached out and lightly pinched her small nose. "When I told you to close your eyes, I didn't mean you had to keep them closed the whole time. Once I finished washing your face, you could open them." Kaneo looked at him, her pretty pink-purple eyes blinking. She seemed to understand a little, yet perhaps not entirely. Seeing her like this, Soma couldn't help but think of the Kaneo from the anime. In the future, after being saved by Connie Coco, because of her traumatic childhood, Kaneo would often act like a wooden doll. If no one told her to eat, she wouldn't lift her chopsticks even if her stomach growled with hunger. Without someone giving her instructions, she wouldn't make any decisions at all, not even something as simple as deciding to eat. So Connie had given her a coin, teaching her to toss it to make decisions for herself. Yet even then, there had been a time when the coin landed in such a way that Kaneo held her breath while waiting for it to fall, nearly suffocating because she didn't know what to do. In the future, you need to learn to listen to the voice in your own heart, understand? He patted Kaneo's head gently. She blinked at him. "I mean the voice inside you." Soma lowered his voice and placed his hand lightly against her abdomen. "It's your own feelings, like when you feel hungry, you go eat. For example, just now when I wiped your face with the towel, when you felt it was about to touch your eyes, and you felt like you should close them, then you should close them. And when you feel it's time to open them, then open them. You don't need to wait for me to decide everything for you." Creator's Thoughts. Jin TLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 29 to 29. Chapter 29. Please teach me well. 29. Chapter 29. Please teach me well. 29. Chapter 29. Please teach me well. Listen to the voice of your own heart. Kaneo Tsuyuri murmured the words, trying to understand what her uncle meant. But her mind, long unused to thinking for itself, didn't know how to begin processing such ideas. Take it slowly. There's no rush. Seeing her expression, Soma spoke gently. After all, the cruel experiences of her childhood had long since sealed off her heart. Expecting Kaneo to instantly return to the bright, lively self that a girl her age should have was clearly unrealistic. Let's head out for now. You can think about it little by little. Holding Kaneo's hand, Soma walked out of the inn. This time, he walked slowly. Whenever they encountered something interesting, he would deliberately stop. However, most things that would make other children burst into laughter left Kaneo calm and expressionless. It seemed her emotions were difficult to stir by external events. Try to feel it, Soma murmured softly beside her. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at him. Soma smiled but did not explain further. Some things couldn't simply be understood through explanation alone. Before long, they arrived at the Hiko dojo. Once again, he met Akihiro Arakawa and continued learning Huden Mitsurugi Ryu under his guidance. While Soma trained, Kaneo stayed nearby obediently, quietly watching her uncle practice. Time slipped by unnoticed during their lessons. After 2 hours, Akihiro Arakawa corrected Soma's grip and stance once more before speaking in a low voice, "For now, you more or less understand everything I've taught you. But understanding and truly mastering it are two different things." "What do you mean?" Soma frowned. "It means your mind knows what to do. But when it comes to actual combat, you may not know how to act. For example, you might know which technique to use to block a thrusting attack, but if your opponent suddenly changes the angle midway, you'll panic." Soma nodded. "So how do I truly master it?" "True mastery can't be taught through explanation alone. The most important thing is real combat." Akihiro Arakawa spoke seriously. "Only through actual sparring can you truly grasp it." With that, he stood up and picked up a wooden sword from the weapon rack. "Now, treat me as your opponent. We'll spar." "All right." Soma nodded and picked up a wooden sword as well. "Begin." Akihiro Arakawa stood in place and spoke calmly. "Okay." Almost instantly, Soma rushed forward with his sword raised. Akihiro Arakawa's expression flickered in surprise. Over the past few days, he had already noticed that Soma's physical abilities were extraordinary, so he had remained cautious. Even so, Soma's speed still shocked him. An ordinary person simply couldn't move that fast. Though startled, Akihiro Arakawa reacted immediately. His wooden sword flashed out in an instant. Even though Soma had initiated the attack and struck first, Arakawa's blade arrived faster, blocking the strike almost effortlessly. Soma frowned. When his strike was stopped, he immediately changed direction and attacked again. As Akihiro Arakawa stepped back, he defended with his blade, always managing to block Soma's attacks at the very first moment. At the same time, he counterattacked instantly and each counter left Soma scrambling. After several consecutive attacks were blocked, frustration began to rise within Soma. His strikes grew increasingly hurried and impatient. At that moment, Akihiro Arakawa suddenly moved again. After blocking yet another of Soma's attacks, the man who had been retreating under the pressure of Soma's offense suddenly stamped hard on the ground. A dull thud echoed as he lunged forward, his wooden sword flashing out in a decisive swing. The wooden blade nearly split the air, producing a sharp whistling sound. By the time Soma came back to his senses and hastily retreated, the tip of the wooden sword had already reached his chest. "You're dead." Akihiro Arakawa spoke calmly. Soma froze slightly, lowering his head to look at the blade that had stopped just inches from his chest. Clearly, if it had moved forward even a little more, it would have struck him squarely. For most people, once a blade pierced the heart, it would mean near certain death. So fast, Soma lowered his wooden sword. "Impressive. I lost." Arakawa also withdrew his wooden blade and looked at him. "I didn't expect you to admit it so quickly." He had taught many students and sparred with many people before. Most were unwilling to accept defeat, always believing they had been careless or that they still had another chance. A loss is a loss. Soma shook his head. It was a fact there was nothing to argue about. Even though he was a demon and wouldn't die if his heart were pierced by a standard blade, that only applied to a real battle, not a spar. And while he hadn't used his full strength, there was no denying that the final strike had caught him completely off guard. "Let's go again." Soma gripped the wooden sword again and looked at Arakawa. Next time, he was certain he would be able to respond. But Arakawa shook his head. "It's already too late. Besides, I'm no longer suitable to continue teaching you." Soma frowned in confusion. "I can tell that when you attacked just now, you were holding back." I can sense that your physical ability is extremely strong. If you fought at full strength, your speed would be even faster. I might not be able to block it. Arakawa looked at Soma and sighed softly. I truly don't know how you trained such a powerful body. Soma fell silent. As a demon, his physical abilities far surpassed human limits. Although he had tried to conceal it, when he made a move, an expert could still see through it. So you really can't continue teaching me? Soma couldn't help asking. He felt there was still much left to learn. Arakawa hesitated. Soma's physical strength was too overwhelming, almost inhuman. Before, he had been able to suppress him through superior swordsmanship alone. But as Soma continued learning and closed the gap in technique, Arakawa would no longer be able to dominate him. In fact, he might not even be his opponent. Once a teacher is no longer superior to the student, the lessons lose their meaning. What worked for the teacher might not fit the student's burgeoning style. I still feel like I can learn more, Soma said again. After a moment's hesitation, Arakawa replied, how about this? I'll introduce you to my senior brother. His strength is more than sufficient. With his swordsmanship, even if you go all out with your physical ability, he could handle it with ease. All right. Soma nodded. Arakawa stepped out, and soon returned with a man who had brownish-red hair. This is my senior brother Himura Kenshin. Arakawa introduced him to Soma. Soma smiled in greeting. Hello. Himura Kenshin wore a gentle smile on his face. We met briefly yesterday. Soma smiled as well. I look forward to your guidance. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 30-30. Chapter 30. The Panel 30, Chapter 30, The Panel 30, Chapter 30, The Panel. After introducing Himura Kenshin, Akihiro Arakawa went to rest, while Soma and Himura Kenshin headed to the training ground. Himura Kenshin drew a wooden sword from the weapon rack and looked at Soma. Arakawa just told me about your situation. So, let's begin. Clearly, for Himura Kenshin, the best way to spar was through actual combat. Soma felt no fear. If anything, he was a little excited. He walked to the weapon rack, drew a wooden sword, and stood opposite Himura Kenshin. Without a moment's hesitation, Soma lunged. Gripping the wooden hilt, he swung the blade toward Kenshin in a fierce arc. Faced with this strike, Kenshin simply took a light step back, letting the wood whistle past him harmlessly. As his first strike missed, Soma prepared to follow up, but a sudden roar of wind filled his ears. Before he knew it, Kenshin had countered. The tip of Kenshin's wooden blade was already resting centimeters from Soma's brow. Soma froze, his expression turning grim. Kenshin retracted his sword. What is called the Huden Mitsuragiryu is fundamentally an explosive sword style. When you strike, you must gather the power of your whole body, unleashing it in one continuous motion. You clearly haven't done that. He looked at Soma. Your speed is clearly greater than this. Once you strike, you must exert your maximum speed. As a demon, with his body's physical potential, Soma's speed could far exceed what he had just shown. If he had unleashed full force, when he attacked Arakawa earlier, Arakawa would have found it nearly impossible to block. It was precisely this realization that made Arakawa feel unfit to continue teaching him. But Kenshin before him was different, far stronger. Even if Soma went all out, Kenshin could resist. All right. Soma nodded and struck again, this time without holding back. As a demon, his physical abilities had long surpassed human limits. The speed he now unleashed was unimaginable for ordinary people. As the sword cut through the air, the motion produced sonic booms from its velocity. Kenshin squinted his eyes, immediately holding his sword to counter. Unlike Soma, whose speed relied purely on physical ability, Kenshin's strike briefly gathered the full strength of his body. This made his attack faster, more precise, and far more ruthless, qualities Soma did not yet possess. In an instant, the two blades clashed in the air. Crack! Almost immediately, the wooden swords could not withstand the impact and shattered into countless fragments. At the same moment, Kenshin's hand, still gripping the hilt, slid forward, and the tip nearly touched Soma's chest. The force of the sword against his chest made Soma's expression sour. I lost again, Soma sighed. You are already quite formidable. Huff, huff, Himura Kenshin panted lightly, looking at Soma standing there with steady breathing, and a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Such incredible physical ability. Kenshin's own body had been weak from childhood, giving him a soft, delicate appearance. That was why Master Hiko changed his name from Shinta to Kenshin. Even after years of training, his frailty remained a weak point. Especially with the Huden Mitsuragiryu, an explosive sword style capable of immense power in a short burst, the strength could not be sustained. Once the burst ended, he would enter a period of weakness. highlighting that vulnerability even further. Again. Soma closed his eyes, carefully recalling Kenshin's previous strike. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and looked at him. Huff, Himura. Kenshin exhaled and replied, "All right, but let me catch my breath first." "Okay." Soma nodded. Once Kenshin had recovered slightly, the two resumed sparring, continuously exchanging attacks. Because wooden swords were too easily destroyed, they eventually switched to iron swords. The clashing of steel rang out sparks in all directions. Through the repeated collisions, Soma's understanding of the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu deepened, and Kenshin seemed to notice this, subtly guiding him during the sparring. Each time Soma was defeated again, he watched the seemingly fragile Kenshin produce immense energy in a short burst, predicting almost instinctively where Soma would strike next. In a hazy, half-conscious moment, it felt as if he suddenly understood something, or rather, not just understood, but truly. He had mastered something. So this was the so-called Huten Mitsurugi Ryu. Huff, Kenshin stepped back slightly, watching Soma close his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. After an unknown amount of time, Soma slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light shining in them. "Congratulations." Kenshin smiled at Soma. "Thank you." Soma nodded slightly, pleased, but his attention was drawn to the game-like character panel in his mind. Name, Soma. Race, Demon. Lifespan, Infinite Abilities, Immortality, Pseudo, Rapid Regeneration, Enhanced Physique. Weaknesses, Sunlight, Wisteria, Nichiren. Sword status, Hungry, Cursed, by Musen Kibutsuji, Blood Demon. Art, Nun. Swordsmanship, Huten Mitsurugi Ryu. Constitution, 3.1, Normal Adult, 1, Agility, 3.2, Normal Adult, 1, Strength, 3.1, Normal Adult, 1, Mental Strength, 1.5, Normal Adult, 1. At this moment, the previously unchanging character panel in his mind finally showed some updates. Swordsmanship had appeared, reflecting his mastery of Huten Mitsurugi Ryu, and his mental strength had risen from 1.2 to 1.5. Soma was puzzled. The appearance of swordsmanship made sense, but why had only mental strength increased? Why had physique, agility, or strength not changed at all? Could it be, mastering Huten Mitsurugi Ryu increases mental strength, he murmured, though he still felt something was off. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. But he did notice that with the mental strength increase, his mind felt clearer, and even the craving for flesh seemed to diminish. Or perhaps it wasn't that the desire for flesh had weakened, but that his control over that desire had strengthened, giving him better mastery of himself. Feeling this, he finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Over time, he could feel the urge for flesh growing stronger, especially here in this bustling town, surrounded by all sorts of tempting food. It was like a mouse falling into a rice jar. His bloodthirsty instincts surged, and he feared losing control at any moment. Now, at least, he could feel a slight relief. Creators' thoughts. JinTLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 31 to 31. Chapter 31. Kindred 31. Chapter 31. Kindred 31. Chapter 31. Kindred. Soma remained standing where he was, studying the character panel in his mind. But no matter how closely he examined it, he couldn't discover anything new. It seemed to be nothing more than a status screen that recorded his current condition. Aside from allowing him to clearly understand his own state, it served no other purpose. Though he felt somewhat unwilling to accept that, Soma could only withdraw his focus in resignation. Himura. Kenshin, assuming Soma was simply immersed in the joy of his swordsmanship breakthrough, didn't disturb him. He waited until Soma snapped out of it before smiling. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. How about we share a drink to celebrate?" Soma was slightly surprised by Kenshin's warmth, but he nodded. The town was bustling. Even at night, many small taverns remained open. Kenshin brought Soma and Kaneo Tsuyuri to a somewhat quiet tavern. Shortly after they sat down, someone served sake and small dishes. Soma specifically ordered a bowl of meat porridge for Kaneo and placed 2 small side dishes in front of her. Seeing how attentively Soma cared for the child, Kenshin smiled and picked up the sake flask, pouring a cup for Soma and one for himself. "Congratulations on mastering the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu." Kenshin's face was full of sincere joy, clearly genuinely happy for Soma. "Thank you as well." Soma raised his cup. During their sparring, Kenshin had sincerely guided him, and he was truly grateful. "Even without me, it wouldn't have taken long for you to master it yourself." Kenshin took a sip of sake. Soma smiled and drank as well. But when the sake entered his stomach, it had no taste whatsoever. Clearly, as a demon, he could no longer enjoy fine alcohol like a human. After a few cups, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed and lively. I wonder, Soma-kun, what is your view on the current state of the world? After another drink, Kenshin suddenly asked. Soma shook his head. He didn't understand much about this place or its current political state. What he knew most was the plot of Demon Slayer, and even then, he wasn't particularly clear about the broader era it was set in. Wars are raging everywhere now. Every day, innocent people die beneath blades. Countless families are displaced. There are even rumors of demons appearing. Kenshin clearly harbored dissatisfaction with the state of the world. Soma merely smiled faintly and continued drinking, quietly listening. He wasn't particularly concerned with what Kenshin was describing. For him, the priority was to find where Tanjiro Kamadul lived and locate the legendary blue spider lily. Only then could he overcome the weaknesses of being a demon and free himself from Kibutsuji Musen's control. Now that my swordsmanship has reached a certain level, I wish to leave the mountains and put an end to this chaotic era so that the killing may stop. This is the time to use Huden Mitsurugi Ryu to save the people. Soma lifted his gaze toward Kenshin, then lowered it again, taking another sip of sake. You already have your own answer, don't you? My master does not agree. Kenshin gave a bitter smile. He says that one person alone cannot change the era. A sword is a weapon of murder, and swordsmanship is the art of killing. Once the blade is drawn, it only leads to endless slaughter. Soma picked up a small morsel of food with his chopsticks and placed it in Kaneo's bowl. She was busy focusing on her porridge as he listened silently. However, I do not agree with my master's view. Soma glanced at Kenshin. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, so formidable that even with a demon's physical prowess, Soma found it difficult to withstand him. There was no doubt Kenshin was extremely powerful. Now that he carried a sharp blade, he felt he was different. He believed that with his own ability, he could change everything. He held the purest dreams yet also the most arrogant ones. But he was still human. And humans grow tired. They get injured. They feel hunger and thirst. After another cup of sake, Himura Kenshin looked up at Soma. I want to invite you to join me to change all of this together. Soma fell silent. Your physical ability is the strongest I've ever seen. Even my master may not surpass you in that regard. Though your swordsmanship still needs refinement, if we work together, no difficulty would be insurmountable. I'd like to invite you to Kyoto. Together, we could. Before Kenshin could finish, Soma shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree. Kenshin froze, clearly not expecting such a direct refusal. His gaze dimmed slightly. Do you also agree with my master? An individual's power is ultimately limited. No matter how great one's swordsmanship is, perhaps you can defeat 10 people, 100 people, but can you defeat 1,000? 10,000? With one person's strength, it's difficult to stand against the tide of an era. To truly change something, you would have to join a faction. But once you join one, you will inevitably be used by those in power. And then what awaits may be endless slaughter in the name of justice. Once you throw yourself into it, Huden Mitsurugi Ryu will only cause you to kill countless people. Soma drank another cup as he spoke. The alcohol flowed down his throat into his body, tasteless and bland. Kenshin fell silent. Indeed, as Soma had said, he planned to go to Kyoto and join a faction. And perhaps the future would unfold exactly as Soma predicted. Then, should I do nothing at all? Kenshin looked at Soma, then at the little girl beside them who was quietly eating her porridge in small bites. Sensing his gaze, Kaneo Tsuyuri looked up at him briefly before lowering her head again, focusing on her bowl. Kenshin lowered his head, took another drink, and said firmly, someone has to do it. Soma smiled and raised his cup toward him. Kenshin, still weighed down by emotion, gave a bitter smile and raised his own cup, drinking deeply. However, Kenshin's tolerance for alcohol did not seem very strong. After a few more cups, he was already drunk. Soma asked the tavern staff to help carry the heavily intoxicated Kenshin back, then took Kaneo's hand and began walking toward their small inn. As they walked, Soma suddenly sensed something and raised his eyes. At the end of the bustling street, near a wonton stall, several men sat scanning their surroundings. Though they were not wearing the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform, there was no doubt they were swordsmen of the Corps. Beside them lay long objects wrapped in cloth, emitting an aura he found extremely repulsive, the unmistakable presence of Nichiren swords, weapons used to slay demons. Sensing the Demon Slayer swordsman, Soma lowered his head and merged into the crowd with Kaneo. After avoiding them, they soon approached the small inn. But as they passed a slightly secluded alley near the inn, Soma suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Not far away, a burly man stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, staring at him coldly. From the man's body, Soma sensed a very familiar aura, the scent of his own kind. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 32-32 Chapter 32 Drawing the Blade 32, Chapter 32, Drawing the Blade 32, Chapter 32, Drawing the Blade. The man leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He wore a sleeveless brownish shirt that exposed his extremely muscular arms. The front portion of his hair from the forehead to the top of his head had been carefully shaved, forming the distinctive Kanmaj-style hairstyle. At this moment, his crimson eyes stared at Soma, full of hostility. Don't you know this area is my hunting ground? Have you no sense of etiquette? The man stood up and slowly walked towards Soma. Do you know how much trouble your arrival has caused me? Over the past few days, the demon slayer swordsman had been searching the city, making it difficult for him to hunt, constantly fearing those hyenas would catch his scent. After all, once you're targeted by those demon slayer swordsmen, it's like getting stuck with chewing gum, you just can't shake them off. And the source of all this trouble was the country bumpkin demon in front of him, who didn't understand etiquette and had drawn those hyenas here. These rural demons were crude and reckless. Their hunting methods were rough, usually breaking into houses at night, causing huge commotions that quickly attracted the demon slayer corps' attention. The demons in the city, on the other hand, were different. They had their own methods. Their targets were the homeless, or children trafficked into the city, prey who could disappear without drawing attention. He had always thrived in this town, like a fish in water. But now, because this outsider demon had drawn the demon slayers here, his life had become difficult. I'll leave in a couple of days, Soma said calmly, his head slightly lowered. Demons usually lived alone. Each had a strong sense of territory and their own hunting grounds. Clearly, he had trespassed into this demon's domain. Ha, the man sneered. You think just leaving is enough? Do you know I've gone hungry these past few days because of you? Because of the demon slayer's search, he hadn't dared to hunt. Soma said nothing, simply standing there quietly. The man's face filled with anger. He wanted to beat Soma up, but he feared making noise that would attract the demon slayers. As for killing him, he hadn't even considered it, not because he didn't want to, but because demons' immortality made it extremely difficult for them to kill one another. Of course, extremely difficult didn't mean impossible. One method was to consume the other. By devouring a fellow demon, one could kill them and simultaneously grow more powerful. But cannibalizing another demon was forbidden. Any demon who dared to do so would be personally executed by that lord. No demon dared disobey that lord's orders. Any who had tried had essentially vanished from this world. Even if killing wasn't feasible, tormenting another demon was easy. Their immortality and powerful vitality only made such torture more painful and twisted. So the demon wasn't worried that Soma would refuse. He could sense Soma's aura was very weak, the kind of weak aura only demons who had never eaten human flesh possessed. A weak demon like that might not even be killed outright by some demon slayer swordsman, but instead captured and taken to Mount Fujikazan to serve as a target for trainee trials. The demon strode forward arrogantly until he stood right in front of Soma, staring at him. Get out of my territory today. But halfway through his sentence, his gaze suddenly fell on Kaneo Tsuyuri beside Soma. Looking at the girl's delicate body, the demon unconsciously licked his lips. What a sweet piece of food! In an instant, the demon's eyes filled with greed. Because of the demon slayer's tight surveillance and searches in the city over the past few days, he hadn't been able to hunt properly. His stomach had long been growling with hunger. Sensing the demon's gaze, Soma reached out and pulled Kaneo Tsuyuri behind him. He raised his head and calmly looked at the demon now standing before him. Seeing the food hide behind Soma, the demon reluctantly withdrew his gaze and looked at him instead. Is this the prey you caught today? Looks like a rather docile one. Normally, food would struggle desperately after being captured. Though such resistance meant little to demons, prey as submissive as this was rare. How about this? Since you trespassed into my territory, use your prey as compensation. The demon's throat moved involuntarily. He was so hungry he could hardly wait to enjoy his meal. Almost the moment he finished speaking, he reached out toward Kaneo behind Soma, paying no attention to Soma still standing in front of him. In truth, he didn't think much of Soma at all. Among demons, who followed the law of the strong preying upon the weak, it was normal for weaker demons to submit to stronger ones. And he was the stronger demon. But almost immediately, anger flashed across his face. His hand reaching for the prey had been blocked by Soma. A weak demon dared to defy him? He nearly exploded in rage, wanting to pounce and torture this brat in front of him. But he restrained himself, worried that any commotion might attract the demon slayers. If those hyenas set their sights on him, it would be troublesome. So he forced down his anger. Fine. I'll give you one leg later. That's my final act of mercy. Clearly, he believed Soma was being bold only because he couldn't bear to give up his food. Some demons, when driven by hunger, simply couldn't see the situation clearly. All they could see was their craving for flesh. Soma said nothing. His other hand slowly moved to his waist, where a long object wrapped in cloth was secured, clearly some kind of blade. This was nothing unusual. With the sword abolishment edict in place, even demon slayer swordsmen did not openly display their Nichiren swords. They too wrapped them in cloth or concealed them in other ways. The demon noticed Soma's small movement and guessed it was a weapon, but he didn't care much. Unlike humans where even the strongest person might be killed by a child if careless, such a scenario was almost non-existent among demons. A demon's immortality made it extremely difficult for one demon to kill another. Even if Soma drew a weapon and launched a surprise attack, at most he could injure him, not kill him. Doing so wouldn't solve anything. It would only enrage him further and invite even more brutal retaliation. So the demon wasn't worried that Soma had the nerve to try. And at that moment, under the demon's confident gaze, Soma's hand gripped the hilt at his waist. Shing! A blade faintly radiating a scorching aura slid out from its cloth wrapping. A flash of fiery light reflected in the demon's crimson pupils. In that instant, everything turned into something incomprehensible and terrifying. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creators' thoughts. Jin TLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 33 to 33. Chapter 33. Connie Coco 33. Chapter 33. Connie Coco 33. Chapter 33. Connie Coco Shing. From the moment the hilt was drawn to the instant the blade slashed out, only a split second passed. The demon saw only a flash of scorching light along the blade, felt the unmistakable aura of sunlight radiating from it, the very thing demons feared most. Nichiren sword. The demon's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. He had known that what Soma carried at his waist might be a sword or a blade. But he hadn't cared. Even if Soma had used it to sneak attack and sever his head, it wouldn't have killed him. Blades were lethal weapons against frail humans, but to demons, they were of little consequence. Never had he imagined that this blade would be a Nichiren sword. A blade capable of killing demons. No demon was unfamiliar with Nichiren swords. They were the weapons used by the demon slayer corps, the tools that ended demons' lives. But how could such a weapon be in a demon's possession? Nichiren swords carried within them the essence that could slay demons, imbued with the hated aura of sunlight. Any demon instinctively loathed them, instinctively avoided them. The demon couldn't fathom it. But now, feeling the aura emanating from the steel, he tried to dodge and found he was far too late. Soma's strike was too fast. Too precise. It was so fast the demon saw only a streak of red light before he felt the bone in his neck being sheared through by a searing edge. Then, the entire world began to spin. In the secluded alleyway, a head sporting a traditional Chan mage flew into the air. The body standing on the ground, now headless, erupted into a geyser of crimson blood from the stump of its neck. Thud! The head hit the ground and rolled several times. Even as it came to rest, its eyes remained wide open, staring at Soma in disbelief. It could not believe he would be killed over something as trivial as a piece of food. Nor could he believe he would die so easily. Crimson blood pooled on the ground, looking cold beneath the moonlight. Soma calmly sheathed the Nichiren sword and wrapped it once more in cloth. This demon had been careless, or rather, overly confident in the resilience of a demon's body. After all, demons were not as fragile as humans. A human, no matter how strong, could be killed by a child with a blade if struck in a vital spot. Among demons, such a thing was almost unheard of. And it was precisely that carelessness and confidence that doomed him. By the time he realized Soma had drawn a Nichiren sword capable of killing demons, it was already too late. As Soma finished wrapping the sword, the severed head began to disintegrate. In those wide, staring eyes, one could still see deep regret. But regret changed nothing. As the head and body slowly dissolved into nothingness, a foul stench spread through the air along with something else. A trace of sorrow. Ordinary people couldn't sense that sorrow. Demon slayer swordsmen who severed demons' necks with Nichiren swords wouldn't notice it, or even if they did, they wouldn't care about the grief of a dying demon. But Soma, being a demon himself, could sense it. He smelled the sorrow of this demon. Within that sorrow was pain, regret, despair. This sorrow was not grief over the end of his life. It was the pain and sadness that surfaced at the moment of death, when he finally remembered the memories of when he had once been human. Perhaps this demon, too, once had happiness of his own, happiness he personally destroyed, until he became something so twisted he could no longer recognize himself. But no matter how deep the pain, it could only dissolve into endless despair and then into nothingness. Standing beside Soma, Kaneo Tsuyuri tilted her head as she watched him stare at the demon. Her pink-violet eyes followed the demon's head as it gradually disintegrated. She saw the tears that fell from its eyes. It looks like he was crying, she said softly. Sensing the sorrow lingering in the air, Soma replied in a low voice, he has every reason to. With that, he took Kaneo's hand and quickly left the alley. It smells awful, why does it smell so bad? Hurry, let's get out of here. Did someone dump waste nearby? Passers-by covered their noses and hurried away, grumbling in complaint. Before long, the disturbance drew the attention of certain individuals. Furukawa Hiroshi arrived at the alley with several companions. It's the stench left behind when one of those damned demons dies, one swordsman said, his face full of disgust. Even in death they reek. They shouldn't exist in this world. They should all be left to burn in the sun. But why did a demon die here? Did someone from our side act? Another swordsman asked in confusion. Furukawa Hiroshi crouched down to carefully inspect the spot where the demon had perished. It hasn't been long. The scent in the air is still strong. He then looked up. Are there any other teams nearby besides us? The swordsmen shook their heads. They weren't sure. Communication between corps members was handled strictly by Kashigi Crows to prevent the headquarters location from being compromised. Many years ago, a demon had once followed the trail of a demon slayer and located the headquarters, launching a surprise attack. Though the corps was not annihilated in that battle, the backbone of their forces, those who practiced sun breathing, were all killed. As a result, sun breathing lost its lineage. To this day, there were no swordsmen in the corps who practiced it anymore. And among all breathing styles, sun breathing had been the greatest threat to demons. Knowing they couldn't easily determine the movements of other teams, Furukawa Hiroshi turned to the Kakushi who had accompanied them. Have any other squads contacted you recently? Typically, when demon slayers arrived in a region, local Kakushi would assist them. Revealing the whereabouts of other swordsmen was normally forbidden within the corps, but the Kakushi understood that the situation was unusual. After hesitating briefly, he nodded. Recently, only Miss Connie and Miss Shinobu have been in contact. The flower Hashira, Connie Coco, one swordsman exclaimed softly. Female swordsmen were rare in the Demon Slayer Corps, and those who rose to the rank of Hashira were rarer still. Among them was the flower Hashira, Connie Coco. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 34-34. Chapter 34. If Uncle were to eat me as food, I would be happy. 34. Chapter 34. If Uncle were to eat me as food, I would be happy. 34. Chapter 34. If Uncle were to eat me as food, I would be happy. Could it have been the flower Hashira who did this? Furukawa Hiroshi murmured softly as he examined the traces left at the scene. I'd say it must have been the flower Hashira. After all, ordinary people can't kill those damned demons, one swordsman beside him said with a quiet laugh. To kill a demon, you need a specially crafted Nichiren sword from our corps. No one outside the Demon Slayer Corps possesses one, another swordsman added. Everyone felt that this demon-slaying mission was essentially over. There had been one more demon than expected. They had prepared for a fierce battle, yet things had ended far more easily than anticipated. Although Furukawa Hiroshi also believed the demon was likely slain by the passing flower Hashira, he hesitated for a moment before placing his fingers to his lips and whistling. Not long after, a Kashigi crow flapped down from the sky. Furukawa Hiroshi took out paper and brush, wrote a letter describing the situation, and placed it inside the small metal tube tied to the crow's leg. The Kashigi crow flapped its wings and flew away, carrying the message into the distance. We'll wait here for a few more days. I've sent an inquiry to headquarters, we'll wait for the reply. Furukawa Hiroshi said to his companions as he watched the crow disappear. Captain, isn't that a bit unnecessary? One swordsman said with a wry smile. The demon's already dead. The mission's finished, another complained. Captain, you're just too cautious, a third said helplessly. Furukawa Hiroshi rested his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword and looked at them. When dealing with demons, there's no such thing as being too cautious. As he spoke, he glanced toward the lively crowd in the distance. If we grow careless and let a demon escape, how many people might it devour as food? How many families' happiness would be destroyed? That can never be allowed. The other swordsman felt a chill at his words. Furukawa Hiroshi himself felt he might have gone a bit too far. Deep down, he also believed the demon had likely been cut down by the passing flower Hashira. Yet, unbidden, he recalled how a teammate had been killed by a demon a few days earlier, and his Nichiren sword had gone missing. It still hadn't been recovered. The Kakushi had searched extensively nearby but found nothing. If that Nichiren sword had been picked up by a demon, was it not possible that? But the thought made Furukawa Hiroshi shake his head. He felt he was overthinking. How could a demon wield a Nichiren sword? Nichiren swords contained the essence of sunlight, the very thing demons feared and loathed. Over the years, countless swordsmen had been killed by demons, yet never had a demon taken up a Nichiren sword. Small inn, second floor. Soma stood by the window, opening it just a crack. Through the narrow gap, he watched Furukawa Hiroshi and the group of demon slayer swordsmen in the distance. They had investigated the site where he killed the demon for quite some time. There even seemed to be some debate among them, and they had summoned a Kashigai crow to send a message. For a moment, his heart tightened. He thought they might have discovered his trail. However, after sending off the crow, the swordsman returned and made no attempt to search the surrounding area. Soma let out a quiet breath of relief. He had no desire to confront the demon slayer swordsman right now. Fortunately, it seemed he had narrowly avoided trouble. The Nichiren sword he used to kill the demon had likely misled them. He closed the window. In the darkened room, what met his eyes were a pair of bright, pink-violet eyes shining at him in the night. Kaneo stood quietly at his side the entire time, silently watching him. Did today scare you? Soma reached out and gently rubbed Kaneo's little head. Kaneo tilted her head and blinked, looking slightly puzzled. It's good that it didn't. Seeing her expression, Soma couldn't help but smile. Kaneo, whose heart was tightly closed off, was not easily stirred to joy by interesting things in the outside world, nor was she easily frightened by the horrifying sight of a demon's brutal death. He picked her up, went downstairs from the second floor, and returned to their room. The room was pitch black. Soma lit the oil lamp inside, and the darkness was driven away by its warm glow. He set Kaneo down. Though she had been placed on the floor, she didn't walk away. She stayed obediently by his side. Go get some rest. He patted her head and pointed to the bed nearby. Kaneo obediently walked to the bed and lay down on the soft bedding. However, she turned slightly onto her side, her pink-violet eyes quietly watching him. Go to sleep, he said again. Kaneo obediently closed her eyes. Soma turned back and sat at the table, silently staring at the flickering oil lamp. The wavering flame reflected in his crimson eyes. Uncle, a soft voice came from behind him. Soma turned his head. The girl lay on the bed, still with her eyes closed, her fingers interlaced and resting gently on her lower abdomen. Uncle, why did that person say I was your food? Her eyes remained closed, but there was a hint of curiosity in her tone. Soma didn't know how to answer. It was a question that was destined to be difficult. I can tell Uncle is very hungry, Kaneo said softly. If I could be eaten by Uncle as food, I would be very happy. Soma did not look at her again. Instead, he stared at the oil lamp on the table and said calmly, my food will never be you. His tone was calm and firm. If one day he truly could not restrain the desire to devour flesh and blood, then there would be no reason for him to continue living. Unbidden, he thought of the demon he had just slain. A creature that must constantly feed. A creature that gradually forgets who it once was until the moment of death, when it suddenly realizes what it has done since becoming a demon. He could still feel the pain and sorrow that demon experienced when memories of its human past resurfaced in its final instant. If one cannot remain true to oneself, then life is a fate worse than death. I really hope Uncle won't go hungry, Kaneo said softly, her voice tinged with a trace of sadness. Being hungry feels very uncomfortable. I don't want Uncle to feel that way. Soma turned his head to look at the girl lying on the bed, still obediently keeping her eyes closed. The crimson in his gaze softened slightly. It won't be long before I no longer have to endure this hunger. He smiled gently. Once he found where Tanjiro Kamado lived and located the legendary blue spider lily, he would be able to make up for the flaw of becoming a demon. That's wonderful then, the girl sounded happy, her voice full of longing. I hope that day comes very soon. Creators Thoughts Jin TLPS, read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 35-35 Chapter 35 Scooping up a handful of sunlight 35, Chapter 35, Scooping up a handful of sunlight 35, Chapter 35, Scooping up a handful of sunlight. The oil lamp burned steadily, its orange-red flame flickering softly. Soma sat quietly at the table, gazing at the flame as he silently endured the rising craving in his heart for flesh and blood. He could feel that hunger growing stronger bit by bit, slowly eroding his will. If it continued like this, one day that craving would eventually overwhelm his resolve. And then, he would become like most demons in this world. Such was the fate of becoming a demon. Even someone as powerful as the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, could not escape it. Precisely because of this, no matter how strong-willed a person once was, after becoming a demon, they would ultimately fall into despair, degenerating into a monster they themselves could no longer recognize. Fortunately, his heart was not yet in despair. There was still hope within him. He still possessed the will to resist. The lamp flame continued to flicker, yet it no longer seemed as bright as before. It wasn't that the flame had dimmed, rather, the sun was about to rise. The surrounding darkness was fading, making the lamplight less noticeable. As it did every day, the sun was preparing to rise in the east once more, casting its light upon every corner of the earth. Soma blew out the oil lamp and turned toward the window. Faintly, dawn was already beginning to pierce through the clouds. At that moment, a surge of panic rose in his heart. The instinctive fear demons felt toward sunlight. Lowering his gaze slightly, he stood up, walked to the bed, bent down, and began crawling underneath it. As he moved toward the darkness beneath the bed, a sudden wave of anger and humiliation welled up inside him. He possessed a body of immense strength. He had near immortality. Yet when the sun rose, he could only hide in the shadows like a rat in a gutter, like some loathsome insect. Suppressing the humiliation in his heart, he crawled toward the wooden board beneath the bed and prepared to lift it to enter the underground pit. But just as he was about to climb inside, he paused and turned his head. At some point, Kaneo had gotten out of bed and crawled under as well. She had already made her way to his side. "Why did you come down here?" Soma looked at the girl and spoke gently. "Uncle, are you going into the underground pit?" Kaneo looked at the opened cover, revealing the dugout hollow beneath. He nodded. "Then can I go with uncle?" The girl lifted her eyes to look at him. Those beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Soma couldn't help but smile helplessly. "It's damp and cold down there. It's not a good place to stay." Kaneo tilted her head slightly, looking confused. If it was so unpleasant down there, why did he have to go inside? Outside was clearly comfortable. Uncle could sleep on the soft bed just like Kaneo, waiting for the warmth of sunlight to fall upon him. Seeing her puzzled expression, Soma didn't quite know how to explain it. Should he tell her that he was a demon and that when the sun came out, he could only hide in darkness? "When the sun rises, I can only hide here," he said instead, reaching out to lightly tap her little nose. "Go back up. Rest properly on the bed. If you get hungry, go to the innkeeper and ask for food." With that, Soma dropped into the underground pit and prepared to close the wooden cover above him. "Uncle," Kaneo's large eyes watched him. Soma turned back, looking at her questioningly. "Kaneo still wants to stay with uncle," the girl said softly. "Didn't I say? The underground pit is damp. It's not good to stay there," he explained again. "Unlike demons, who thrive in darkness as if fish in water, humans are different. Humans are drawn to the light. Moreover, Kaneo's body wasn't strong. Staying in a cold, damp pit could easily make her ill. But uncle is in there too," Kaneo said softly, her mood dimming. "It wouldn't be good for uncle either. If Kaneo stays with you, maybe it would be a little better." Hearing that, Soma looked at her, his gaze softening. Uncle can't stand in the sunlight. Yet seeing the girl's disappointment, he couldn't bear to let her remain upset. So he smiled and said, "Even though uncle can't step into the sunlight, Kaneo can. You can stand in the sun and feel its warmth for me." "For you, uncle?" Kaneo's eyes brightened slightly. "So? I just have to stand in the sunlight. You also need to feel its warmth. Feel the warmth of the sunlight on your body. If Kaneo can feel it, then uncle can feel it too." "Really?" The girl sounded delighted. Go on." Soma smiled as he watched Kaneo Tsuyuri walk to the window. At that moment, the gentle rays of dawn streamed in through the window. The girl stretched out her hands and lightly cupped the sunlight. "Uncle, when the sunlight shines on me, it feels a little warm." Kaneo closed her eyes, carefully sensing the warmth on her skin. She tried her best to feel it so that uncle could feel it too, just like she did. As she felt it, she described it to him. After finishing, she sounded excited. "Uncle, did you feel it?" I did. It feels very warm." His gentle voice came from beneath the floor. "That's wonderful." Kaneo was very happy. She turned instinctively toward him. The wooden board had already been closed, she could no longer see him. But she knew uncle was there, in the darkness beneath it, surely feeling the warmth of the sunlight through her. If uncle could feel the warmth of sunlight on his body through her, then it would surely drive away much of the cold and dampness. He would feel much more comfortable. Uncle, I'll make sure to feel it properly for you. Kaneo clenched her small fists slightly. Being able to help uncle is, really wonderful. In the dark underground pit, Soma listened to the girl's innocent words and couldn't help but smile faintly. She was still just a child. A simple lie was enough to fool her. How could he possibly feel the sunlight through her? It was impossible. He could never feel the warmth of the sun on his skin through Kaneo. And yet, though he could not share the sunlight itself, the girl's sincerity made his heart feel warm. He gently lifted the wooden board just a crack and looked at Kaneo standing in the sunlight. She immediately noticed the small gap opening and sensed that uncle was watching her. So she gave a pure, sweet smile. With both hands, she gathered the sunlight that fell into her palms and held it toward him as if she could scoop up a handful of warm sunlight and offer it to him. He pressed his lips together and smiled silently. Then he closed the final sliver of the wooden board. The instinctive fear and unease that rose within him at the coming of the sun seemed, at that moment, to gradually settle and fade away. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 36-36 Chapter 36 Shinobu Koko 36, Chapter 36, Shinobu Koko 36, Chapter 36, Shinobu Koko. A clear stream flowed along the winding mountain slope, making a crisp, pleasant sound. A tall young woman crouched down by the water, scooping up a handful of it to wash her face. Beside her stood another girl who looked very similar to her. However, compared to the tall woman's slender height, this girl was somewhat petite. Both had pinkish-purple eyes and wore the standard uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. The taller woman, however, also wore a colorful butterfly-patterned haori, one reserved only for the Hashira of the Corps. Her long hair fell to her waist, and at both ends she wore emerald-green butterfly hairpins edged in pink. The smaller girl wore her hair short, styled in a Taisho-era curled fashion. The two had very different temperaments. The taller one appeared gentle, always carrying a soft smile. The smaller one, by contrast, seemed serious and composed, rarely smiling. Simply standing there, she felt as sharp as an unsheathed blade. They were the flower Hashira, Connie Koko, and her younger sister, Shinobu Koko. Sister, you let that demon die far too easily yesterday. For creatures like them, death shouldn't come so simply. Their flesh should be sliced away piece by piece, so they can truly experience pain. Shinobu spoke softly from the side as she watched her sister wash her face in the stream. As if recalling the image of demons wailing in agony, Shinobu seemed to grow excited. A faint flush even appeared on her delicate cheeks. Connie glanced at her younger sister and lowered her head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Those demons were once human too. After becoming demons, they are pitiful, and in pain. Sister. The younger girl snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with irritation. They're no longer human. They've become demons. Sister, you're far too gentle even toward demons. Connie looked at her without arguing. Instead, she gently took her sister's hand. The anger in Shinobu seemed to soften slightly under Connie's warmth, though she still turned her head away with puffed cheeks, clearly displeased. She knew there was no changing her sister's nature. Connie tenderly pulled her sister into an embrace. She didn't mind Shinobu's fierce words, if anything, they only made her heart ache more. Girls of Shinobu's age should have been living carefree lives under their parents' loving care. Yet Shinobu, driven by hatred for demons, had stepped onto the dangerous path of demon hunting. If she hadn't taken this path, then in a few more years she would be of marriageable age. Perhaps she would meet someone she loved, marry, have children of her own, and live to old age with wrinkles lining her face. Instead, she now walked the edge of life and death each day, never knowing whether she would die on the next hunt. If only my sister would stop hunting demons. If only she could let go of the past, pretend none of it ever happened, and live the life of an ordinary person, Connie murmured softly, already beginning to regret allowing her sister to walk this road of no return. Shinobu abruptly pulled away from Connie's embrace. Sister, don't say such things again. I could never return to an ordinary life. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes reddening. That night, a demon stole our happiness. I watched father and mother be killed before my eyes. How could I possibly pretend that never happened? How could I do that? How could I live like an ordinary person, pretend to forget everything, deceive myself, and begin some new life, the so-called happy life you wish for me? I simply can't do that. And even if I could, how would that be any different from being dead? Hearing her sister's words, Connie's eyes filled with pain. She could only hold Shinobu tightly, just like that night when a demon broke into their home. She had clung to her trembling sister in the same way. If only, back when the demon invaded their house, she had possessed the strength she had now, perhaps things would not have turned out the same. In the future, please don't say things like that again, Shinobu insisted, her eyes reddened. I don't want to hear it. I only want to kill every demon I see one by one until every demon in this world has been wiped out. The girl clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were resolute, her voice filled with hatred for demons. Connie parted her lips, intending to say something more, but suddenly she looked up. A Kashagi crow came flapping toward them. Connie raised her hand, and the crow gently landed on her wrist. She removed the small metal cylinder tied to its leg and took out the letter inside to read it. Did something happen, sister? Did they discover news about upper rank 3? Shinobu's eyes shone with excitement. 4 days now, she and her sister had been tracking information about upper rank 3 of the 12 Kizuki. If they could kill one of the 12 Kizuki, especially upper rank 3, it would deal a tremendous blow to demonkind. Connie shook her head, confusion flickering across her face. It concerns a town we passed through not long ago. They're asking whether we happened to slay a demon while passing through. Why would they ask that? We didn't find any demons in that town, Shinobu muttered. They had only stayed there briefly and encountered none. If they had found one, that would have been better. She would have personally severed its head with her Nichiren sword and perhaps tested her latest poison before delivering the final blow. Recently, based on demons' aversion to wisteria, she had extracted certain special components from wisteria flowers. She believed those components might possess the ability to kill demons. She had been waiting for a demon to test it on. It seems a small squad tracked a demon into the town, only to discover that one had already been slain, Connie explained. Could it have been another squad passing by who killed it? Shinobu suggested casually. Connie shook her head again. Aside from us, no other swordsmen were carrying out missions nearby. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Connie had access to more detailed intelligence. Then who killed the demon? Now Shinobu was intrigued. Ordinary people can't kill demons. Even powerful samurai from the old era would struggle against one without a Nichiren sword, let alone slay it. As she spoke, a faint smile finally appeared on her usually serious face. It couldn't possibly be that a demon used a Nichiren sword to kill it, could it? The thought amused her. Given demons' instinctive hatred and fear of Nichiren swords, they would avoid them at all costs. In all these years, she had never heard of a demon wielding one. It's impossible for a demon to use a Nichiren sword. Those monsters who hide in the darkness would never dare to touch a weapon infused with the power of sunlight. Shinobu's tone was firm and certain. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creators' thoughts. JinTLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 37 to 37. Chapter 37 The Search. 37. Chapter 37 The Search. 37. Chapter 37 The Search. The Kashagi crow fluttered down, and Furukawa Hiroshi removed a letter from its leg. After reading it, his face filled with shock and confusion. Caption: Was that demon killed by Lady Flower Hashira while she was passing through? One of the swordsmen asked casually, not noticing the change in his leader's expression. No. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head. It wasn't Lady Flower Hashira? Then which swordsman passed by and killed it? Someone exclaimed in surprise, clearly puzzled. Lady Flower Hashira replied that she did not slay any demon here. And recently, no other demon slayer swordsmen have passed through this area. During this period, the only squad carrying out demon-slaying missions nearby was ours. Furukawa Hiroshi frowned deeply as he spoke. He himself couldn't make sense of it. The other swordsmen were equally incredulous. One even stepped forward and reread the letter in his hand several times. If the information hadn't been delivered directly by the Kashagi crow, they might have suspected it was false. Could it be that some ordinary person found a Nichiren sword and killed the demon? One swordsman muttered, looking utterly unconvinced. For ordinary people to face a demon, victory was almost impossible. Moreover, aside from the Demon Slayer Corps, outsiders had virtually no chance of obtaining a Nichiren sword. Even within the Corps, unless under special circumstances, each swordsman was issued only one blade exclusively their own. If a swordsman died, their Nichiren sword would be retrieved as a symbol of their will and spirit. It rarely ever left the Corps. Could we have made a mistake last night? Another swordsman rubbed his nose. Maybe that foul stench wasn't left behind by a demon's death. Impossible. Before he could finish, another swordsman firmly rejected the idea. There's no way we could mistake the stench of a demon that's died. If that demon wasn't killed by Lady Flower Hashira, and no other swordsman passed through here, then how did it die? One swordsman voiced the question on everyone's mind. There can't be some other way to kill a demon, can there? They exchanged glances and all shook their heads. Over the years, the Demon Slayer Corps had searched tirelessly for alternative methods to destroy demons but without success. Aside from exposing a demon to sunlight, the only proven method was severing its neck with a Nichiren sword. Of course, they had recently heard that Shinobu Koko, the younger sister of the flower Hashira, had extracted a toxin from wisteria flowers that was harmful to demons. There was a possibility it could kill them. The matter had even drawn the attention of the master of the Corps. If she truly succeeded in developing a poison capable of killing demons, it would add a new method of extermination. Such an achievement alone might qualify her to become a new Hashira. Listening to the discussion, Furukawa Hiroshi's expression grew serious. No matter what, we need to get to the bottom of this. Over the next few days, I'll have to ask everyone to work a little harder. If we can truly discover another way to kill demons, the swordsman's eyes lit up with excitement. If a new method of execution really existed, hope for purging all demons from this world would be within reach. The sun would not remain set forever and naturally, it would not rise forever either. When daylight passes, night inevitably falls and that is when demons become active. Soma pushed aside the wooden board and climbed out of the underground hole where he had stayed all day. When Kaneo saw her uncle emerge, she trotted over in quick little steps, looked up at him, and revealed a sweet, innocent smile. Soma gently rubbed the girl's small head, then took her hand and led her to the second floor. Reaching the window, he carefully pushed it open. The second floor wasn't high, but it provided a view of the surrounding area. It was nighttime now. Though this was a bustling town and many places were still lit, most areas lay in darkness. Under such darkness, ordinary people could hardly see much, but for a demon active in the night, the dark posed no obstacle to his sight. His gaze immediately fell upon the area near the alley where he had killed the demon the previous night. After only a few glances, his expression tightened. He noticed several unfamiliar individuals quietly surveying the surroundings in that alley. Some of them bore the emblem of wisteria flowers. The wisteria crest was connected to the Yubayashiki family, and the master of the Demon Slayer Corps had always come from that lineage. Clearly, these people were affiliated with the Corps. Continuing his observation, he spotted a man seated at a small stall, holding a long object wrapped in cloth against his chest, as if constantly scanning his surroundings. From the shape of the wrapped item, it was most likely a Nichiren sword. Without a doubt, the man was a Demon Slayer swordsman. Seeing this, Soma frowned. Logically, after discovering the demon's corpse yesterday, the Demon Slayers might have relaxed their vigilance or even withdrawn. But from what he could see, the search throughout the town had grown even tighter. He even spotted a man bearing the wisteria emblem speaking to a Daishin of the town magistrate's office. Soon after, several Daishin began moving out in different directions. Though Soma had been hiding by day and moving by night these past days, he had learned some basic knowledge about this place. The Jamaka magistrate's office was responsible for maintaining public order in the town, essentially what he understood as a police station. And Daishin was the title for its lowest-ranking officers. It was clear that the Demon Slayer Corps had already begun coordinating with the local authorities. Although the Corps was not officially recognized by the government, it was tacitly permitted to exist, and cooperation was not uncommon. For example, before joining the Corps, Gyomei Himejima had fought a demon to protect children but was later mistaken for a murderer and imprisoned. Just before his execution, the Corps' master, Kaguya Yubayashiki, personally intervened and contacted officials to secure his release. If the Demon Slayer Corps stepped in, they certainly had the ability to request official cooperation in investigating a town. Of course, in major cities like Kyoto or Edo, that would be far more difficult due to the potential public impact. The authorities did not wish the general populace to learn of demons' existence. At this moment, Soma could already see several Daishin going door to door, questioning residents, asking about unusual occurrences, recent arrivals to the city, or any missing persons nearby. Seeing all this, Soma felt a tightening in his chest. He knew that if he continued to stay here, the probability of being discovered would only increase. The Demon Slayer Corps was proving to be far more troublesome than he had imagined. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 38-38. Chapter 38. Flowers may resemble each other but people are different. 38. Chapter 38. Flowers may resemble each other, but people are different. 38. Chapter 38. Flowers may resemble each other, but people are different. Soma withdrew his gaze and closed the window, then led Kaneo downstairs from the second floor. Is there anything you need to pack? He asked, looking back at Kaneo following him. Kaneo shook her head. The girl had owned nothing to begin with, so naturally there was nothing to pack. Then in a little while, we'll leave this place. Soma spoke softly before walking over to the mirror in the room. He picked up the comb resting there and beckoned to Kaneo. Kaneo immediately came obediently to stand before him. Her beautiful pinkish-purple eyes were filled with dependence. For no reason at all, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Before, when he had been alone, nothing mattered, he had no one to worry about. But now, he had concerns. Suddenly, he found himself worrying, if he were to die, how would this dazed, withdrawn girl survive on her own? However, he soon chuckled to himself. If he were dead, he wouldn't feel a thing, the very concept of worry would cease to exist. If he were gone, there would be no point in fussing over such things. Uncle is going to comb your hair, he said, patting the head he hadn't tended to all day. Kaneo was a very obedient and well-behaved girl. She quietly turned around. Soma lifted the comb and began gently tidying her hair. Compared to when they had first met, when it had been dirty and tangled into clumps, her hair was now much cleaner. Though some strands were still yellowish from malnutrition, most of it was black and smooth. If she continued to eat properly and regain her health, her hair would surely grow long, thick and glossy black in the future. As he tended to her hair, Soma spoke casually, if we run into danger, don't worry about uncle. Kaneo blinked, not fully understanding. If one day uncle isn't by your side, remember to take good care of yourself. Don't always be so absent-minded. Other people won't deliberately look after you. You have to learn to listen to your own heart. He didn't know whether she understood or not. He simply continued speaking quietly. When he finished and pinned the butterfly hair clip he had bought earlier into her hair, he realized that at some point she had grabbed onto the corner of his clothes, clutching it tightly. He stared for a moment, slightly stunned, then lightly tapped her head. You're holding so tight you've wrinkled my clothes. Let go. Kaneo, always obedient to his words, released her grip almost immediately. But her eyes remained fixed on him, as though he might disappear in the next second, as though he might abandon her. Sensing her dependence, Soma fell silent for a moment. Then he tapped her lightly on the head again. Don't look at me like that. It makes my chest feel all tight. Kaneo immediately lowered her head. Soma found a thick coat in the room and draped it over her shoulders so she wouldn't feel cold traveling at night. He also put gloves on her small hands. After looking her over from top to bottom, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he pack his own things. First was the Nichiren sword. He carefully wrapped it in cloth, then put on a coat-like outer garment and concealed the sword inside so it wouldn't be obvious he was carrying a weapon. However, when the Nichiren sword rested close against his chest near his heart, he felt a wave of panic and shortness of breath. Especially when he faintly sensed the warmth radiating from the blade, an intense unease rose within him as if, in the next moment, he might be plunged into a terror of death. He slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the discomfort rising in his chest and enduring the nausea that made him want to vomit. As a weapon forged specifically to kill demons, the Nichiren sword was clearly unsuited for a demon to carry. In fact, keeping it close for a long time would gradually weaken a demon's body. This was likely the reason no demon had ever wielded a Nichiren sword. But for Soma, he needed this weapon. Not because it was exceptionally sharp or superior, but because it was capable of killing demons. He was wary of the Demon Slayer Corps. But he was equally cautious of other demons. After finishing his preparations and confirming nothing had been overlooked, he prepared to leave. For a demon like him, this place was no longer safe. He had to leave the city as soon as possible. Holding Kaneo's hand, he stepped out of the inn and immediately saw a Daishin accompanied by a man bearing the Wisteria crest entering the building to conduct inquiries. He faintly overheard them asking about recently checked-in guests and whether anything strange or unusual had occurred nearby. Soma felt a quiet sense of relief that he had left early. If those men had come knocking, the abnormalities about him would have been easy to detect. After all, he had never once appeared at the inn during the daytime, something that would certainly draw suspicion. Once outside, Soma did not head straight for the city gate. Instead, he blended into the crowd like any other person strolling through the town at night. He even stopped at a food stall and bought 2 servings of fried oysters. Fresh oysters coated in flour, egg, and bread crumbs, fried to a golden crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, paired with lemon juice and tartar sauce, their flavor was exquisite. He bought 2 portions, one for Kaneo and one for himself. The two of them walked and ate together, no different from other townsfolk enjoying the night. Of course, a demon's taste buds could not appreciate such delicacies. To him, it was like chewing wax. Still, he pretended it was delicious. In this way, they strolled casually without drawing much attention, slowly approaching the city gate. At a stall near the gate, Furukawa Hiroshi sipped tea while observing those leaving the city at night. Soon, he noticed what appeared to be a father and daughter pair walking toward the gate while eating fried oysters. He saw the man bending slightly, lowering his head as he gently fed part of his own portion to the girl. Because the man was bent over, his face and eyes were not visible. But Furukawa instinctively felt that such a person could not possibly be a demon. A demon would never treat what it saw as food with such tenderness. So he naturally dismissed the thought. The girl, however, was not bending down, allowing him to see her face clearly. For a fleeting moment, a sense of familiarity stirred within him. It reminded him of the girl he had once seen in Taro Town. But the girl in Taro Town had been dirty, expressionless, and pitiful. The girl before him now had delicate features, blinking pinkish-purple eyes, and clean clothes. At a glance, it was clear she was well cared for. Same age, different fates, Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head slightly. One was a princess cherished and protected, the other. He sighed inwardly. Flowers may resemble each other, but people are different. The same kind of person can be born into entirely different destinies. He suddenly thought of himself. Others his age might already have found someone they loved, started families of their own, and lived happily. And he was walking a path of demon hunting and bloodshed, uncertain whether tomorrow or the day after he might fail to see the sun rise again. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creators' thoughts. JinTLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 39 to 39. Chapter 39. The Fragrance of Wisteria. 39. Chapter 39. The Fragrance of Wisteria. 39. Chapter 39. The Fragrance of Wisteria. Furukawa Hiroshi lifted his teacup and took a sip, watching the man and the girl walk away. A quiet sense of emotion rose within him at the thought of how different people's fates could be. If demons had not destroyed the happiness that once belonged to him, he might have grown up just like that cherished girl, surrounded by warmth and love. His father would work in the fields each day, his mother would sew clothes at home. There might have been hardships in life, but the family would have faced them together, striving toward a better tomorrow. A breeze passed by, and inexplicably, the corners of Furukawa Hiroshi's eyes grew moist. Suddenly, he felt an urge to drink until he was completely drunk, so he would not indulge in such thoughts. But he was currently on a mission. He could not drink. Alcohol dulled the mind, slowed reaction, and blade speed, any of which could become a fatal mistake when facing a demon. The faint wind brushed his face again. Watching the man holding the girl's hand as they left, he lifted his head to gaze at the round moon hanging in the dark sky. His expression gradually hardened with resolve. Perhaps he could choose to leave the Demon Slayer Corps now. He could abandon this path of demon hunting, take the rewards he had earned over the years, move somewhere no one knew him, marry a woman whether he loved her or not, and live an ordinary, peaceful life. But such thoughts, he had never truly considered them. From the night demons shattered his happiness in a spray of blood, he had never been able to forget it, the demon slaughtering his father, devouring his mother. For him, once happiness was destroyed that night, there was no going back. He would kill every demon in this world one by one. He would never again allow demons to trample upon human happiness. Silently tightening his grip on the sword at his waist, Furukawa Hiroshi watched the departing figures walking hand in hand toward the city gate, their backs radiating quiet happiness. Wasn't this the very reason he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Wasn't it to protect ordinary, simple, yet precious happiness like this? To ensure such happiness would not be destroyed? Even knowing he might die on this path of demon hunting, not a single swordsman feared or shrank back. Wasn't that the very meaning of the Corps' existence? Soma held Kaneo's hand as they walked toward the city gate. He could clearly feel the gaze fixed on his back. His nerves were stretched taut. For a moment, he almost believed the Demon Slayer swordsman had seen through his identity. He nearly scooped Kaneo up and fled at once. But he forced himself to suppress the impulse and continued walking calmly like any ordinary passerby. It wasn't until they passed through the gates and the weight of that gaze vanished that Soma finally let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Avoiding a life-threatening battle was always the preferred outcome. I have you to thank for that, Kaneo. Lowering his head, he saw the girl looking up at him. He gently tapped the tip of her nose with his finger. It was precisely because Kaneo was by his side that people subconsciously overlooked him. After all, how could a human and a demon walk together in harmony? Kaneo blinked, not quite understanding how she had helped her uncle. But being able to help him made her truly happy. The journey ahead is a long one. I'll carry you, Soma smiled, feeling somewhat more at ease. As he spoke, he crouched down in front of her. Kaneo obediently climbed onto his back, wrapping her small arms lightly around his neck, resting her head against his broad, warm back. Once she was secure, Soma stood and prepared to leave. Because they were still close to town, he refrained from running at full speed, worried that sudden movement might attract the demon slayer's attention. Instead, he walked at a normal pace. To any outsider, the scene appeared entirely ordinary, like a father carrying his daughter home after nightfall. Carrying Kaneo on his back and walking at an ordinary pace, Soma kept a careful watch on his surroundings. Quite a few people were leaving the city, and no one seemed to be paying attention to him. This allowed his inner vigilance to ease slightly. From here on, all he needed to do was find where Tanjiro Kamadul lived. I hope I can find it quickly and start the search for the blue spider lily. He thought silently to himself. Now that Kaneo was with him, even if the blue spider lily only bloomed during the daytime, he could have her pick it for him. As long as he consumed the blue spider lily, he would overcome a demon's only weakness. He would be able to stand beneath the sunlight without harm. This was the very thing Muzan Kibutsuji had sought for 1,000 years without success. If Muzan were to learn that the object he had yearned for over a millennium had been eaten by him instead, what kind of expression would he have? Would he explode with rage? Imagining Muzan's furious face, Soma, who had been tormented lately by his craving for flesh, felt a rare moment of happiness. He even let out a small, involuntary chuckle. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past his face, carrying a faint, sweet floral scent. It felt as if the warmth of sunlight itself had been distilled into a fragrance. Ugh, the mere scent made Soma gag. His entire body felt indescribably uncomfortable. Though it was a pleasant fragrance, to him it was like deadly poison. Wisteria. Almost instinctively, Soma recognized the scent. To demons, it was lethally harmful. On Mount Fujikazan, the Demon Slayer Corps used wisteria trees to confine a group of demons at the summit, turning it into the final selection site for new swordsmen. He looked ahead. On either side of the road, 2 sticks of incense had been planted in the ground. They were burning, and the wisteria-infused fragrance was emanating from them. Because tales of demons were widely circulated, some places commonly burned incense containing wisteria scent to ward off evil spirits. Driven by a demon's instinctive hatred and fear of wisteria, Soma almost reflexively stepped off the main road to avoid it, moving to the side. Hey! Stop right there! Just as he had taken a couple of steps aside, someone came running up behind him, slightly out of breath. The man wore clothing marked with the wisteria crest. He carried no Nichiren sword. Judging by his appearance, he was likely one of the Demon Slayer Corps' support personnel, a Kakushi. Soma stopped in his tracks beneath his lowered brow, his eyes flashed a brilliant, predatory crimson. Turn around. Let me have a look at you. The man panted lightly, having jogged over. He muttered, why not walk on the main road? He didn't actually suspect Soma of being a demon. After all, a swordsman was stationed at the city gate specifically to watch for demons. And this man was carrying a child on his back. It seemed unlikely he would be a demon. However, orders were orders. If anyone went out of their way to avoid the incense, they had to be checked. Who knew why this person had stepped aside? Earlier, several people had done the same simply because they needed to relieve themselves in the nearby fields. When he went to question them, he ended up getting thoroughly scolded for it. There's no way I'm unlucky enough to actually run into a demon, right? Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 40-40. Chapter 40 Wind Breathing 40, Chapter 40, Wind Breathing 40, Chapter 40, Wind Breathing. Turn around. Let me have a look. The man stood not far away, staring at Soma's back. Although he didn't really believe he would encounter a demon, it was the middle of the night, so he still remained somewhat cautious. Is there something you want? Soma did not turn around. He kept his head lowered, his voice sounding cold and indifferent. It's nothing serious. Recently there have been bandits around, so we're cooperating with the Dashin of the town magistrate's office to inspect passers-by. It's for your own safety too. The man was a Kakushi, a support member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was actually helping the Corps search for demons, that couldn't be said openly. Instead, he claimed they were assisting the town's Dashin in inspecting travelers, essentially what Soma understood as cooperating with the local police to check people coming and going. As he spoke, the man looked Soma up and down. However, since Soma didn't turn around, he could only see his back. The girl on his back, however, seemed curious and turned her head. Under the gentle moonlight, the girl's delicate features and fluttering pink-violet eyes looked especially refined and beautiful. The man was momentarily stunned. His voice softened slightly. Just cooperate with us for a moment. It'll only take a second. Then he looked at Soma again. Let me see your eyes. It won't delay you for long. His tone relaxed considerably. After all, the girl on Soma's back clearly wasn't a demon. If the girl wasn't a demon, then the man carrying her was probably not one either. Demons were usually humans who had transformed, so their appearance remained largely the same as humans. However, some special traits often appeared. For example, some demons' skin might turn bluish-purple, or certain parts of their bodies might mutate. Of course, some demons showed no such obvious changes, making them harder to distinguish. Even so, there was still a way to identify them. All demons shared one characteristic: their eyes usually bore special markings. For ordinary demons the markings were faint, but for powerful ones they were very obvious. For the 12 Kizuki, the markings in their eyes even formed clear numbers. Just now he had seen the girl's eyes. There was no marking, so he concluded she was not a demon. After realizing the girl wasn't a demon, he was already fairly certain Soma probably wasn't either. If not for the fact that the pair had suddenly changed direction when passing through the area where the wisteria incense was burning, forcing him to investigate according to protocol, he wouldn't have wanted to cause trouble. Hurry up and turn around. I just need to see your eyes. Seeing that Soma still wasn't cooperating, the man urged him again. I don't understand what you're trying to do. Why are you looking at my eyes? I have things to do. I don't have time to waste here with you. Soma said quietly while keeping his head lowered, then began walking forward quickly. Hey! What are you doing? I told you to cooperate with the inspection. Seeing Soma simply leave, the man panicked and hurried after him. But Soma suddenly sped up, making it difficult for the man to catch up. Hey! If you don't cooperate, I'll call someone over. The man grew irritated when Soma didn't stop and even walked faster than before. At once, Soma halted. You should have done that earlier, the man muttered as he approached, quickly stepping in front of Soma. Seeing that Soma still had his head lowered, he said, lift your head. I just need to see your eyes. There's no need. Soma's voice was soft, almost sounding like a sigh. Please cooperate with my work. Otherwise I'll call someone. If the Dashin come, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. The man's tone became stricter. Seeing that Soma still kept his head lowered, the man grew impatient and simply bent forward to take a look himself. But the moment he did, he froze. Those crimson eyes! And the marking upon them was so clear that his heart trembled. At the same time, a faint sigh sounded beside the man's ear. Then, his eyes caught the flash of a blade, the color of flickering flames emerging from beneath the overcoat. The razor-sharp edge sliced through his neck in an instant. The man opened his mouth instinctively, trying to shout. But Soma had already stepped forward and tightly covered his mouth, preventing any sound from escaping, watching as the despair in the man's eyes gradually faded. Supporting the man's limp body, Soma dragged it into the nearby grass. Just then, he saw someone approaching from afar. This person also bore the wisteria flower mark on his clothing, likely the dead man's companion, another Kakushi. Hey, the companion called out from a distance, seemingly noticing something unusual, though he didn't come closer yet. Seeing that it would be impossible to silently kill this Kakushi as well, there was no longer any need to stay hidden. Soma immediately turned and started running. The Kakushi froze for a moment. Looking at the inhuman speed of the fleeing figure, then at his fallen companion on the ground, he instantly let out a shrill scream. A demon! The cry was filled with extreme terror and piercing volume, instantly shattering the silence of the surroundings. Almost the moment the shout rang out, several men dressed in tight black clothing rushed over at incredible speed. Leading them was the demon slayer swordsman Furukawa Hiroshi. Looking at the Kakushi lying dead on the ground, then at the familiar back of the man carrying a girl, Furukawa Hiroshi's face instantly turned extremely grim. Damn it! He gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword tightly. That demon had slipped away right under his nose. If he hadn't been careless and overlooked him, this Kakushi wouldn't have died. Damn you! I will kill you! Hiroshi hissed through gritted teeth. Now that he had been exposed, Soma naturally began fleeing without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that the scenery on both sides seemed to slide backward as he ran. He kept running. At such speed, ordinary people would never be able to catch him. Once he created enough distance, he could easily shake off the Demon Slayer swordsman. After all, although Demon Slayer swordsmen practiced breathing techniques, allowing them to briefly reach speeds comparable to demons, it clearly wasn't sustainable. They couldn't maintain high-speed pursuit for long periods. As long as they failed to catch him immediately, escape would basically be guaranteed. Under the gentle moonlight, everything was quiet. The only sound was the clear rhythm of Soma's footsteps striking the ground. Suddenly, it felt as though a gust of wind passed by. Grass swayed, leaves rustled, and at the same time, a deadly sense of danger descended from above. Without hesitation, he instantly drew his Nichiren sword. Clang! A Nichiren sword suddenly slashed down from above, colliding with his blade and sending sparks flying. The swordsman, finding his strike blocked, capitalized on the momentum. Even as they were locked in a mid-air struggle, he swung a leg out like a heavy mallet. The kick came with a whistling wind, carrying immense force as it slammed into Soma's chest. Thud! A dull thud sounded from his chest, as if he had been rammed by a ferocious beast. The impact forced Soma to stagger backward uncontrollably, leaving deep footprints in the ground before he finally managed to steady himself after several steps. Meanwhile, the swordsman used the momentum from his kick to push off. His body flipped lightly in the air like a nimble bird before landing gracefully. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he landed steadily not far away. This was a demon slayer swordsman who practiced wind breathing, a style known for its exceptional speed within the demon slayer corps. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creators' thoughts. Jin TLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 41 to 41. Chapter 41 The Raised Nicaran Sword. 41. Chapter 41 The Raised Nicaran Sword. 41. Chapter 41 The Raised Nicaran Sword. Breathing techniques were originally created by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. They are a collective term for techniques developed so that humans could fight demons. Their main function is to strengthen the heart and lungs, allowing the blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short time. This dramatically boosts the body's physical abilities in an instant, enabling humans to temporarily possess stamina comparable to that of demons. After Yoriichi Tsujikuni taught the Demon Slayer swordsman the original breathing style, he created Sun Breathing. The Hashira-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps integrated it with their own swordsmanship. From this, they developed the 5 major foundational breathing styles: water, flame, stone, wind, thunder. From these also came other derivative and more specialized styles, such as flower breathing and insect breathing. Each breathing style derived from the original sun breathing has its own strengths and focus. Among them, wind breathing excels in speed and agility. Because of this, the swordsman who practiced wind breathing was able to catch up so quickly. Taniguchi Takeshi landed lightly on the ground, standing in the distance with his sword in hand, but he did not continue attacking. As a swordsman who practiced wind breathing, he was faster and more agile than most, but he lacked some strength and physical power. For example, the heavy kick he delivered earlier had only forced the demon before him to stagger backward. If that kick had come from a swordsman who practiced stone breathing, the result would not have been merely making the demon stumble. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Hunting demons had never been a one-person battle, while demons themselves were usually solitary. For Taniguchi Takeshi, the most important thing right now was to stall the opponent. As long as he could hold the demon here until his companions arrived, fighting together would be the safest and most effective way to end the battle rather than risking everything alone and putting himself in danger. When possible, the best method for dealing with demons was always many against one. So after forcing Soma to stop with a single strike, Taniguchi Takeshi chose not to attack again. Instead, he stood at a distance, gripping his sword and coldly watching Soma. However, his heart soon tightened. He suddenly noticed that the demon had a little girl on his back, and the situation instantly became troublesome. If the demon used the girl as a threat. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the demon indeed began lowering the girl from his back. Is he going to use the girl to threaten me? Or use her as a human shield? Almost instantly, Taniguchi Takeshi's face darkened with anger. These cruel demons were always like this. Wu, taking a deep breath, his eyes slowly became firm and resolute. Although it pained him deeply, sacrifices were sometimes unavoidable. If a moment of hesitation allowed the demon to escape, even more people would die because of it. There had been far too many such examples. Too many demon slayer swordsmen had watched demons escape using such despicable tactics. And too many swordsmen had hesitated because of these tricks, becoming restrained in battle and eventually falling into danger themselves. In the end, not only did the person they tried to save die, but the rescuer also died at the demon's hands. Gradually, an unspoken rule formed within the Demon Slayer Corps: protecting humans is important. Hunting demons is also essential. But when the two goals conflict, hunting the demon must come first. No matter how painful it is, one must harden their heart. Soma slowly lowered Kaneo from his back, but his eyes never left Taniguchi Takeshi. In fact, he had been watching this wind-breathing swordsman the entire time. From the moment he realized the man practiced wind breathing, he already knew today's battle was unavoidable. As long as the Slayer stood in his way, that specialized speed would act as an anchor, preventing Soma from fleeing. And killing the man would be difficult. A wind-breathing user who only wished to harass and delay could retreat and strike at will. Unless Soma could get close enough to use the explosive speed of the Huten Mitsurugi Ryu for a single, decisive strike. You're planning to threaten me with the child in front of you, aren't you? Filthy monster! Taniguchi Takeshi stared at the demon who had put the girl down, his expression cold. I will not compromise because of your despicable tricks. I will personally use my Nichiren sword to cut off your neck even if it means sacrificing the child in front of us. Soma ignored him. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Kaneo. If I die here today, don't hold hatred for it. In the future, just live your life well. As he spoke, he gently patted Kaneo on the head and pointed toward Taniguchi Takeshi. Go over to that uncle. Kaneo, usually so obedient, sensed that this departure might be permanent. For the first time, she did not immediately obey. She clutched his sleeve tightly, refusing to leave his side. Listen to me, Soma said again. Kaneo's body trembled slightly. But the obedient girl ultimately could not disobey her uncle's command. Reluctantly, she released her grip on Soma's sleeve and began walking toward Taniguchi Takeshi. Taniguchi Takeshi's pupils shrank slightly, and disbelief appeared on his face. The vile demon had actually given up using the girl as a threat. He hadn't used her as a shield or a hostage either. This was completely beyond his expectations. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Seeing the girl walking toward him and now some distance away from the demon, excitement appeared on Taniguchi Takeshi's face. Quick! Come here! Hurry and get away from the demon! If he could both kill the demon and protect the child, that would naturally be the best outcome. While urging the girl to come quickly, Taniguchi Takeshi kept a vigilant eye on the demon. Sure enough, at that moment, the demon had already raised the Nichiren sword horizontally before his forehead, as if preparing to aim the blade at the girl walking toward him. I knew it! I knew it! You demons are always despicable and shameless. Taniguchi Takeshi gripped his Nichiren sword tightly. Anger filled his face, but there was also a trace of struggle. He knew that as a wind-breathing swordsman, speed was his greatest advantage. Once he took the girl with him, she would undoubtedly become a burden and might even put his own life in danger. He also knew that fighting one-on-one was disadvantageous for him. But to stand by and watch a girl be killed by a demon right in front of him, how could a demon slayer swordsman, whose duty was to protect humanity and eliminate demons, accept that? He clearly had the chance to save her. Yet if he abandoned her out of concern for his own safety, it would be completely unforgivable. At that same moment Soma bent slightly, stepped forcefully on the ground, and suddenly dashed toward Kaneo. At the same time, the Nichiren sword in his hand was raised high above her. It looked so ruthless. So merciless. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 42-42. Chapter 42 Despicable and Noble 42, Chapter 42, Despicable and Noble 42, Chapter 42, Despicable and Noble. Seeing the demon mercilessly slash at the child with a cruel strike, Taniguchi Takeshi rushed toward Kaneo almost without hesitation. A wind surged at that moment. As a practitioner of wind breathing, Taniguchi Takeshi was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of Kaneo and reached out his hand, intending to pull her away to avoid the demon's vicious strike from behind. Get down! The demon's cold voice suddenly rang out. Taniguchi Takeshi felt a bit puzzled, but his movement to rescue the child did not slow. Instead, it became even faster. However, just as his hand was about to grab the girl and pull Kaneo back quickly, he grabbed nothing but air. Only then did he suddenly realize that the moment the demon said get down, the child had immediately dropped to the ground. Without any hesitation, she had obeyed the demon's command. Because of this, he failed to catch her. Instinctively, he looked up. Only then did he realize that he was now less than half a body length away from the demon. He could clearly see the killing intent flashing in the demon's crimson eyes. A sense of danger flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he tried to retreat, but to his horror, he discovered that the blade that had seemed aimed at the child was now slashing toward him. Die! With the demon's low roar, the blade came down on him mercilessly. So fast! His mind blanked for an instant, and almost instinctively he raised his sword to block. The demon's blade, powered by a fully charged strike, carried tremendous force. When it struck his Nichiren sword, that immense power instantly traveled through the blade and into his hands. Practitioners of wind breathing were already slightly weaker in terms of raw strength. Now facing a demon's fully powered attack, the force passing through the sword instantly made Taniguchi Takeshi unable to hold it steady. His hands trembled violently. His body lost balance, and he staggered backward. At that moment, the demon withdrew his blade and lowered his body again. Huten Mitsurugi Ryu, Ryutsui Sen, Dragon Hammer Flash, dot. Holding the sword with both hands, the demon, crouched low, suddenly leapt upward. Swish! The blade pierced up through Taniguchi Takeshi's chin and burst out through the top of his head. Red and white liquid flowed along the sword and dripped down onto Taniguchi Takeshi's hair. GHH, GHH, Taniguchi Takeshi tried to scream in pain, but with the blade piercing through his chin, his mouth could neither close nor open any further. Only a gurgling sound came from his throat as it convulsed, accompanied by blood bubbling in his mouth. The scene looked extremely cold-blooded and brutal. Soma pulled out the Nichiren sword without hesitation. Taniguchi Takeshi stretched out both hands, trying to grab him, but his arms lost strength halfway. His entire body instantly collapsed to the ground. Thud! Taniguchi Takeshi's body slammed onto the ground. The battle ended in a single instant. His corpse lay there, his lifeless eyes staring blankly ahead. And in front of him, Kaneo was still lying on the ground. Her pink-purple eyes happened to meet Taniguchi Takeshi's lifeless gaze. The girl's beautiful pink-purple eyes froze for a moment. Having cut down the demon slayer, Soma immediately scooped up Kaneo and sprinted into the distance without a backward glance. Cradled in her uncle's arms, her small body jolting with the rhythm of his frantic pace, the girl rested her head on his shoulder. She stared distantly at the figure lying on the ground, the man who no longer moved. Soma ran silently. There was no joy in his heart from killing his enemy. Instead, he felt a heavy oppression. Comparing himself to the demon slayer swordsman who had just died, and thinking about the despicable method he had used moments ago. Admittedly, if they had fought fairly one-on-one, the opponent might not necessarily have been his match. But with the speed of wind breathing, it would not have been so easy to kill him. There might even have been a chance for him to escape. The opponent clearly knew that choosing to rescue the child would slow him down. He knew that doing so would put himself in great danger. Yet he still chose to do it, risking his life just to save the child. And Soma had chosen to use Kaneo as bait. Using the life of a child as bait. Admittedly, even if that demon slayer swordsman had not gone to rescue her, Soma would not have actually cut her down. But compared to the other man's nobility, his own actions seemed so despicable. Only, the noble one had already fallen. And the despicable one was still standing. Soma ran in silence. The image of the corpse lying on the ground kept replaying in his mind. The blood staining his hands made the hand gripping the Nichiren sword feel as if it had been shocked by electricity. I don't want to die. Thinking of the look in the man's eyes before death, he slowly clenched his fist. I just don't want to die. That's all. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky, murmuring softly, I just don't want to die, so, it can only be you who dies. If he hadn't killed the man, and had allowed him to continue delaying him until his companions arrived, then once he was surrounded by a demon slayer squad, he would certainly die. Whether the method was righteous or despicable. Staying alive was the most important thing. Torches hissed and sputtered, the fat in the wood popping with sharp cracks. The flickering orange light danced across their faces like a dying breath, casting deep, erratic shadows. Furukawa Hiroshi and the group of demon slayer swordsmen finally caught up. But all they saw was Taniguchi Takeshi's body lying on the ground. Everyone fell silent. For the demon slayer corps whose duty is to protect humanity and eliminate demons, death was something very common. Every swordsman who joined had already prepared themselves to die on this path. Yet every time they saw the death of a companion, they still felt anger. Still felt pain. Today, another member of their squad had left them. Just the day before, they had been chatting and laughing together. They had even talked about relaxing together after completing this mission. They had also planned to accompany their captain to meet the Flame Hashira, and have a meal together. Taniguchi Takeshi admired the Flame Hashira the most. He had even said that when he met the Flame Hashira, he wanted him to write some words on his uniform. He had already chosen what those words would be, destroy all evil demons. But before that day could arrive, Taniguchi Takeshi had already left them. Compared to everyone else's grief and anger, their squad captain, Furukawa Hiroshi, felt even deeper guilt and pain. If not for his negligence, perhaps Taniguchi Takeshi would not have died. At that moment, Furukawa Hiroshi's hand holding the sword trembled violently. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow as he almost knelt to the ground. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks. He slowly drew his Nichiren sword and cut a wound on his hand. Bright red blood dripped beside the corpse. Furukawa Hiroshi said nothing. But the killing intent in his eyes had already become almost tangible. The other swordsmen also silently cut their arms with their Nichiren swords. Blood dripped down. Each of them raised one hand holding their Nichiren swords, while with the other hand they let their blood fall in front of their fallen companion. The fire burned. The flickering light illuminated their faces. Reflected in their eyes, were cold, fierce gazes. Like wolves. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Creators' thoughts. JinTLPS. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 43 to 43. Chapter 43. People. Always change. 43. Chapter 43. People. Always change. 43. Chapter 43. People. Always change. Running. Fleeing. No one knew how long he had been running. Only when Soma could no longer sense any dangerous presence behind him did he finally stop. He gently put down Kaneo, whose face had turned pale. The moment the girl touched the ground, her body staggered, and she almost couldn't stand. Soma reached out and gently supported her. Only then did Kaneo manage to keep from falling. The girl's body was still too frail. After running for so long, Soma himself didn't feel any fatigue at all, but Kaneo, who had been carried on his back the entire time, was already struggling to endure it. Are you okay? Soma asked with concern as he looked at Kaneo's pale face. Although Kaneo felt very uncomfortable, she still shook her head. Seeing this, Soma found a relatively clean green stone and helped her sit down. Then he walked to a nearby tall tree and easily climbed to the top, looking into the distance. The distance was completely dark. There were no signs of their pursuers anymore. In truth, after he had killed the demon slayer swordsman who practiced wind breathing, no one remained to slow him down. The demon slayers who arrived afterward chased for a while, but due to time limits they had to withdraw from their breathing state. Once they exited the breathing state, they were basically just ordinary humans again. They could only watch helplessly as Soma ran farther and farther away from them until he completely escaped. After confirming once more that he had shaken off the demon slayer swordsman, Soma finally relaxed slightly. He jumped down from the tree and returned to Kaneo. After resting for a short while, the girl's complexion had improved a little. Soma reached out and gently rubbed the girl's head. Then he crouched down in front of her. Climb on. I'll carry you. We need to keep moving. Kaneo was very obedient. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lightly climbed onto his back. This time, however, Soma did not run at full speed like before. Instead, he deliberately walked steadily so Kaneo wouldn't feel too much shaking. As he carried her through the mountains and wilderness, he looked around constantly, searching for a place where they could hide when daytime arrived. After all, there was still the risk that the demon slayers might catch up. The hiding place had to block sunlight well. Ideally, it would be a very deep cave. That way, even if demon slayer swordsmen found them during the day, they wouldn't easily be able to force him into sunlight. At the very least, he would still have the ability to fight. Because he was walking steadily now and no longer running violently, Kaneo gradually recovered some of her energy. The girl lay quietly on the demon's back. But in her mind, she clearly remembered the look in the eyes of the man her uncle had knocked down. For some reason, her mood became a little gloomy. For Kaneo, her childhood experiences had caused her to close off her inner world very early. But after her uncle appeared, she slowly began trying to reconnect with the world again to feel its warmth, and to try listening to her own heart. Perhaps because her heart had stayed in darkness for so long, every little bit of warmth from the outside world felt especially noticeable. And every bit of warmth felt especially precious. She could feel the faint warmth in the gaze of the man her uncle had knocked down. But because of her, not only had that warmth disappeared, even the flame of his life had gone out. Uncle, the girl whispered, her face pressed against the demon's back. What is it? Soma asked while continuing to observe the surroundings for a suitable place to stay. Did the person you knocked down earlier die? Soma's footsteps paused slightly, then gradually resumed. Yes. He died. He answered calmly, though his emotions were not entirely calm. What happens when someone dies? Kaneo asked softly. When someone dies, nothing happens afterward. Death is just death. From then on, there is nothing left. No matter how much beauty someone once had, it will all be lost. Even the traces they left in this world will slowly fade away, until not a single trace remains, until no one remembers them anymore. Kaneo's beautiful pink-purple eyes dimmed slightly. Did that person die because of Kaneo? If it weren't for her, perhaps things wouldn't have ended this way. The flames on that person would not have gone out, they would still be burning brightly. Soma slowed his steps, turned his head, and looked at Kaneo resting on his shoulder. Then he shook his head, his voice gentle. It wasn't because of Kaneo. Then because of what? The dimness in Kaneo's eyes brightened a little. Because of me, he said flatly. Because of uncle. Yes, because of me. But why would someone die because of uncle? Uncle feels so warm, and that person also seemed a little warm. You both give off warmth, so why? The girl trailed off, not knowing how to articulate her confusion. Because uncle is a demon. What is a demon? Why would someone die just because uncle is a demon? A demon is something very, very bad. If Kaneo ever sees a demon in the future, you must stay far away from it. But uncle said he is a demon, too. Does that mean Kaneo has to stay away from uncle? I don't want that. I don't ever want to be away from uncle. Kaneo immediately began shaking her head. Soma smiled. Regardless, Kaneo must stay away from demons in the future. Kaneo won't stay away from uncle. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand. Then wouldn't it be fine if I just never grow up? Everyone grows up eventually. Soma looked up at the full moon hanging in the dark night sky. Just like the sun won't stay set forever, there will always be a time when it rises again. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at the round moon, blinking. Uncle, what if the sun sets and never rises again? Hearing this, Soma couldn't help but laugh. He patted the girl's head. That day will never come. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at him, not understanding why. Looking at the girl's confused pink-purple eyes, Soma smiled and gently pinched her little nose. She was still too young to understand. The rising and setting of the sun was almost an eternal truth of this world, just like how people inevitably grow up and gradually become mature. Right now, even though Kaneo knew he was a demon, she didn't care. But when she grew up, that might not be the case. As she matured and became more rational, the things she liked as a girl, the beliefs she once held firmly, might slowly change. Perhaps as Kaneo understands more and grows more sensible, you'll drift apart from me. You might even grow to hate me. There's no telling. He shrugged as if he didn't care. That won't happen. Kaneo clenched her fists, her eyes firm. Looking at the determined child, Soma burst into laughter and tapped her little head. There's no guarantee of that. People always change. He said softly, just like himself. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands. It was as if crimson blood was flowing across them. Once upon a time, would he ever have imagined that his hands would be stained with such blood? Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 44-44. Chapter 44. The Water Hashira Seikanji Urokadaka. 44, Chapter 44, The Water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadaka. 44, Chapter 44, The Water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadaka. Before the sun rose, Soma finally found a place to stay, a deep, secluded cave. He carried Kaneo on his back into the cave, walking deeper into the darkness until they reached a place where sunlight could not reach. Inside, he found a relatively clean spot. He spread some dry grass he had gathered along the way, then took off his coat and laid it over the top. Rest here, he said to Kaneo beside him. Kaneo obediently walked over and lay down on it. Compared to outside, the cave was clearly much colder. Fortunately, before leaving earlier he had dressed Kaneo in many layers, which should be enough to keep her warm. Even so, Soma searched around the cave for branches and pieces of wood, preparing to light a campfire nearby. Kaneo lay quietly on the coat and dry grass. Her small hands were tucked into her sleeves, and her beautiful eyes watched her uncle as he walked around the cave collecting sticks. Actually, she wanted to help him too. But he wouldn't let her. He had said that demons don't feel tired, but she was different, her body was too weak, so she should just rest quietly. If only I weren't so weak, if only I didn't get tired like uncle. Watching her busy uncle, Kaneo thought silently. That way, she could help him. After gathering more firewood, Soma began preparing to start a fire beside Kaneo. Since he didn't have a flint, he could only use the simplest method, rubbing wood together to start a fire. In truth, making fire this way wasn't easy. For ordinary people, rubbing sticks together with their hands long enough to create fire was difficult. People get tired, and repeating the same motion for too long makes the arms sore. But demons do not feel fatigue. Kaneo sat quietly nearby, watching her uncle work. She watched as smoke began to rise, followed by a tiny spark that blossomed into a flame, and she saw her uncle's sudden frantic movements as he tended to the fledgling fire. The girl's beautiful purple eyes reflected the man's figure. Even when the drifting smoke made her eyes sting and water, she refused to close them. But a moment later, she felt a firm tap on her head. The smoke is blowing right in your face and you don't even know to close your eyes? You're acting like a little ditz. Her uncle's voice reached her ears, and she immediately lowered her head and shut her eyes. The firewood is a bit damp. Once it starts burning properly there won't be much smoke. It'll be fine in a moment. After tapping Kaneo's head and seeing that she had closed her eyes, Soma explained before continuing his work. As more wood was added, the campfire grew larger. The warmth of the flames gradually spread, driving away the chill deep inside the cave. The comforting warmth made Kaneo increasingly drowsy. Sleepiness quietly crept over her, and her eyes slowly closed. While adding firewood to the flames, Soma turned his head. He had wanted to tell Kaneo that the smoke was almost gone, but he discovered that the girl had already fallen asleep. Her breathing was steady. The flickering firelight shone on her peaceful little face, and there seemed to be a faint, sweet smile on her lips. Soma watched for a moment before smiling faintly. He continued adding wood to the fire, though his movements became gentler. The flames burned brightly, reflecting in Soma's crimson eyes. He stared into the fire, lost in thought, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the events of the previous night. It was the first time he had truly, meaningfully killed a person. It wasn't some irredeemable villain. When he struck, there was no urge to vomit, it felt mundane, much like using a Nicaran sword to sever the neck of a demon. In fact, a human's neck was far less sturdy than a demon's. The cut was even easier. At the moment he killed, he hadn't felt anything in particular. But after everything passed and things calmed down, the scene kept replaying in his mind. He remembered how the man desperately tried to protect the child in his final moments. He remembered the ruthless slash of his own blade. He remembered that Kaneo had witnessed everything. He had personally cut down a hero who protected humans. And he himself had become the villain, the evil executioner. An indescribable feeling welled up in his chest. It was heavy. Oppressive. He did not regret what he had done. If he had to face the same situation again, he would still make the same choice. But even so, his heart still felt uncomfortable. Adding another piece of firewood to the campfire, Soma turned his head and looked at Kaneo sleeping peacefully. Thinking about how she had seen everything he did last night, he wondered whether it would have any effect on her. Meanwhile, Furukawa Hiroshi had not given up the pursuit. Leading the swordsmen of his squad, he continued tracking the demon's traces. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere felt heavy. What mountain is that up ahead? Trying to break the tense mood, Furukawa Hiroshi pointed toward the mountain range ahead and asked, looking for a topic of conversation. Mount Sagiri. One of the swordsmen thought for a moment before answering. Isn't the water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, living in seclusion there? Yes. I heard one of Urokadake-sama's disciples participated in this year's final selection at Mount Fujikazan. Then he must have passed and become a swordsman like us, right? Another swordsman remarked with a smile. After all, that disciple was personally trained by Urokadake-sama. Not necessarily. Another swordsman beside him shook his head. I haven't heard of a single disciple trained by Urokadake-sama successfully passing the final selection in recent years. In fact, none of them even survive. That can't be possible, right? Some of the swordsmen didn't know much about this and found it hard to believe. After all, Urokadake was a former Hashira. No matter how poor a student might be, it seemed impossible they wouldn't even be able to survive. It's true. The swordsman who first mentioned the mountain name spoke quietly. Although Urokadake-sama is extremely powerful as a Hashira, as a trainer, perhaps he isn't particularly skilled at teaching others. That makes sense. If he were as good at teaching as he is at fighting, his disciples wouldn't all be dying at Mount Fujikazan, another swordsman nodded. But since we're already near Mount Sagiri, why don't we ask Urokadake-sama for help? He's very skilled at tracking demons. If he helps us, killing a normal demon would be easy. One of the swordsmen suddenly suggested. Everyone immediately turned to look at their leader, Furukawa Hiroshi. Although this mission belonged to their squad, and asking for help might be a slight blow to their pride, killing the demon was far more important than saving face. All right. Furukawa Hiroshi nodded almost immediately. That demon's hands were still stained with their companion's blood. No matter what, they would kill that demon first and avenge their fallen comrade. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 45-45 Chapter 45 That demon has appeared 45, Chapter 45, That demon has appeared 45, Chapter 45, That demon has appeared. Furukawa Hiroshi left his companions behind to continue searching for traces of the demon while he headed alone toward Mount Sagiri. Mount Sagiri wasn't particularly tall, but some areas were quite steep. Combined with the year-round mist surrounding the mountain, it wasn't easy for ordinary people to climb. However, for Furukawa Hiroshi, it wasn't too difficult. After some traveling, he soon reached a relatively gentle slope halfway up the mountain. A few simple houses came into view. Without hesitation, Furukawa Hiroshi walked forward. However, the doors were tightly shut, and there was no sign of Seikanji Urokodake, which left him somewhat disappointed. "May I ask what this gentleman is looking for?" A light, ethereal, pleasant voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Furukawa Hiroshi was slightly startled. He quickly turned around and realized that, at some point, a girl had appeared behind him. The girl had medium-length black hair and wore a short kimono patterned with plum blossoms. She also wore a smiling fox mask decorated with blue flowers. Although her face was hidden by the mask, her voice alone made it easy to imagine how beautiful the girl beneath it might be. "I came to see Urokodake-sama." Furukawa Hiroshi's expression became serious. "Oh, you're looking for sensei." The girl nodded. Behind the fox mask, her beautiful eyes showed a trace of curiosity as she looked at Furukawa Hiroshi. "Might I ask what business you have with him?" Furukawa Hiroshi hesitated for a moment. Since she was Urokodake's disciple, he finally replied, "There are some matters we need to ask Urokodake-sama to help with, matters related to demons." The girl looked at him carefully, especially glancing at the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps he wore. Then she nodded lightly. "Please wait a moment. I will go and ask sensei." "All right." Furukawa Hiroshi smiled in relief and was about to thank her when he suddenly realized she had already disappeared, leaving only a faint breeze behind. So fast. Furukawa Hiroshi was shocked. Wasn't it said that Urokodake-sama wasn't particularly good at training disciples? That none of his students had passed the selection on Mount Fujikazan? Then why did this disciple seem so powerful? He felt that even as an official swordsman, his speed wasn't as fast as hers. Could she be a wind-breathing user? No, that doesn't make sense. Urokodake-sama teaches water breathing. How could he train a wind user? The girl wearing the smiling fox mask moved lightly through the forest like a graceful bird leaping between branches. Soon, she arrived at the summit of Mount Sajiri. At that moment, an old man wearing a tengu mask sat alone on a green stone at the mountaintop. His back looked lonely like an old tree on the verge of withering. The girl landed silently. Looking at her teacher's back, the girl under the mask bit her lip slightly. A few days ago, after her teacher received a letter delivered by a crow, he had been sitting at this mountaintop ever since. Did even my junior fail? The girl's eyes darkened. She didn't want to believe it. Her junior disciple Sabato had been almost better than her in every way except speed. No matter what, she couldn't believe that he would die at Mount Fujikazan. But seeing her teacher's current state and the fact that Sabato still hadn't returned to Mount Sajiri, she had no choice but to face reality. Lowering her head, she clenched her teeth. The teacher she regarded as a father had spent years training new recruits for the Demon Slayer Corps. Every year he watched his students set off toward Mount Fujikazan full of confidence. Every year, he personally crafted a fox mask for each of them meant to ward off misfortune. Every year, they departed with hope. And yet, every year, all that returned were brief letters carried by crows, bearing familiar names, and the realization that his beloved students would never come home again. At that moment, Makomo felt her chest tighten painfully. "Makomo, why have you come here?" A slightly hoarse voice sounded beside her. At some point, the tengu-masked Seikanji Urokodake had appeared in front of the girl. "A swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps has come to pay you a visit, sensei." Makomo lowered her head and spoke in a very soft voice, "And sensei, you haven't eaten for 2 days since receiving that letter. If this continues, your health will suffer." Seikanji Urokodake fell silent for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell Makomo about the outcome of Sabato's trip to Mount Fujikazan. But in the end, he didn't have the courage to say it. "I see," he spoke quietly and began walking down the mountain. At the same time, he asked with some confusion, "Why would a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps personally come to visit an old man like me?" Makomo replied, "It seems to be about a demon." "Another demon?" Urokodake sighed softly. In order to eradicate demons, countless swordsmen lost their lives to demons every year. Yet the number of demons never seemed to decrease. He had spent his entire life hunting demons. Only after growing old had he finally stopped and retired to live in seclusion on Mount Sajiri. He originally thought that by becoming a trainer, he could continue contributing to the Demon Slayer Corps by cultivating new talent. But unexpectedly, it seemed he truly had no talent as a trainer. One by one, he had personally sent his disciples down a road of no return. Not even one of them could pass the most basic selection at Mount Fujikazan. My disciples were so talented. Why? Why does this keep happening? Soon, Urokadaki and Makomo arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. When Furukawa Hiroshi saw the old man wearing the Tengu mask, he immediately stepped forward respectfully. "Greetings, Urokadaki-sama." Urokadaki nodded slightly. His attitude was gentle, though his voice was somewhat hoarse after experiencing grief. "What is the matter?" Without hesitation, Furukawa Hiroshi immediately explained everything. After listening, Urokadaki sighed thoughtfully. "That's quite a peculiar demon." However, he didn't seem overly concerned. Because demons were once humans with different life experiences, they often developed various personalities. Things that might seem strange to younger swordsmen weren't particularly unusual to veterans like him. But since it appeared near Mount Sagiri, I can deal with it along the way, Urokadaki smiled as he was about to agree. His sense of smell was extremely sharp when it came to detecting demons, finding one wouldn't be troublesome. Hearing this, Furukawa Hiroshi breathed a huge sigh of relief. As long as Urokadaki-sama helped, that demon wouldn't be able to escape. However, before Urokadaki could finish speaking, a crow flapped its wings and flew toward them from afar. Urokadaki caught the crow and removed the letter it carried. After reading it, his expression immediately became serious. Instinctively, his hand moved to grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. Makomo, who had been standing behind him, tilted her head in confusion. It had been a long time since she had seen her teacher look as if he were facing a great enemy. Furukawa Hiroshi also looked at Urokadaki in confusion, not understanding what had happened to make him so serious. Urokadaki shook his head at him. "I'm afraid I cannot help you this time. You'll have to rely on yourselves." It's alright. Your matter is clearly more important, sir." Furukawa Hiroshi hurriedly replied. Although he felt somewhat disappointed, he knew Urokadaki must have something far more urgent to deal with. He could only give up. After Furukawa Hiroshi left, the girl wearing the fox mask tilted her head and asked her teacher, "What happened that made you react so strongly, sensei?" Urokadaki glanced at Makomo, then looked up at the sky. His hand remained unconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword. A chilling killing intent radiated from his aging body. "That demon has appeared." Author's note: P.S. There is a lot of debate about the order in which Makomo and Sabato died. Personally, I believe Sabato died before Makomo. My main reason is that during the scene where Makomo is dismembered by the hand demon, there is a flash of the demon killing people, and Sabato appears among them. Of course, that could also have been another disciple, and there are other interpretations as well. But since this novel is written by me, the author, I'll follow this timeline. So please read according to the timeline set in this story. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 46 to 46. Chapter 46 Makomo 46. Chapter 46 Makomo 46. Chapter 46 Makomo. That demon has appeared. Seikanji Urokadaki spoke in a low and heavy voice. Makomo was momentarily stunned, unable to react at first. Which demon could possibly make her teacher care this much? Stay on Mount Sagiri and continue your training. When I return, I will keep guiding you. After turning back to give Makomo a few instructions, Urokadaki turned around and left. "Sensei, remember to eat properly. You haven't eaten for several days. Your body will." The girl looked at her teacher's retreating back and wanted to continue reminding him to take care of himself. But his figure had already disappeared. The vast Mount Sagiri suddenly felt empty, leaving only the girl's lonely silhouette. That demon, which demon is it? Makomo wondered silently. Before she realized it, she had walked to a giant stone in the forest. The huge rock was covered with marks left by blades, some old, some new. Many seniors and even junior disciples had once left their traces here. Makomo gently touched the two newest marks. They had been left by Sabato and Gyuto Mioka before they departed for the final selection at Mount Fujikazan. But now, neither of them had returned. Her teacher hadn't told her the result, but she had already begun to guess. Her lips tightened unconsciously. Shaking her head, she forced herself not to think about it anymore. For any swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, death was an unavoidable reality. One could never remain trapped in grief forever. Instead, they had to keep moving forward. Even if tears fell, they had to wipe them away and continue walking. Even though she wasn't yet a swordsman, she would become one in the future. She wanted to cry, but she pressed her lips together, refusing to let herself shed tears. At the same time, she forced her mind to keep thinking so she wouldn't dwell on the sadness. A demon that even Sensei is concerned about, it can only be one of the 12 Kizuki. If it were merely an ordinary lower-rank demon, the higher UPS wouldn't need to summon her teacher out of retirement. Could it be one of the upper-rank demons? But even for an upper rank, other Hashira would normally handle it. There was no need to trouble her teacher. After all, although he was once a Hashira, he was already quite old and had lived in seclusion for a long time. Unless... Suddenly, Makomo understood what could make the Demon Slayer Corps urgently call her teacher back. Only one being in this world, the origin of all demons, could cause such urgency. As one of the older generation of Hashira, her teacher possessed vast experience in fighting demons, experience that many swordsmen, even Hashira, didn't have. In addition, his sense of smell was incredibly sharp. He could judge people's emotions through scent and even detect demons disguised as humans. There was only one possibility. Only that demon could cause such alarm. Yes. Only the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. At that moment, Makomo clenched her fists. For the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, there was no one who didn't know or remember that name. It was the ultimate target of the Demon Slayer Corps. And also the very reason the Corps existed. Only by killing Muzan Kibutsuji could the demons of this world be completely eradicated. But killing Muzan Kibutsuji was extremely difficult. Not only was his power terrifyingly strong, he was also incredibly good at hiding. As far as Makomo knew, Muzan Kibutsuji could not only perfectly hide among humans, but could also freely change his appearance, even his gender. Moreover, since all demons were created from Muzan's blood, every demon was bound by his curse. If they spoke his name, they would be instantly destroyed by the curse. Because of this, the Demon Slayer Corps could never track down Muzan through other demons. On top of that, Muzan was extremely cautious, so cautious that in hundreds of years, the number of times he had appeared could almost be counted on one hand. The last time Muzan showed himself was when the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was exposed. It was the first time in centuries that Muzan truly made a move himself. He nearly killed the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. To protect the master, swordsmen who practiced sun breathing fought desperately to hold him back, allowing the master to escape. But as a result, almost all the swordsmen who practiced sun breathing died in that battle. Since then, the practice of sun breathing had disappeared within the Demon Slayer Corps. Up to now, there were no swordsmen left who used sun breathing. If only we could truly find Muzan Kibutsuji and kill him. Standing before the giant stone, Makomo thought silently. If Muzan could be slain, then countless people would no longer be killed by demons. Their happiness wouldn't be destroyed, and so many lives wouldn't be lost on the path of hunting demons. She sighed softly. Her hand gently brushed over the blade marks on the stone. Then she turned and walked back to the house halfway up the mountain. Inside, she picked up the sword hanging on the wall, her own Nichiren sword. Normally, only those who passed the selection at Mount Fujikazan would receive a personalized Nichiren sword from the Demon Slayer Corps. But she was the disciple of the Water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadaki. In addition, Urokadaki had a close friendship with a swordsmith from the swordsmith village. Because of this, she received special treatment. That swordsmith, her teacher's friend, personally forged a Nichiren sword specifically for her. In fact, not only she had one. Sabato also had his own, as did the other seniors who had gone to take the trial on Mount Fujikazan. Sensei has spent favors again and again, each time filled with hope, only to be disappointed again and again. Makomo opened the sheath and gently stroked the blade, feeling the coldness of the steel. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thin, beautiful slit. Just how difficult is the final selection? Hard enough that even Sabato couldn't return. She bit her lip slightly. She remembered how her teacher had sat alone on the mountain peak after receiving the news. She also remembered the hunched figure of her teacher quietly touching the fox masks he had once crafted to ward off misfortune for his students. No matter what, I must pass the final selection next year. The girl gently ran her hand along the blade before sliding it back into the sheath. I absolutely cannot disappoint Sensei again. She closed the door and lifted her head, looking toward the direction where Furukawa Hiroshi had left. She murmured softly, the Mount Fujikazan test requires surviving for 7 days on a mountain where demons exist. As she spoke, Makomo adjusted the fox mask on her face slightly. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. Then let me see these so-called demons, and understand exactly how big the gap between them and me truly is. Only then can I ensure I pass the test next year. With a light step, the girl pushed off the ground and swiftly chased in the direction Furukawa Hiroshi had gone. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 47 to 47. Chapter 47 On the verge of losing control. 47. Chapter 47, on the verge of losing control. 47, Chapter 47, on the verge of losing control. The sun hung high in the center of the sky. It was noon. Inside the cave, Kaneo Tsuyuri slowly opened her eyes in a daze. Out of habit, she looked around. Only after seeing her uncle beside her constantly running his fingers along the blade of his sword did she finally relax. She took a few small steps and naturally walked over to him, then leaned against him like a cat. Soma, who had been gently stroking the blade of his Nichiren sword, turned his head and glanced at her. Awake. The girl stretched out her small hand and quietly added a little piece of firewood to the campfire. The flame suddenly leapt upward, and her pink-purple eyes blinked softly as she watched. When we left the city, we were in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring food. When the sun sets, I'll take you out to find something to eat. Seeing her toss another stick into the fire, he spoke gently. Kaneo looked at him and blinked. He lightly tapped the girl's small nose and said helplessly, even if you're hungry, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing to eat inside this cave. As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look toward the mouth of the cave. To him, just looking at that warm sunlight made his eyes feel as if they were being pricked by needles, forcing him to lower his head. However, the moment he looked down, he saw a small hand placed in front of him. That tiny hand was holding a wrinkled, slightly squashed chicken drumstick. Soma froze for a moment, then looked up at Kaneo in surprise. The girl was holding the drumstick toward him like she was presenting a treasure. You actually hid some food. Soma was stunned. Kaneo blinked and pushed the drumstick closer to his mouth, her eyes filled with expectation. In her mind, her uncle had never eaten anything before. He must be very hungry. I don't eat this. Soma smiled and took the drumstick. Then he found a clean stick, skewered the drumstick onto it, and placed it over the campfire to roast. Let's warm it up first before you eat it. Then he smiled at her and casually asked, do you have any other food? He had only asked casually and didn't expect her to have anything else. The hidden drumstick alone had already surprised him. But then he watched as Kaneo began searching through her clothes. Soon, a small pile of food appeared on the ground in front of Soma. A small steamed bun. A few squashed rice balls. A small chunk of meat. Several pine cones. And a little orange. Looking at the small pile, Soma was astonished. You're really like a little hamster, so good at hiding food. But after the initial surprise, when he thought about Kaneo's past, he understood. For someone like Kaneo, who had grown up never having enough to eat, food must have been incredibly precious. She lacked a sense of security, so it was only natural that she developed the habit of hoarding food. He reached out and gently rubbed the girl's head, his voice filled with pity. From now on, you won't have to go hungry anymore. Kaneo looked at him with her beautiful blinking eyes. Soma said nothing more and continued roasting the drumstick. When it seemed ready, he handed it to her. Go ahead and eat. Kaneo took the drumstick. Instinctively she wanted to take a bite, but just as it reached her mouth, she stopped and handed it back to him again. I can't eat those things. He patted her head. Demons can't satisfy their hunger with normal food. Kaneo tilted her head and blinked thoughtfully. Then, very naturally she stretched out her own arm toward his mouth. During their previous encounter, the demon that Uncle had killed said that she was Uncle's food. If he ate her, it should relieve his hunger. So if he just took a bite of her. Her pale arm rested near his mouth. Faintly, he could smell a sweet scent from it, something irresistibly alluring. It made his throat move involuntarily, as if he might lose control and bite down at any moment. Inside him surged an endless craving for flesh and blood. His expression turned hideous in an instant. He roughly slapped the girl's hand away. Don't ever do that again. He lowered his head, suppressing the sudden surge of desire for flesh and blood in his heart. His voice was no longer gentle, there was even a hint of anger in it. The girl's sudden action had almost caused him to lose control of himself. As time passed since becoming a demon, the craving for flesh and blood had only grown stronger. If he wasn't careful, he could easily fall into the instincts of a demon. Once he opened that door, he would become no different from the monsters that roamed this world. He took a long, shaky breath to settle the roiling hunger. Only then did he look back at Kaneo. Perhaps his sudden outburst had frightened her. The girl was curled up there, staring blankly. Her eyes seemed filled with fear. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to the girl curled up there. But although his mouth opened, he didn't know what to say. So he silently returned to sit beside the campfire. Kaneo remained curled up where she was. She felt that she had angered Uncle and made him dislike her. Perhaps, he might even drive her away. Thinking about this made panic and fear rise uncontrollably inside her, as if she would soon be thrown back into that cold, damp darkness she once knew. Time passed second by second. Soma sat silently by the fire, while the girl stayed nearby, curled up in fear. Crackle! The burning wood in the campfire suddenly made a sharp sound. The sound seemed to startle Kaneo awake. She lifted her pink-purple eyes cautiously and saw Uncle sitting there silently. After hesitating for a moment, the girl took a small step. Seeing that Uncle didn't object, she took another careful step. Slowly she moved closer to him. She cautiously leaned near him. When he didn't stop her, she gently rested her small head against him. Immediately, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly in quiet comfort. Soma had actually seen all of Kaneo's movements. He felt some regret about his earlier anger. But what filled him more deeply was fear. The sudden surge of hunger earlier had almost made him lose control. He had nearly done something he could never accept. He had nearly treated Kaneo as food. He knew that her action had been completely innocent. Yet it made him realize clearly that he was no different from other demons. If things continued like this, sooner or later he would become a monster that devoured flesh and blood. His willpower might last 1 day, 10 days, even 100 days. But it would never last 1,000 days. Maybe even far less than that. If things continued, eventually he would fall into the endless hunger for flesh just like every other demon. Sigh, he took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart. Picking up the drumstick that had fallen earlier, he cleaned it off and handed it to Kaneo. Eat. Seeing that she looked somewhat nervous, he lowered his gaze slightly. Sorry, he wanted to say something more apologetic. But in the end, the words never came out. So he simply turned his head and stared silently at the campfire, watching the flames flicker and sway. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 48-48. Chapter 48. A request 48. Chapter 48. A request 48. Chapter 48. A request. Sorry, he wanted to say something apologetic to Kaneo Tsuyuri, to explain his behavior just now. But when the words reached his lips, nothing came out. He simply turned his head and continued staring at the flickering flames of the campfire, lost in thought. Kaneo tilted her head and looked at her uncle in confusion. After watching him for a while and seeing that he was only staring at the fire, she lowered her head again and looked at the chicken drumstick he had given her. The roasted drumstick still gave off a warm scent. However, because it had fallen to the ground earlier, it had gotten quite dusty. Although her uncle had cleaned it a little, some dirt still remained. But Kaneo didn't mind. Instead, she was drawn to the aroma. The girl gently pinched a small piece from the surface of the drumstick. The outer layer had already been roasted to a golden brown, releasing a delicious smell. She placed the small crispy piece into her mouth. The taste made her pink-purple eyes curve slightly. It was delicious. Very fragrant. After eating the small roasted piece, her moist tongue instinctively licked the corner of her lips. The good taste made her subconsciously want to share the drumstick with her hungry uncle. But just as she lifted it, she suddenly remembered how angry he looked earlier. Her hand withdrew again. Tilting her head, she glanced at him slightly, then looked down at the delicious drumstick. Not being able to share such tasty food with her uncle somehow made the drumstick feel less delicious. With a hint of dejection, she lowered her head and quietly ate the rest of it. The campfire burned steadily. Under the swaying flames, the demon sat silently staring at the fire, while the girl beside him took small bites of the drumstick. The drumstick wasn't very big, so it was quickly finished. Afterward, the demon roasted the rice balls, meat pieces, and steamed bun that the girl had secretly hidden, then told her to continue eating them. Seeing the small stash of food she had hidden being slowly used up made Kaneo reluctant. But once the food filled her stomach, the feeling of being full was comforting. After finishing, Kaneo leaned against the demon and watched the flames of the campfire together with him. Occasionally, if there was movement nearby, her pink-purple eyes would instinctively glance toward it. Aside from that, she remained mostly quiet, silent and somewhat blank. Crackle! Another piece of burning wood made a crisp sound, snapping Soma out of his thoughts. He turned his head. Kaneo was still beside him, quiet, obedient, and watching the fire without making a sound. After looking at the well-behaved girl, Soma glanced around the cave. Deep inside the mountain cave, aside from their campfire, everything around them was pitch black. Only faint light could be seen at the cave entrance, but it couldn't reach where they were. He gently patted Kaneo's head. The girl lifted her eyes and tilted her head, looking puzzled. Don't stay here all the time. Go outside and get some sunlight. He spoke gently. Unlike demons, who were suited to darkness, humans needed sunlight. Staying too long in dark, damp places could easily cause health problems. And Kaneo was still very young. Her body was fragile, so she needed sunlight even more. After hearing this, Kaneo nervously grabbed his sleeve, clearly reluctant to go outside into the sunlight. But humans were not creatures of darkness. Go out and get some sun. If anything dangerous happens, run back immediately. He patted her head again. Kaneo was obedient. Although she still seemed reluctant to leave his side, she slowly walked toward the cave entrance. But as she walked, she kept looking back from time to time. Soma stood perfectly still, watching her walk toward the light, the beautiful, brilliant light that was, to him, a terrifying thing he could never touch. Perhaps because she had stayed in darkness for so long while following the demon, when Kaneo Tsuyuri suddenly stepped out into the sunlight, the bright rays made her instinctively close her eyes. After a while, she slowly began to adapt and managed to open them slightly. The girl unconsciously stretched out her hand. The warm sunlight fell on it. It felt warm. Without realizing it, Kaneo turned her head and looked back at the dark cave. Inside the cave, her uncle had somehow already picked up his Nichiren sword and begun practicing. From time to time, flashes of blade light burst through the darkness of the cave. Kaneo found a relatively clean spot at the cave entrance and sat down. While basking in the sunlight, her gaze occasionally drifted back toward the figure practicing swordsmanship inside the cave. Time quietly passed. Meanwhile, Furukawa Hiroji came down from Mount Sajiri to regroup with his companions, looking somewhat disappointed. After hearing the news that Seikanji Urokodaka could not come to help, everyone fell silent. Even if we can't get help from Urokodaka-sama, we can still do it ourselves, one swordsman said with a carefree smile. Yes, it will just take a bit more time, another swordsman added with a grin. Furukawa Hiroji looked at his companions, who seemed unconcerned, and forced a smile. There were things no one said aloud. The demon they were hunting didn't seem particularly strong, but it was far more cruel than other demons, more cunning, and much better at hiding. None of them feared fighting demons in battle, nor did they fear sacrifice. But they feared letting the demon escape from their hands. That was something that absolutely could not be allowed. All right, everyone keep searching. If we find any clues, Furukawa Hiroji began to speak, but halfway through his sentence he suddenly sensed something and sharply turned his head. A breeze blew through the forest, rustling the leaves. A girl wearing a smiling fox mask with blue flower patterns descended lightly along with the drifting leaves and landed on the ground. She wore a short kimono decorated with plum blossom patterns and had medium-length black hair. Her figure was light and graceful. The breeze gently lifted strands of her hair. Although the fox mask hid her face, one could easily imagine the delicate beauty beneath it. Such a masked girl, who looked beautiful even at a glance, appearing in the wild mountains made the swordsman both surprised and curious. It's you. Furukawa Hiroji immediately recognized the disciple of Seikanji Urokodaka. Hello. The girl Makomo placed one hand lightly on her abdomen, lowered her head, and bowed slightly. Her voice was soft and airy, clear and pleasant to hear. I would like to join you seniors in the hunt for this demon. Smiling gently, she raised her head. Her delicate and beautiful eyes looked at everyone. I look forward to your guidance. Everyone froze for a moment. They hadn't expected such a seemingly delicate and beautiful girl to request joining them in demon hunting. Instinctively, they all turned to look at their leader. Only then did Furukawa Hiroji seem to react. Looking at the serious girl, he said with a helpless smile, hunting demons is very dangerous. And it seems you haven't yet passed the final selection at Mount Fujikazan. You probably don't yet have the ability to deal with those cruel demons. Makomo listened, then raised her head. From beneath the fox mask, her voice remained gentle. It is precisely because I haven't passed the selection yet that I should see those cruel demons. I need to face them directly. That way, when I take the test at Mount Fujikazan and encounter demons, I won't panic. As she spoke, Makomo bowed once more. Please, seniors, give me this opportunity. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin creators thoughts Jin TL add to library. Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 49 to 49 Chapter 49 Makomo joins the Demon Hunt 49, Chapter 49, Makomo joins the Demon Hunt 49, Chapter 49, Makomo joins the Demon Hunt Please, senior, give me a chance. Makomo bowed slightly and made her request again. Under the tree, the girl with her graceful figure and likely beautiful appearance pleaded sincerely. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Most people would probably find it hard to refuse help from a girl like her. If it had been an ordinary request, Furukawa Hiroshi and his companions would likely have agreed without hesitation. But demon hunting was different. From the moment someone became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, every swordsman understood that hunting demons meant more than just risking their own life. It also meant carrying the lives of their comrades and the lives of the people they were trying to save. If a demon hunt failed, it wasn't just the hunter who would die. Their companions could die. The people they were trying to rescue could die as well. I'm sorry. Furukawa Hiroshi shook his head. Hunting demons isn't as easy as you think. It's extremely dangerous. You could lose your life at any moment. You haven't even passed the final selection at Mount Fujikazan yet. It's not suitable for you. That's right. Demon hunting is dangerous, another swordsman beside him added. You should go back. Being rejected made Makomo feel a little disappointed. But she didn't give up. Instead, she raised her head and looked at Furukawa Hiroshi and the others. Then what would it take for you to allow me to join? You won't be allowed to join, one swordsman replied immediately. This is for the sake of your life. If you refuse to give me even a chance, the girl said while tilting her head slightly beneath the fox mask, then I'll just keep following behind you. I'm afraid there's nothing the seniors can do about that, right? The group fell silent. If Makomo truly decided to follow them, there wasn't much they could do. After all, the speed she had just shown was impressive. Under normal circumstances, if they weren't in the middle of tracking a demon, they might have had the time and energy to shake her off. But right now, that clearly wasn't possible. Trying to track a demon while also shaking off Makomo would be extremely difficult. And if you happen to encounter a demon while I'm following you, Makomo narrowed her eyes slightly. That would be very dangerous too. Her voice was light and airy. Beneath the mask, a sly expression seemed to form. Furukawa Hiroshi's expression darkened slightly. He looked at the girl standing firmly beneath the tree, clearly determined. Finally, he nodded. All right. I'll give you a chance. He pointed to a swordsman standing behind him. If you can last 1 minute against my companion, I'll agree. But if you fail, you must go back immediately. How about it? No problem. Makomo clenched her fists slightly, looking excited. When it starts, go straight into your breathing state and defeat her, Furukawa Hiroshi instructed his companion. Don't worry, Captain. I won't give her any chance. The swordsman patted his chest confidently. Someone who hadn't even gone through the final selection, and who wasn't even an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps yet, stood no chance against him, especially if he entered his breathing state. He had no intention of holding back. Furukawa Hiroshi also believed there would be no problem. Once Makomo finished preparing, he signaled for the two to begin. Who? Makomo drew the Nichiren sword from her waist and looked at the swordsman standing opposite her while slowly breathing. This was the first time she had faced an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps, someone who had already experienced the brutal reality of demon hunting. She felt a little nervous. Her heart pounded heavily in her chest. Who? She exhaled again, forcing herself to calm down. If you feel nervous, turn the things you want to protect into your breath, she whispered to herself. Her gaze sharpened, and the tension seemed to melt away. At that moment, the swordsman placed his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren sword and looked at Makomo. Are you ready? Please guide me. The girl tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. Beneath the fox mask, her delicate face became serious. Ha! Almost instantly, the swordsman moved. His blade flashed like autumn water under the afternoon sunlight, gleaming with a cold light. In Makomo's eyes, the man who had seemed ordinary just moments ago, almost simple and honest, suddenly transformed into something like a demon of war. An overwhelming pressure like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood bore down on her, causing the girl's grip on her sword to tighten. How many brutal battles against demons has this senior experienced? She thought in shock. But she moved as well. Compared to the swordsman's terrifying killing intent, her sword felt like flowing water, soft and continuous. Bam! The swordsman's powerful Nichiren sword came crashing down, as if it intended to cut through everything. But just as the blade was about to strike the girl, its force suddenly seemed to disappear. Even the oppressive aura of slaughter began to fade. Seeing this, Furukawa Hiroshi and the others revealed shocked expressions. The swordsman fighting Makomo also felt his face change drastically. He clearly had unleashed an extremely powerful strike, yet it felt as though he had cut into cotton into soft flowing water. The strength of his attack had been effortlessly weakened by more than half. The feeling was even more uncomfortable than when he fought veteran swordsmen who practiced water breathing. He couldn't understand it. How could someone who hadn't even taken the test at Mount Fujikazan, someone who wasn't even officially a swordsman, possess such skill? At that same moment, after evading the swordsman's fierce attack, the girl's figure appeared lightly at his side. Before the swordsman could react, his expression changed dramatically. The Nicaran sword with a lake blue guard and a handle decorated with pink flowers had already stopped just in front of his neck. In an instant, the swordsman froze. "Thank you for the lesson." Makomo stepped back lightly, her voice soft and airy. Being defeated by a girl who wasn't even an official swordsman made the man's face flush with embarrassment. He quietly stepped aside. The other swordsmen stood there in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Seikanji Urokadaki wasn't suited to be a trainer? Up until now, none of his disciples had even passed the final selection at Mount Fujikazan. So how could this girl be so strong? Ordinary demon slayer swordsmen probably weren't even her match. Under the tree, the fox-masked girl stood quietly looking at Furukawa Hiroshi and the others. But inside her heart, a deep doubt began to form. Her strength didn't seem weaker than these swordsmen who were already performing demon hunting missions. With this level of ability, she should be able to pass the final selection. So why did my seniors, and even Sabato, fail? Is it because fighting a human is completely different from fighting a demon? Furukawa Hiroshi looked at the quietly standing girl and let out a soft sigh. I agree to let you join us in hunting demons. But during the entire mission, you must follow our instructions and cannot act on your own. Understood. The girl beneath the tree suppressed the doubts in her heart and nodded gently. As she walked toward Furukawa Hiroshi and the others, curiosity appeared in her voice. By the way, what kind of demon are you hunting this time? At the mention of the demon, everyone's expression darkened. Their eyes filled with hatred. A very cruel and cunning demon. Furukawa Hiroshi clenched his teeth as he recalled the night he saw the demon leaving the city. And one that is extremely good at disguising itself. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 50-50 Chapter 50 Searching 50, Chapter 50, Searching 50, Chapter 50, Searching. When the sun sets and night falls, it becomes the time when demons roam. At this hour, demons come out to search for food. After hiding in a cave the entire day, the demon stepped out, took the hand of the human girl, and headed toward a distant town. In the remote town at night, there were almost no lights. Every household had its doors tightly shut. Soma held the hand of Kaneo Tsuyuri as they entered the town and walked toward a house that still had a faint light inside. Soon they arrived at the tightly closed door. In the past, if he wanted to ask the homeowner something at night, he would often have to break in and cause quite a disturbance before achieving his goal. But now, he looked at the obedient Kaneo standing beside him and gently patted her head. Kaneo took a small breath, then ran lightly to the door and knocked softly with her small hand. After the knocking sound, faint footsteps could be heard inside the house. Someone inside looked out through the small door opening. Seeing that it was a delicate and beautiful little girl, the person finally opened the door slightly. What family are you from, little girl? Why are you knocking at this hour? The homeowner was an elderly man. Although he still looked somewhat cautious, seeing that it was a child made him relax a little. Grandpa, my uncle and I came to visit relatives, but we can't find their home. We wanted to ask you for directions. Kaneo spoke clearly, just as her uncle had instructed. The old man leaned out and saw Soma waiting not far away. When Soma noticed the old man looking at him, he nodded slightly. However, his pair of crimson eyes made the old man tighten his grip on the door a little. Still, when he looked back at the cute girl, he hesitated and didn't close the door. Tell me the name, let's see if I know them. Their surname is Kamadu. Their family sells charcoal. The father is named Tanjiro Kamadu. He has a son named Tanjiro Kamadu and a daughter named Nezuko Kamadu. Kaneo repeated everything exactly as her uncle had told her earlier. The old man thought for a moment, then shook his head. There are a few families in town who sell charcoal, but none with the surname Kamadu. I've never heard of someone named Tanjiro Kamadu here either. Hearing that the man didn't know them, Soma felt a little disappointed. But he had already grown somewhat used to it. He waved to Kaneo. Following her uncle's instructions, Kaneo politely said, I'm very sorry to bother you, Grandpa. After saying that, she ran back to her uncle. Soma took her hand and prepared to head to the next place. Watching the man and the girl walking through the night together, the old man hesitated before calling out to them, it's very dark outside at night, and it's dangerous. If you don't mind, you can rest at my house tonight. Tomorrow no need. Thank you very much. Soma nodded slightly and led Kaneo deeper into the darker night. So late at night and still walking around, aren't they afraid something might happen? The old man shook his head and closed the doors and windows again. Walking through the night, Soma glanced at Kaneo. Having her by his side made asking questions much easier. Even if one household refused, asking a few more would eventually work. In the past, when he knocked on doors alone at night, he never received such treatment. Most of the time, he had to resort to force. And without realizing it, things would often escalate, wasting a great deal of time. But now, the thing that consumed the most time was simply traveling. Let's continue to the next place. After leaving the town and making sure no one was around, Soma lifted Kaneo onto his back. His speed immediately became much faster. Uncle, was the way I asked just now okay? It was very good. If your uncle had asked, they probably wouldn't even have opened the door. Did I help you, uncle? Yes. Then, that's really great. In the pitch-black night, the girl's cheerful voice could be faintly heard. In the mountain wilderness, a campfire crackled. A simple wooden rack had been built over the flames, supporting a small hanging pot. The savory aroma of cooking food wafted from the pot. Under the flickering light of the fire, a girl wearing a short kimono with plum blossom patterns crouched beside the pot. Makomo lifted the lid slightly and checked inside. It's almost ready. Everyone will be able to have a hot meal in just a moment, she spoke to the swordsmen gathered around the campfire. Actually, we brought some dry rations. We could just eat those, one swordsman said with a smile. There's really no need to go through all this trouble. That won't do. Only if you eat well will you have the strength to work. Behind her fox mask, the girl shook her head. Besides, back at Mount Sajiri, I'm also the one responsible for cooking for Sensei and everyone. Though, I'm not sure if it suits your taste. As she spoke, she turned her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at everyone through the mask. But even if it doesn't taste good, you all still have to eat it. Haha. Of course we'll eat it, one swordsman joked. Even if Miss Makomo made poison, we'd drink every drop. How could I poison everyone? Seeing that the food was ready, Makomo began serving portions to everyone. On the cold night, after swallowing the steaming food, everyone felt warmth spread through their bodies. After distributing food to the group, Makomo packed the remaining portion into a small container and sat beside the fire, quietly eating small bites. Furukawa Hiroji came over and sat beside her with his bowl. Luckily Miss Makomo helped cook tonight. Otherwise we'd all be chewing on cold, hard rations. It's nothing. It was just a small thing, Makomo replied. Besides, everyone worked very hard all day. I followed along but didn't really help with anything. Being able to cook for everyone is already good enough if you don't mind. How could we mind? And your cooking is really delicious. Furukawa Hiroji shook his head in admiration, but his expression soured as he thought of their progress. He sighed. Unfortunately, we still haven't found that demon. Makomo tilted her head and looked at him. Could you tell me more about that demon? Because of the mask, Furukawa Hiroji couldn't see her face. But those eyes clear and beautiful like stars made him momentarily dazed. He quickly turned his head away. That demon is extremely hateful, he said. Cruel and murderous, and especially good at disguising itself. In the hands of that demon, we've already lost one member of the Kakushi and one official swordsman. These days we've been tracking it continuously, then I hope we find it soon, so we can sever its head with a Nikaran sword. Makomo clenched her fist slightly. Furukawa Hiroji couldn't help secretly glancing at the girl. Her slender and graceful figure, her dark hair. For a moment, a pleasant fragrance drifted through the air and reached his nose, sending a strange tingling sensation through his heart. He hurriedly stood up and walked away to another spot. Makomo looked up, confused by Hiroji's sudden departure. She had wanted to ask more questions about the demon. She wasn't sure if it was just an illusion under the moonlight, but she thought she saw the tips of his ears turn quite red. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin Content source, webnovel.com Chapter 51 to 51 Chapter 51 Uncle is different 51, Chapter 51, Uncle is different 51, Chapter 51, Uncle is different in the wilderness. Soma had carried Kaneo Tsuyuri across several villages and towns. They had asked many households, but no one knew anything about Tanjiro Kamado. So they could only keep moving toward the next place. The night was pitch black, and a cool breeze blew gently. Soma walked silently along the road with Kaneo on his back. Occasionally, the wind would catch the girl's hair as she rested on his shoulder, brushing it against his face like soft feathers. It felt light and ticklish against his skin. He puffed a breath of air, blowing away the strands that had drifted near his lips. The movement caught Kaneo's attention, and her beautiful eyes curiously looked at him. Realizing his little action had been noticed, Soma smiled awkwardly. Kaneo stared at him with her big large for a while, then leaned her head against his cheek. Uncle, why are you looking for that person named Tanjiro Kamado? Because I'm searching for a flower, he replied. A flower that is very important to me. A flower. Kaneo's eyes blinked. She had seen many flowers along the way, in fact, she remembered seeing several just moments ago. The girl raised her head and looked around. Her pink-purple eyes brightened slightly. She tapped Soma's shoulder with her small hand. Uncle, put me down. All right. Soma nodded, thinking she had simply grown tired of being carried. As soon as Kaneo touched the ground, she ran quickly toward a patch of flowers nearby. Uncle! Uncle! There are flowers here. She picked one and ran back, holding it out to him. Uncle, is it a flower like this? This one is for you. A breeze swept past, causing a stray lock of hair to fall across the girl's nose, a single drop of dew clinging to it. Soma smiled warmly and reached out, gently tucking the strand of hair behind her ear. It's not this kind of flower, he said softly. It's a blue flower. A blue flower? Yes. A flower that only blooms during the daytime. He sighed lightly. You know uncle can't stand in the sunlight. If we find that flower, I'll need Kaneo to pick it for me. Okay. Kaneo nodded firmly, clenching her small fist. Kaneo will definitely pick that blue flower for uncle. Then, I'll look forward to the day you find it. He smiled and patted her head before crouching down to carry her again. Uncle, yes. I want to walk for a while. Soma looked at her in surprise. The girl seemed to be starting to form her own thoughts and decisions. Just like earlier when she said put me down, and now when she said I want to walk. It seemed ordinary, but for a withdrawn girl like her, it was actually a very good beginning. In the story of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Kaneo had been rescued from traffickers by Kani Koko and raised for many years. Yet she still had no sense of her own will and only acted according to instructions. It wasn't until she met Tanjiro Kamado that her inner world slowly began to open. But Soma quickly realized something. In the original story, Kaneo had already suffered many hardships before being rescued. Those experiences had likely sealed her heart even more tightly. However, Soma had encountered her much earlier. She had endured far fewer hardships. Her world might still be closed off, but it wasn't completely sealed. With just a gentle push, a small crack had already appeared. All right. Soma nodded. He was happy to see Kaneo starting to develop her own thoughts. Besides, they had already visited several villages today, and they were close to the area he expected to search. He felt that finding where Tanjiro Kamado lived would probably happen within the next few days. There was no need to rush. The wilderness at night was very dark, with only the gentle moonlight providing a faint glow. Without torches to light the way, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to walk in such darkness. But for Soma, who had already become a demon, it was not a problem. So when he agreed to let Kaneo Tsuyuri walk on her own, he kept watching her carefully. He was worried she might step into a hole or trip over something. However, what surprised him was that Kaneo had no trouble walking in such dark conditions. She could even avoid the uneven pits along the road in advance. Soma was surprised. Then he remembered that in the original story, Kaneo actually possessed remarkable talent. She was one of the people who successfully passed the final selection at Mount Fujikazan together with Tanjiro Kamado. Later, she even fought in the Infinity Castle alongside Tanjiro. At that point, she had already reached a level where she could battle Doma, one of the upper-rank demons of the 12 Kizuki. In fact, together with Inosuke Hashibira, she ultimately defeated and killed Doma in the Infinity Castle. Without a doubt, Kaneo's talent wasn't much lower than Tanjiro's. As he continued observing her, he realized that even at night, Kaneo's eyesight was excellent. If he remembered correctly, she possessed extraordinary eyesight. She could predict an opponent's next move simply by observing subtle motions such as their shoulders, gaze, fingertips, elbows, and knees. All of these traits were extremely suitable for learning Huden Mitsurugi-style swordsmanship. Once her body has recovered a bit more and returned to a healthy state, I'll begin teaching her, he thought silently while watching her. Kaneo walked slowly through the fields, looking around curiously. From time to time, she would look up at Soma, her eyes filled with trust and dependence. Uncle, what exactly does the flower you're looking for look like? Besides blooming during the day, I don't know either, Soma sighed. I don't even know what the flower looks like. When the time comes, it will probably take a lot of effort to find it. It's okay, uncle. Kaneo will help you find it. Kaneo clenched her small fist. All right. He nodded. But suddenly he looked up. In the darkness far away, flames suddenly appeared. Soon the fire grew larger and larger. Soma narrowed his eyes. What he saw were houses burning. Faintly, he could hear desperate cries, screams of pain and despair. At the same time, he sensed the presence of his own kind. Kaneo also looked up and saw the distant firelight. She turned to look at her uncle. Soma stood there for a long moment before finally turning to her. Let's go another direction. Okay. Kaneo nodded. Holding her hand, he led her around the area where the flames were rising and continued walking through the wilderness. Uncle, what happened over there just now? Soma was silent for a moment before speaking quietly. Whenever the sun sets and darkness falls, demons come out to devour humans. What happened there just now, was a demon hunting people. Kaneo couldn't help turning back. In the distant darkness, the firelight reflected in her pink-purple eyes. Through the flames, she vaguely saw a person desperately running only to be quickly caught and knocked down. A scream of agony echoed out. Kaneo blinked her eyes. Then she turned back and looked at her uncle. Soma looked at her and said softly, "That is why you must stay away from demons. They are cruel and terrifying monsters." Kaneo lowered her head and walked quietly. After a long while, she finally spoke in a low, muffled voice, "But uncle is different." Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 52-52. Chapter 52. So sweet 52. Chapter 52, so sweet 52. Chapter 52, so sweet uncle is different. Kaneo Tsuyuri lowered her head as she spoke in a muffled voice. Soma paused for a moment and looked at her, but didn't say anything. He simply continued walking. Children were often like this, having very innocent ideas that could seem naive. But a demon was still a demon. No matter how much he tried to explain, in the eyes of others he was still a man-eating demon. And in the eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was an absolute enemy. As for dreaming about peacefully coexisting with the Demon Slayer Corps, gaining their recognition, helping them fight demons, becoming some kind of hero, saving beautiful girls, and then living happily ever after. If he had been a teenager when he was transported to this world, he might have entertained such thoughts. But as a middle-aged man who had long passed the age of hot-blooded fantasies, it all felt incredibly childish, naive to the extreme. If he appeared before a demon slayer swordsman as a demon, what awaited him would be a Nichiren sword cutting off his head without hesitation. Entrusting one's life to someone else's momentary decision was nothing more than a ridiculous gamble. From the moment he became a demon, he had never expected recognition from the Demon Slayer Corps. Nor did he believe that someone with his identity could ever coexist peacefully with them. That was why he had shown no hesitation when killing a member of the Kakushi, and why he had also shown no hesitation when killing a swordsman. In his view, anyone who threatened his life was his enemy. If someone wanted to kill him, then they should be prepared to be killed by him. Whether it was the Demon Slayer Corps or other demons, it made no difference to him. After walking for a while holding Kaneo's hand, he noticed the child seemed tired, so he carried her on his back and headed toward a nearby place to rest. It was a very deep cave. Inside the cave, he lit a campfire. Not long afterward, dawn arrived. When the first rays of sunlight appeared, the instinctive fear of sunlight within his body caused him to step deeper into the darkness of the cave. After retreating a few more steps into the shadows, his rational mind slowly returned. The sunlight couldn't reach this far inside anyway. "I really am afraid of sunlight from the bottom of my heart," he muttered with a self-mocking smile. Then he began busying himself beside the fire, preparing food for Kaneo. While he worked, Kaneo sat nearby with her head tilted upward, her pink-purple eyes quietly watching him. She simply watched him purely and silently. "It might take a little longer today. I'm making chicken stew for you," Soma said softly. The chicken was a wild one he'd caught along the way. As for the other ingredients, mushrooms and some vegetables, he had either bought them while passing through towns or picked them from people's gardens. Kaneo nodded vigorously. After quietly watching her uncle for a while, she turned her gaze toward the cave entrance where warm sunlight shone in. "Go outside and play, but don't go too far. If something dangerous happens, run back into the cave." While continuing to prepare the chicken, Soma spoke gently. Kaneo stood up, walked behind him, and gave him a quick hug before running toward the cave entrance with small steps. "Walk slower, don't trip," he reminded her. After he said that, the girl's pace indeed slowed a little. Only then did he lower his head and continue cooking. Time passed unnoticed. The chicken stew over the campfire was finished, and the aroma of the food filled the cave, almost driving away the dampness inside. Soma raised his head and frowned toward the cave entrance. At some point, Kaneo had left the entrance and disappeared from his sight. He hadn't seen her for quite some time. It seemed she had run far away. His heart tightened slightly. After all, this was the wilderness, steep terrain filled with dangers. There could be poisonous snakes or wild beasts. Whether she fell somewhere or encountered a dangerous animal, it would be extremely dangerous. His heart tightened slightly. He couldn't help but stand up and want to go out to look for her. But the moment he reached the cave entrance, the warm sunlight filled him with overwhelming fear, forcing him to stop. Kaneo! Kaneo! He stood on tiptoe, looking outside while calling out anxiously. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the sound of light footsteps came, followed by the figure of a girl appearing at the cave entrance. However, her hair was messy, and her clothes were stained with mud in several places. A few spots were even torn open, probably scratched by branches or thorns. Uncle! Uncle! I found a lot of flowers that bloom in the sunlight. I picked them all for you. The girl held a large bundle of flowers in both arms, white, red, yellow, and many other colors. She ran almost all the way to him. Uncle, take a look. Are any of these the flower you're looking for? As she spoke, she looked up at him. Her eyes were like a sparkling lake, brighter and warmer than sunlight. Taking the flowers, Soma gently tidied Kaneo Tsuyuri's messy hair and straightened her clothes. Then he lightly tapped her small nose with his finger. The food's ready. Go eat. I'll check these flowers to see if any of them are the one I need. Okay. Kaneo nodded emphatically. She walked to the campfire where, on a cleaned patch of ground, there was a simple meal, a small pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms and a bowl of rice. Looking at the food, she instinctively turned her head toward her uncle. Seeing him carefully examining the flowers she had gathered one by one, she lowered her head and happily began eating her rice from the small bowl. She didn't know whether she had found the flower her uncle needed. But being able to help him in some way already made her very happy. Soma held the bouquet and inspected each flower carefully. He didn't actually recognize the blue spider lily, but he still examined them one by one. After looking at them, he memorized their appearance and then tasted each flower. Unfortunately, after tasting every type of flower she had gathered, he felt no change in his body. Clearly, none of them were the blue spider lily. He felt a little disappointed, though it was within expectations. If the blue spider lily were so easy to find, Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't have searched for it unsuccessfully for 1,000 years. It seems the only real hope is to search near where Tanjiro Kamado lives. Otherwise, I'll end up with the same result as Muzan. Kaneo took a small bite of rice. Seeing that her uncle had tasted every flower she had picked, she looked at him with hopeful eyes. Uncle, did you find the spider lily you're looking for? Soma shook his head. Seeing the slight disappointment in the girl's eyes, he reached out and gently patted her small head. We'll find it eventually. He smiled, then looked at the large bunch of flowers still in his hand. Normally, since these weren't the blue spider lily, they were useless and should just be thrown away. But after hesitating for a moment, he remembered there were vines growing in the cave. So he picked one and sat beside the campfire, slowly weaving. Beside the flickering firelight, the man-eating demon sat peacefully, gradually weaving a floral crown out of the vines and flowers. Soma looked at his handiwork. It wasn't made very well, but it could still pass as a flower crown. He gently placed the crown on Kaneo's head as she lowered her head and ate her food in small bites. Kaneo was naturally an exquisite girl, but her beauty had been hidden by the filth of her past. Now, after days of care and plenty of food, she was like a spring willow, budding with new, delicate life. With the flower crown on her head, she looked even more like a graceful young lady. Not bad. Soma was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Kaneo reached up and touched the flower crown on her head. She looked up at her uncle. Then she lowered her head again and took small sips of chicken soup. Suddenly, she felt that the soup had become so sweet, so very sweet. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Content source: webnovel.com. Chapter 53 to 53. Chapter 53 Gyuto 53. Chapter 53 Gyuto 53. Chapter 53 Gyuto. Did we arrive too late? Hiroshi Furukawa and the other swordsmen stood silently in place, looking at the scene before them. What had once been a home filled with life and warmth was now nothing but the charred remains devoured by flames, silently smoldering beneath the hazy morning mist. White skeletons stripped clean of flesh. Ribs twisted by fire. Half of a hand stretched forward in desperate final motion. Everything here told the story of what had happened. A girl wearing a fox mask crouched down, staring at the skeleton at her feet, where traces of flesh still remained. The small bones clearly showed that the owner had been a child. Imagining what had happened here, Makomo couldn't stop herself from trembling. She had heard about the cruelty of demons and knew that demons devoured humans, but it had always remained only in imagination. She had never actually witnessed how cruel they truly were. But now, seeing the destruction caused by demons with her own eyes, she realized that their cruelty was even more horrifying than she had imagined. This is what demons are like. Makomo stared blankly at the tragic scene. She could imagine how happy the family that once lived here must have been. But everything had been destroyed by the scent of blood completely and mercilessly crushed. Yes. This is what demons are. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at Makomo, who was clearly shaken by the scene. He clenched his teeth slightly. What he had experienced in the past was far worse. He had personally witnessed a demon kill his father and devour his mother. He had faced it directly. Every time the memory surfaced in his mind, he heard his parents' agonized screams. Every recollection brought unbearable pain. But for Makomo, this was the first time seeing such a horrific scene, and she could hardly accept it. Do these demons possess no humanity at all? They were once human too. Even after becoming demons, do they still treat their own former kind like this? For Makomo, seeing such devastation for the first time was almost impossible to comprehend. Hiroshi Furukawa looked at the remains before him, then at the dazed Makomo, and sighed softly. This is what demons are. Cruel and terrifying demons. Even if they were once human, the moment they become demons, they are no longer human. They become monsters that eat people. As he spoke, Hiroshi Furukawa rested his hand on the hilt of the Nichiren sword at his waist. These demons deserve to die. Every single one of them. When you see them, just kill them swiftly. No reason is needed. They must be purged, these demons. Behind the fox mask, Makomo slowly closed her eyes. But the brutal scene before her refused to leave her mind. She suddenly thought of her senior disciples who had participated in the final selection at Mount Fujikazan. She thought of Sabato. Had they also died to demons like these? Had they been eaten as well? The thought alone caused Makomo's small hands to clench tightly. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind: find that demon. Cut off its head. For the first time, Makomo truly understood why, despite knowing how dangerous demon hunting was, so many people still chose this path every year. Why they continued walking it even knowing they might die along the way. Because these demons were too unforgivable. Search the surrounding area carefully, Hiroshi Furukawa instructed his companions. Try to find any clues the demon may have left behind. The swordsmen immediately began searching in all directions, trying their best to find traces left by the demon. Makomo also joined the search. If only I had sensei's keen sense of smell, as she searched, Makomo sighed. As a disciple of Seikanji Urokodake, she knew just how extraordinary her teacher's sense of smell was. For a massacre that had only recently occurred like this, the scent of the demon must still linger at the scene. If her teacher were here, he would easily be able to track the demon using that scent. True, another swordsman agreed. If Lord Urokodake were here, finding that demon would be very easy. Everyone knows how capable Lord Urokodake is. Sensei is naturally the most amazing. Hearing her beloved teacher being praised, Makomo felt very proud. Speaking of which, Miss Makomo, I've always been a bit curious about something. Hiroshi Furukawa walked over and asked with interest. With Miss Makomo's abilities, it's obvious you're very skilled. Were you taught by Lord Seikanji Urokodake? Of course I was taught by sensei. Makomo answered without hesitation. Then that's strange. If your skills were taught by Lord Urokodake, then as a trainer he must be very capable. So why is it that his disciples couldn't pass the final selection at Mount Fujikazan? Some of them couldn't even come out alive. Makomo wanted to argue back, but she didn't know how. After all, the facts were there. Honestly, with Miss Makomo's ability, you should have been the one participating in this year's final selection, Hiroshi Furukawa said with a sigh. We've seen your strength. Passing the test would have been no problem for you. My junior, Sabato, is no less skilled than I am, Makomo defended him quietly. In truth, she had intended to go to the final selection this year as well. But Sabato had told her that one of the 3 disciples should stay behind. If none of them passed, then only Urokodake-sensei would remain alone on the mountain. Someone had to stay behind to take care of him. So in the end, she stayed. Hiroshi Furukawa didn't quite believe that Sabato's strength could match Makomo's. If Sabato truly were that strong, then he should definitely have passed the final selection this year. Captain, the information you asked about regarding this year's final selection at Mount Fujiikazan has arrived. A swordsman walked over. Beside him, Makomo's small hands clenched tightly. Her eyes still carried hope but even more fear. In truth, their teacher had already received news about the final selection earlier. After receiving it, he had sat alone at the mountain peak for several days. At that time, she had already guessed the result. Even though she had guessed it, deep in her heart, she still didn't want to believe it. There was still a little hope. What if, just what if? After all, she knew Sabato's strength. So, what's the news? Hiroshi Furukawa asked. The swordsman glanced at Makomo and hesitated. From the moment we joined the Demon Slayer Corps, we already prepared ourselves to die on this path, Hiroshi Furukawa sighed. Along the way, we'll inevitably experience the pain of losing companions. If someone can't bear that, then there's no point walking the path of demon hunting. According to the information we received, in this year's Mount Fujiikazan final selection, Lord Urokadaka's disciple, Gyuto Myoka, successfully passed the test. Not only did Gyuto Myoka pass, but every swordsman who participated in the exam this year passed successfully. Everyone passed. Hiroshi Furukawa was stunned. The final selection at Mount Fujiikazan had always been extremely strict. Every year, only a few swordsmen usually passed. There had never been a case where everyone passed. What about Sabato? Makomo's eyes suddenly lit up. If Gyuto Myoka had passed the exam, then Sabato should also have passed. After all, Sabato was much stronger than Gyu. Sabato was teacher's most proud disciple. Their teacher had very high expectations for him. He had once said that Sabato would surely awaken the Demon Slayer mark in the future, something even many Hashira could not achieve. He would become an extremely powerful swordsman. He, probably failed. The swordsman spoke quietly. After the exam ended, Sabato was never seen again. They only found a warding mask on the mountaintop. According to rumors from those who passed the exam, Sabato almost killed all the demons on Mount Fujiikazan by himself, but in the end, it seems he collapsed from exhaustion. How could that be? For the first time during the entire journey, the normally gentle and calm Makomo lost her composure. Content source, webnovel.com. Chapter 54-54. Chapter 54 As the Strong 1554, Chapter 54, As the Strong, 1/5, 54, Chapter 54, As the Strong, 1/5. Upon hearing the definitive news, Makomo uncharacteristically lost her composure. Although she was happy that Gyuto Myoka had passed the final selection, the failure of Sabato was something Makomo simply could not believe. If only one of them could pass the final selection at Mount Fujiikazan, Makomo felt that no matter what, it should have been Sabato. After all, compared to Sabato, Gyuto Myoka had always seemed far inferior. In her memory, when Gyu first arrived at Mount Fujiikazan, the impression he gave her was that of someone timid, pessimistic, and constantly discouraged. His older sister had been killed by a demon while protecting him. Gyu had survived only because she shielded him, allowing him to hide and escape. Because of this, Gyu often blamed himself. He frequently said gloomy things like, "It would have been better if I had died instead." At one point, Sabato could no longer tolerate it and slapped him. Makomo still remembered that day. After slapping Gyu, Sabato placed both hands on his shoulders and said, "Your life was preserved because your sister gave everything she had. You have the responsibility to carry on the future she entrusted to you. If you keep living with such pessimism, then you're disrespecting your sister's sacrifice." It was only after Sabato encouraged him like that that Gyu slowly began to regain his spirit. In terms of mentality, Sabato had always been stronger than the timid Gyu. And in terms of strength, he was also far superior to him. Makomo simply could not understand why the stronger Sabato failed to leave Mount Fujiikazan alive, while Gyu successfully passed the exam. Seeing Makomo's condition, Hiroshi Furukawa stepped forward. He originally wanted to place a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, but remembering she was a girl, he withdrew his hand. "You still can't accept it, can you?" "I know Sabato and Gyu's abilities very well," Makomo said softly. "I just can't understand why Gyu passed the exam. It's not that I think poorly of him. I'm happy he passed, but I can't understand why the stronger one. Actually, this kind of thing is quite common," Furukawa said. He looked at the charred ruins still burning before them. "Although I've never met Sabato, I can imagine something. If my guess is correct, Sabato was probably like an older brother to Gyu in daily life, and Gyu likely depended on him a lot." Makomo looked up at him in surprise. "Looks like I guessed correctly," Furukawa said. He turned his gaze back to the burning flames, as if picturing a man blazing like fire. In fact, this is probably the responsibility that comes with being strong. Sabato was strong, so naturally he carried the responsibility that a strong person should bear. He would take the most dangerous tasks upon himself. Lord Kyojuro Rengoku once told me that those who are stronger should take responsibility for the weak and strive to protect them. That is the mindset a true strong person should have. Sabato was probably exactly that kind of strong person. But strong people also face stronger enemies and greater risks. So death is also something that happens often. Makomo looked at Furukawa and fell silent. Furukawa rubbed his nose awkwardly. These were actually words spoken to me by the flame Hashira. I'm only repeating them to you. Then he looked at Makomo again. You must feel very sad about Sabato's death. You probably want to cry. But grit your teeth. Even if your grief is so heavy you can barely stand, you must endure it and keep moving forward. Time won't wait for you, and it won't lean toward you to share your sorrow. As swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, all we can do is straighten our backs and continue forward. Makomo unconsciously tightened her grip on her Nichiren sword. These are the words Lord Rengoku once told me when I was drowning in pain after losing my companions, Furukawa continued. They helped me walk out of my grief. Now I'm passing Lord Rengoku's words on to you. I hope you can walk out of your sorrow as well. Under the fox mask, Makomo lowered her head. The flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku? I have heard his name from sensei. Yes, that's him, said Hiroshi Furukawa. Lord Rengoku is a very kind and passionate person. After this demon hunting mission is finished, I must invite Lord Rengoku to a meal. He once promised me he would come. Lord Rengoku wouldn't break his word and I won't either. When Furukawa spoke about Rengoku, his eyes shone brightly. It was obvious that he deeply admired the flame Hashira. Makomo could clearly see it just like how she admired her teacher, Seikanji Urokadake. I understand what you said, Makomo replied softly. I'll remember it. She raised her head and looked at the slowly rising sun. Warm sunlight fell beneath the girl's fox mask, a faint glow outlining her pale chin. A gentle breeze blew, lifting strands of her black hair into the air. Furukawa happened to glance at that moment. He quickly turned his head away, suppressing the strange pounding in his chest, silently gripping the hilt of his Nichiren sword. From the moment they became swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, everyone understood what kind of life awaited them. Because of that, many swordsmen even when they met a girl who stirred their hearts would choose to suppress their feelings. As Demon Slayer swordsmen whose lives could end at any moment, they could not bring happiness to the girl they loved. The future they could offer would only bring pain. The campfire burned steadily, its warmth driving away the damp cold of the cave. After eating her fill, Kaneo Tsuyuri leaned against the demon beside her and unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized she was lying on a bed of straw, covered with thick clothing. Opening her eyes, Kaneo saw her uncle sitting beside the campfire. The upper half of his clothes had been removed, revealing his strong and muscular torso. Looking down, the girl noticed that the clothes covering her included the ones her uncle had been wearing. Clearly, he had taken them off to keep her warm. In truth, the clothes she was already wearing were thick enough, and with 2 more layers over them she was already warm. But her uncle still took off his own clothes to cover her, as if he was always worried she might get cold. She sniffed lightly. There was a familiar scent, one that made her feel safe and that she liked very much. You're awake, said Soma as he sensed movement and turned around to look at the girl who had just opened her sleepy eyes. Kaneo rubbed her eyes, gave her uncle a sweet smile, and softly answered, Then she slowly sat up, a little reluctantly. Perhaps everyone had the habit of wanting to stay in bed a little longer. For Kaneo, something she had never dared imagine before had now gradually become something she was beginning to get used to. After lingering a bit longer, she finally stood up from the straw bedding and looked outside. The sun had already set. Her pink-purple eyes sparkled with excitement. The sun has gone down. Kaneo turned back with a bright, energetic smile. Uncle, let's hurry. Let's go find where the Kamatu family lives and find that spider lily for you.